this.
Don't wait until it's too late. Plan while you can at SoberRides.org. Drink, drive, go to jail.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got more, like 4 lines for $25 per line per month and 4 free phones. Now the whole family can stay connected.
Not disconnected.
Switching to 4 lines with unlimited gigs for $25 per line per month, plus 4 free LG Stylify phones, all on our super reliable, super fast nationwide network.
I like that Adidas has a mixture of clothing. There is a style for everyone. I always have new kicks on the first day of school. When I put a look together, my goal is to feel confident. My confident self is my best self.
To quite the contrary, the French team that have come in hot on their T side. 12 rounds, 16 for Jax. Wow.
Yeah, dangerous territory coming up for MIBR. This doesn't look like they'll be able to pull this one back, in my opinion, but we'll see where the pistol takes them. 2 smokes, 4 flashes. No upgraded pistols here. Focusing on that utility. Both sides viable with this setup. See if they're going to position themselves toward that A-bomb site. Jax baiting an Amanek towards quad. Has to be cognizant that apartments will be a vulnerability as well. 4 players in second middle now. Bit of a contact approach initially. Oh, the HE is that for... Oh, it's the flashbang he's got. I was about to say, that would be insane. Flashbang is very good for Lucky. Was hoping to get probably more than 1 out of that.
He stood his ground. He knew they were just tucking in from the flashbang, hoping they'd show up again. And look at that, showing up is G2. Fill in the kill feed. It's all blue. It's all good. Just Lucas then for MIBR. He was supposed to be the one responsible to catch any of those B players going aggressive as the advanced away succeeded. I mean, that was the game plan. Instead, corpses lettering middle. And Lucas, the new addition, forced into an impossible task. At least it should be. Bombs loose in their grasp. They're all there. You've even rotated the B player off. You don't have to worry about that. Lucky does have a nade in his hand. That was a chance to punish, but tucks himself into the pillar. The double peek is there. And Jax will confirm it. Continuing to extend his frag leads. I think for me, actually, the player that's impressed me most, if I think about it, is Jax. Seeing like what he was doing with that, probably could have been the clutch of the major,
P250?
that P250 round on train. But then continuing to impress me in the sense of with an adverse buy, still he's been able to do miraculous things as a majority of G2.
God, they got absolutely wrecked in that pistol. The flashbang to shut down anything they had in mind. They had to commit off it. Everyone was there. Shocks comes through the smoke and basically had players AFK in front of him. Just had to finish them off. And we'll get into round 17 here. Full spy from MIBR. They've got Deagles, 3 smokes, and 1 scout. This pretty much has to go in their favor. If it doesn't, I'm going to call the GG. Nicely the plant.
You say GG, but is no GG, is BG. So far from MIBR.
Hi.
Okay, so hard to analyze that one. Put a bullet into the shoulder.
It's just in the zone, you know.
Of Taco, yeah. Moving targets. He's like a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yeah, if you walk in front of his crosshair, better be careful. Itchy trigger finger.
I learned recently that Velociraptors had feathers, and it really kind of ruined it for me.
How? Where
Yeah,
do
they're kind of more like
feathers?
birds, apparently.
Really?
Yeah, Jurassic Park made them seem so cool. Anyway, that's
I never use that as historical references, to be honest.
You know. Jurassic Park, that was where a lot of the science, I believe, was founded. Nice work from Amanek, though. Just Lucas, he was the only B investigator. Should be. No problems, but Kenny's FAMAS couldn't quite connect the multiple target spray. And therefore access to long. They can pincer in towards the site. They do have presence from Taco on short, but Lucky not going to have his corner checked initially. The trade won't come in because he can tuck himself in. And now as they hunt, Jax arrives in pits, and he arrives just in the nick of time. So G2, they want to finish this one cleanly. Pick themselves up a big second win. That puts them 1 away from the champion stage, from the Mercedes-Benz Arena, no less.
Yeah, no one really impressing on the MIBR side. They needed someone to take that superstar role in this game and really carry them through and find opening picks. But obviously, their first half score really far from ideal. Lost the pistol in the second. They've had the force buy here. And it will be 14-3. They'll take Deagles, PD50s again, and HE. This is for match point. So not looking good. Alex, I think everyone's aware of that.
I'm creating a new game.
What's the new game?
It's going to be like a game show. I'm going to show you Kenny S reactions.
Okay.
And you have to tell me if you won or lost the round.
That's a good point.
Because I swear.
He does look upset all
he
the
just
time.
always looks perpetually upset. You're 14-3 up, Kenny.
Yeah, just enjoy yourself.
Why not?
They've got an eco now.
Let's see. Yeah, there should be a lot of fun.
3 kills for everyone.
Yeah, hand them out. Like Girl Scout cookies.
You buy those, don't you? I don't think they hand them out.
Oh, yeah,
That's
you're
the
right.
whole thing.
Really terrible analogy, actually, when you really review it. Break it down.
You are British, though. I don't know why you've gone for an American reference.
Yeah, well, we don't really do that. We don't.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying don't stick to your remit.
My wheelhouse. And during our attempt at conversation, Jax concludes it nice and evenly. He gets 4 in that, so that's just going to be looking even more ridiculous in his stats now. His KD's looking like something out of Zywoo's book.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I can guess so Kenny's from 5 and 10, just to know. I guess that's why he's a bit frustrated in the situation, but the point still stands. They're 15-3 up. There's only so many kills to go around, especially when your teammates got 25, etc. Jack's very strong hold. Yeah, this is done, unfortunately. There's no way MIBR can get 12 rounds in a row on their T side. They might be able to pull a few back, but it's almost like 3% chance they can pull this back from what we've seen so far.
If this was an MIBR that weren't operating with a limp and had given, been able to invest wholeheartedly into the time before the major, sure, perhaps, but so many adverse circumstances.
If they were playing with Cold Zero right now, I'd say there's still a chance. Like, there's always something they can do. This is a very mentally strong team, but obviously with the coach playing, it's not ideal. If they had a better first half, sure, there's a chance.
G2. A win versus Na'Vi and a win versus MIBR would put them 2-1, of course conceding to Astralis no less, after actually keeping things even in the first half of Nuke. They just weren't ready for the T side of the Danes on that map. Certainly ready for the T side of MIBR on this one. Up through brackets and a take. Smoke arriving to enable them to clear out Arch safely. Say safely. Kenny might have something to say about that, and he does manage to catch Fallen. Bullets into Zeus too. And so the T's now a little under the G2's skin. Taco, he's going to be able to profit from that or not. Oh, the drive-by still catches Jax. Can't get the second. Lucky to return.
He'll be happy the fact he got 1 after missing the first, but it still looks quite good from RBR here. Bomb will be planted safely. Third to cover towards quad. Zeus, no one to plant. 28 HP. Looks like they still might fancy this. Lucky will be alone, though, as Shoxy is towards Banana, but he might be able to get a free kill. But he's made a lot of noise. Lucas has heard him.
I love that we get to catch that, the full reaction. Just you see the step and you see Lucas ready and waiting. Does handle his business. So to MRBR in round 19.
Well, there we go. Lucky now does have the kit, and there'll be no chance to go for a ninja defuse or anything like that. But he could go an HE towards the pits. After the bomb explodes, I suppose. That would be something. It's called the Sex Bomb. Dosia brought that to the table once upon a time. Not going to see it, though. The 80 was there. I'm disappointed.
I did have a Molotov thrown in my face in that corner. It feels horrible.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You just see it going. It's like, I can't move.
Yeah,
okay?
and there's someone on my head, so I'm kind of just, guys, this is over.
Wow.
Pack it up. Horrible feeling seeing that one flying in after time. Still. This has been, if you have just joined us, the story of G2 on the T side. That's kind of where the story likely will end. Because sure, the defense is where it will finish, but all of the hard work and the heavy lifting done on their attack.
Good grenade. Doesn't do as much as you'd think.
It's enough to level the odds for the M4, at least on 2 targets.
Especially for one-tap territory now with the M4A4. He'll be challenging towards middle here. Smoked off for now. 1 round it goes against them, and it's GG, and this might be 5 on 4 now. Looking to get the Krieg. Shoxy upgrades, but he might be swung on here considering he made a footstep, but Fur holds patiently. Shoxy knows a Krieg at this angle is much better than the M4, so get rid of that, and you can see what he's capable of. That's not a bad switch up, is it?
Yeah.
That really justifies it.
You can see why it's such a hotly contested weapon for the CT save. It's just so optimal to hold these defensive lines.
I think that might be all she wrote for this one. I'll be going 1 and 2, meaning best of 3s from here on out. Same story for G2, but in much better circumstances. They'll be 2 and 1.
Yeah, not been the most enthralling game of Counter-Strike for
No.
MIBR fans out there.
Yeah, they never really got going here. That's 4 and 2. Won't write them out just yet. Maybe I will now. Just the 9 points of health here for Taco. His teammates probably already disconnecting the peripherals.
Jax, I think if he continues to inform like this in the later stages of the major, he's going to be added to the pit list. There's a couple of players who have forged
That's right,
quite
yeah,
their dynasty on that part of the map.
Well, Taco, just a matter of time, I'm afraid. It will be 16 to 4. G2 were the heavy favourites coming into this one. I would have liked it to be a bit more of an exciting game that we didn't really see much from Taco, especially 6 and 15 from the same stats as Zeus. He's been playing fantastically this tournament. He's been putting in the hours, and there's been lots of interviews saying that Zeus has got him into that position where he can find those kills, and he just couldn't get going in the Inferno. I was worried as soon as I saw that map come through in this best of 1, it didn't feel like it was going to go well for them at all. It just seems like they just don't have everything in their kind of preparation working in their favour, and no one really stepping up individually there. The highest fragger was Lucas on 13 kills. Fallen got 11. He had some great rounds, but there weren't enough of them, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I mean, how many times in that first half did we see just a burst into a site from G2, trades favouring them, and a save door? I mean, it was just, it was a horrible...
That's a good point. Most of his kills, if you think about it now, he was saving, and he hit lots of exit frags, to be fair. Fallen, he was getting like 2, he got 3 there. So yeah, it was like, there was a lot of saved AWP kills there, unfortunately for him. So yeah, he had a couple of fantastic rounds that got them some points on the board. Fur had that one moment towards Arch as well. He got a 4K, but that kind of reiterates my point of they're just relying on the individual greatness right now. It's not like they won lots of convincing rounds with lots of crossfires and good grenades and holding G2 out, making them sweat.
Right, no, certainly. And yet we have seen other teams manage to do it, of course, in that intense game on Overpass. They got their first. Now G2 have their second, and they're 1 away from that Mercedes-Benz arena. There is so much more resistance. Let's not forget that if you go into that 1-2 camp, as MIBR are about to, there is another team there known as Liquid. One of the teams that goes down to 2 losses is going to have to meet the world #1.
Well, that doesn't sound too fun for them going forward.
Certainly not.
But still, MIBR, I don't think anyone had massive expectations here. Like, they just want to turn up and show that they're still playing with 100% hard work and passion and not rolling over. So I think that's the main takeaway from that. Either way, we'll throw it out to the show floor. Who's got our victors? G2 down there.
Thank you very much for that, Henry. Congratulations, Malik, with this victory. You guys are now 2-1, and your opponents were MIBR, which we saw a reverse result at IEM Chicago. So how much of a relief is it to stop a repeat of that from happening?
We are actually really happy with that. We took the match really super seriously. We prepared like being really strict with ourselves, giving a lot of respect to them, and we just played like 100% focused till the 16th round.
Back looking at that result at Chicago, it was a surprising result for a lot of reasons, but also because right before that you had shown such a close series against Team Liquid, and then the 2-1 loss had happened to MIBR. So how much of that do you attribute to them playing well versus some internal mistakes?
First, props to them. They have like, we can see them on the camera, they look like much more happy. They enjoy playing together, they have good team play, and they just take any opportunities you give them. On our side, I call it French things. So everything you cannot understand, it's French things, basically, okay? So don't be mad, we just try to be better every day, and and actually we get better, so.
Well, speaking of French things that we cannot understand, can you tell us what was going on with that diffuse situation, or lack of a diffuse, yesterday?
I heard that you cannot find it on G2/shop, so I don't know if it's the main reason, but I mean, it happens, it's anecdotic. If you check like the whole site, communication weren't so good. We were like in a bit of a dark place, not communicating well, not applying the game plan as according, and all those things, and I don't know, I don't know. We were just like not so focused for some reasons, having many things in our minds probably. Yeah, nothing else to say actually.
the scoreline was pretty one-sided for Astralis, but if you actually take a look at what happened in the first and second half, it was a lot closer on that first half. In fact, Glaive was praising your T side, so talk about what happened against Astralis' T side.
They prepared well, obviously, and they did some cool stuff. And on our side, once again, we don't diffuse, this is what you can see, but from my perspective, every round I could see like decision making not being on point and not having the full lucidity you need to have to beat these kind of teams. And then you get it get rolling, and then it's over basically. So we know what to do next time, and hopefully we will have the opportunity and we will play it fully.
Sounds fantastic, and you guys showed utter domination today, so congratulations once again with that. And let's head back to the desk.
Utter domination and a bit of Brazilian disappointment. Where do you guys want to start with this one? I don't really know where to.
I don't think there is anywhere to even start. This is what we.
Okay, well, good segment. Let's get out of here.
I think for the viewer at home, look. I don't know how else we can paint the picture. No matter how much time Zeus puts in, no matter how many hours he spent every day for 3 weeks, no matter how many demos he watched, he will never be on the same level as a professional Counter-Strike player because he's on the way out after this, right? He's going to continue being the coach. KNG is going to come on in. Their team's going to go forward from there. This right here is just a roster that's hamstrung, and unfortunately they weren't able to put up too much of a fight. They got blown out of the water, and as you heard from Malik there, you could see that G2, they weren't messing around. They took every round super seriously. One of the things that I had as a little bit of a concern was maybe when they got a big lead, they would get complacent, but we didn't see that happen here at all.
I don't think you could afford to after yesterday.
I think based on what happened in Chicago, they lost to this roster with Zeus. There was no way they were overlooking MIBR in this match. And G2 just took care of business there, right? This is what they should have done in Chicago, and this is what they're capable of doing. Jax continues to play out of his mind.
Yeah, he's solid again on the top. 25 kills this time, but a 2.1 rating, an ADR of 115. I mean, you're not going to see huge kill numbers. 25 is not a massive number, but in a 20-round game, it kind of actually is.
Yeah, that's a lot of impact from him as an individual. I was hoping Amanek would play better. I've got him on my Hydrotivita.org fantasy team, so maybe tomorrow he can get me a few more frags. But no, props to Jax because he's going to be very important once they start versing the bigger names, right? It can't just be, it can't just be them all showing up intermittently. In the versus the good teams, everybody has to be able to contribute. This is good signs.
I don't think we need to go into the whole debacle of MIBR right now, but one of the things we haven't really asked with you on the desk specifically, Sean, is let's dive into Amanuk a little more, because you played with him the longest. I mean, is he developing into more of a player than you thought? Where did you kind of rate him at the time?
Yeah, Amanuk has definitely developed. You can see he's way more confident in this team, right? The problem when he was on my team is that he's speaking English, which he wasn't used to at the time. It took him towards the end of the year to actually fully get used to that. So you can see that he's way more comfortable in his role. He's making a lot of comms. He's very active after they win rounds. And apparently he's doing a lot of, the strategic work behind the team.
It's interesting. I mean, what was it? Because was it, you told me once that it was either him or, obviously Devaduvik was the duo, but there was one that was quite vocal at times, perhaps too much. Was that Amanuk, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, I would say that towards the end they both talked a lot. I mean, they both contributed a lot to the team. Amanuk had a lot of very innovative, cool ideas. He would call stuff that I would never call.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I remember you saying, I thought at one point you said to me, maybe I could be remembering this wrong, that he was almost talking too much and you had to rein him in a bit. And it seems like he's developed now with that role. Could be back as well. Speaking French certainly would help him more full-time.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, don't have to be quite as, I guess, jarring with trying to get words in so that you're heard because it's more natural.
I've got some ridiculous wager going on at the moment with Striker and Jacob that I don't think that an international team will be within the top 5. I actually had the new to the bet because they were too scared to take it. Within the next 5 years, an international team will not be top 3 in the world. It's a crazy bet. At the time,
Mousesports win today really.
Yeah, I know, right? Mousesports, it has to be consistently. Has to be consistently for 6 months, but it's starting to get scary the way Mousesports.
Hang on, I'm gonna help you out here a little bit because international team. If it's just one guy,
no,
from
it has to be at least 3 or 4 different nationalities.
So that's why every time Mousesports does something good, Chad tweets out the strat publicly. So,
hey man, I bought Waxing 2 mice, all right? I'm here for Mousesports, so I'm on their side.
Yeah, that little Molotov they throw.
This game right here is going down on the secondary stream with James and Dan right now, and it's the Battle of the Cousins. For those of you not aware, Nico going up against his cousin Hunter. It's quite an interesting little morsel. We obviously have brothers in teams, but they don't tend to play against each other very often. So this one here is quite unique.
Yeah, that is actually pretty sweet. I think it's quite a bit of fun to watch this one. A bit of a crazy phase we're going through today as well, with Liquid losing, Na'Vi down there now in the 1 and 2 bracket. It's all happening, and like we say, that's on the B stream right now, so you can go over and check that out. Dan and James covering it. Just getting started because they take a little longer to set up, you said.
Yeah, on those back wings, there's not 2 sets of PC, so a little bit longer turnaround time, and the Liquid vs Avangard game ran over with the overtimes.
Yeah, well, that's we've had 2 overtimes today. We've had 1 very fast one. We're getting back on pace. Next game on this stream is obviously going to be the Vitality Ents game. That's an exciting one.
Pretty good game.
I think that there's that's an advancement match as well.
We're getting the best of 3s.
The juicy stuff. Well, we're not. We're getting out of here.
That's true.
But now, for the remainder of the games for the day, there's consequences on the line, right?
Yeah.
You either go home or you go through to the playoffs. So this is all the marbles right now. There's no more messing about. The best of ones have now. We're done. The best of ones are done.
And what a turnaround that is. Ents, remember, you can't. I don't think you could possibly forget if you tried, the whole 5 Zywus meme coming out of Chicago when they met them before and said, oh, we don't know how to counter Zywoo. We're glad we avoided them in the finals. Then got absolutely trashed. But yeah, to me, it's an interesting aspect of the fact that they were at the bottom last week, barely made it here, and have a chance to go 3-0 this week.
Now looking great.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's familiar opponents, right? Like, as someone that's played, a lot of these circuit teams, it feels way worse, going into the unknown and playing teams that you don't practice against on a daily basis. And you could see that this is a totally different team in this stage.
Yeah, back in the day, I used to be one of the gimmick teams, right? We'd rock up. It's hard for people to counter shot us. They don't know what we work on. You throw a couple of pocket strats out there and you can snowball some rounds. You can even win a half just off of, a few good strategies. So this is the unknown. When we're coming out of the player break, every team has that element of, being unknown.
Well, and it's interesting as well that the reason to bring up the Ents, like we don't know how to counter Zywoo. Well, obviously Alexi B's moving out of the team. We know that to be true now, and Sunny's coming in. Maybe that changes in the future, but there still is that possibility that they just don't have an answer for them. So I think Vitality has a real chance to potentially go 3-0.
And it's the first test for Ents as well, because you look at the teams they've played up until this point, hasn't been of Vitality's caliber. So today we get to see, is Sergey really up to that form against, the best teams in the world? And if he can continue that, that's impressive.
Well, we're going to swap the desk to break that one down. We'll bring in some heavy hitters, but first and foremost, we've got to talk to the teams themselves. Sue is down on the show floor.
Luckily, I am here to have a quick chat with Alex ahead of their match against Enso. First and foremost, Alex, Vitality has been looking for, lack of a better word, revitalized after that one break that you had between, of course, the Challenger stage and the Legend stage. So what do you think was the most crucial thing that led to this revitalization?
Just playing as a team, really. Everyone listening to the plan and to both me and Nathan in game, and yeah.
Apex had mentioned that he had a really productive conversation with you that led to a few changes to open him up a little bit more. How tough of a transition was that for you to sort of adjust things? And because as the in-game leader, there's a lot you have to think about.
It doesn't matter how tough it is, it has to be done. Players have to feel comfortable in game, and that's the most important thing for me. So if I have to take a hit for that, then that's how it is.
Well, it's clearly showing because against FaZe and North, you guys have been looking very, very good. And coming up next is Ents, where it's been interesting because the matches have always been 2-1, but always a victory for you guys. So does that give you a bit of confidence headed into the match?
Yeah, I mean, we played them so much now that it's kind of like we know how the game's going to go. Hopefully they're still scared of Zywoo, as they said in the interview, and yeah.
Sounds great. Well, thank you very, very much, guys. And guys, we are going to be right back. When we come back, it's time to get this match underway.
Worry about game, not about bet. Ensure your bet with Hardcode. GG Bet, with gamers in heart.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to get this major back on track. Right now, my name being Trey Saranthus, I will be taking over the desk host responsibilities for the day, and joining me will be that of Jacob Pimp Vinicky and none other than Duncan Shields himself. He's here in person. We brought him out here, and now he's got a bag of memes, and he's going to pull out a rabbit out of a hat.
If you want to do your best Guardian on Mirage impression, CT side, head to the ticket booth and go to major.starladder.com. Pick up your tickets for the event now.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad.
See how I did that?
That's pretty good. But yeah, he's absolutely right. You should go grab yourself some tickets over at major.starladder.tv. And head on down to the Mercedes-Benz Arena where the playoffs will be going on, because right now we're starting to set the stage for the playoffs with our next matchup being Ints versus Vitality. Both teams being 2-0. They're sitting real comfortable, but this is where things start to get a little sweaty for them.
I think both these teams are a little bit of a surprise to me that they're 2-0. Coming into this one, Vitality obviously didn't look good in the first stage of the major. They were close of not even being here, let's be honest. Whereas for Ints, they're coming into this tournament knowing already that they're going to play with Sonny for the future. So Alexi B is out of the lineup. We didn't really know how they would react, but I did also say in the very first segment that if anyone could pull that off, it would be the Finnish guys, right? The Finnish mentality, it's so laid back, it's so calm, it's so controlled, so they probably don't even care.
And also, this is a matchup that obviously has a lot of history. Like, these two teams have played many times this year, and I'll give you the spoiler. Even though Ents, for most of the year, was ranked above them, this is their kryptonite. They've lost every series. They've lost 3 best-of-3s to this team. And in fact, the only maps they've won against the guys, I think, Nuke and Mirage. So, like, this is actually one that if you're Vitality, despite everything you just said there, you should be really confident coming in. If you think about it, they don't have their proper team, really, as in it's not going to be the future team. You've already beaten them when they were at their best anyway. I'd even throw in the angle that I personally look at Ents and say, this is a team I feel like as soon as that org nerf came in, they didn't stop being a top team, they just stopped being as dangerous.
Right, and that AUG nerf really did kind of nerf some of the teams in a way, but hell, they had to go back to the original way of playing. FaZe being one of those teams that was really reluctant to even pick it up in the first place, right? Nico, I think, said it was a noob weapon. Does that sound about right?
He said it was a noob weapon, yeah. He didn't want to pick it up, and then he did it one day, and then all of a sudden, you know, the whole nerf came in, so kind of unlucky for him. Moving on, though, you have the team right here, Vitality. We often talk about Saivu, and there's a reason we do that, right? Because the rest of the guys haven't really been stable, you know, top players. I said it before, I don't think Vitality has the lineup in order to be like a consistent top 3 team in the world, right? They don't have enough skill, I feel, to go up with the Astralis, to go up with Na'Vi, to go up with Liquid for that matter, but somehow they make it work, and so far during this second stage of the major, they've actually been looking very solid, and of course, Saivu is back to like being the best player in the world, I'd say.
When they showed the map overlay there, that was one of the interesting things, because I wasn't certain, but I think it said that actually Inferno was one of the most played maps for them, but they only had a 62% win rate on it, so that shows you right there. Even though Vitality, like the wins they've had have looked awesome, the placings they've had have looked awesome, they aren't like a Team Liquid who's 2-0 people, just crushing people flat. Like, they rely a lot on Z-Root, and then the map pool has to go to the right spots, basically.
Well, actually, Liquid not really crushing anyone today.
That's true.
But we should probably, you know, at least mention the fact that Liquid, the #1 team in the world, was defeated by Avangard 22-18 in a 1-1 record.
One of the reasons when you look at the map pool here for Ents that you can see why it's logical that their kryptonite is the guys from Vitality is obviously the best map the whole time for these guys has been Train, and that is the permaban of the Vitality guys. So as a result, you're never going to get onto that. Ents themselves, like they often end up in Dust 2 games. That can be tough because they're not more skilled teams. So I'm looking again at the map pool right now.
And they're already giving it away, right? If they were able to float Vertigo, then that could put some pressure onto Vitality.
But Vitality's been playing it, exactly.
Exactly. So Vitality gets to choose whatever they want. The first
Inferno's got to be a possibility when they have these two teams there, I think.
Probably. Interesting to see the picking Dust 2, right? Because we often said during these matchups that Ents is a decent Dust 2 team, but they actually lose quite a lot on that map. They haven't really been good on it for the past 3 or 4 months, so I think Vitality should be fairly confident with that. Whereas for Nuke, it's a strong Ents map, but Vitality showed as soon as yesterday, right? They're a very strong Nuke team.
Well, here's the thing about Vitality, right? They looked very shaky up to this point. Are they going to be able to shake off some of that rust that they had coming into this tournament? Because it was not looking promising from the get-go.
I have to say, actually, in spite of everything I just said before, Ents has got a map pool they're liking here. These are 3 maps they like. Like, the interesting thing is, right, okay, the Vitality map pool on Mirage, when we get to that later, they have a really good win rate, but if you look at who they've played, it's not that convincing. You look here on Nuke, it's a pretty clear favourite. Should be the Ents guys. This is the map that obviously they stopped the Astralis. Would have been 32-0. It was only 31. This is being a map that, again, I do think the org plays into this map a little bit, but when you look at the structure of Ents, you think, of course, a classic map to be really good on the T side, control the game.
I feel like they have more strong components to the lineup, right? They have more players who can hold on their own, whereas for Vitality, it is all about Saivu. We saw during the first stage of the major, when he's only playing decently good, or when he's not like all fired up, there's nobody to pick up the pace from them, and that is going to be a problem in a best of 3.
And this is a great map to neutralize Zero on, but just because it's one that's so tough to get the AWP going on.
And you might have noticed there at the bottom that the Strafe Esports app is where you can check for the upcoming schedule for all of the Berlin Major, and make sure that you download that on your Apple phone or whatever you're using these days, Google Play. I don't know how that all works. Nonetheless, we can continue down that road with GG.bet, the official bookmakers of the Starladder Berlin Major. Guys, this is a best of 3. There's some serious implications. We're talking about the winner of this best of 3 goes to the playoffs.
Coming into this one, I'd say, as you also alert to, Duncan, that Vitality are Ents' kryptonite. They are the favorites coming into this matchup. But after seeing the video, I don't know why, but I'm getting some more confidence in Ents right now. I think there's a great chance it's going to end up on Mirage as a third deciding map. And Mirage is a map that Vitality during Katowice, during that major, they were actually quite decent. That's sort of when they broke through. They played Na'Vi on it, they played Overtime, and they seemed like a decent Mirage team. Whereas for Ents, it's always been one of the strongest maps, right? So if you're Ents, you gotta be feeling confident that the third and deciding map is one of your strongest map in the entire map pool on Mirage. So despite it being a very close one, I'm starting to lean towards the Finns now.
Like the thing is, for Ents, everything's comfort in this because their pick was Dust 2. So you're already going to have a free shot on Dust 2 as well. Like, it's not like you're terrible. As he said, it's not an ideal map, but if you're just going to play it as their map pick, there's a chance they can have a bad game. A bunch of players don't turn up. Suddenly Vitality loses. I think overall, I will still favour Vitality. I know they've looked a bit rocky at this tournament, but it's the other way. Like, I actually feel like for this stage, I don't buy that we're going to have Alexi B like top the scoreboard for all the stats of the entire tournament in the tournament with Simple and Ziwu and Elise.
Why not?
That can't continue on, I'm pretty sure. So Sergey, I can buy that he can be a very, very good player.
Okay.
I think generally as a team, they're going to match up well, but I'm still feeling like Vitality's going to edge this one.
Yeah, and this being a best of 3, again, the winner goes on into the playoffs, and, well, the loser's not technically out. So this is just the much more easier path. This gives you that better seeding. This gives you everything that you want going into the playoffs in the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Quick update over on the B stream before we get this game started. FaZe versus Crazy. I have to tell you, Crazy's up 7-5, probably about to be 8-5 right now, which is kind of ironic because, you know, the whole Hunter situation versus Nico. Either way, jumping into this matchup is what we're going to start to do now. You guys are both putting stock in Vitality here?
For this map, I think NC has to be favoured for this one. Just classically, it's always been a good map for them. The Vitality guys can play, it just doesn't suit their strengths as well. Like I say, the two maps it's obvious Vitality shouldn't be the absolute best on is Inferno and Nuke. It's so tough to use the AWP there. You can't just let an AWP just go around doing anything. You have to set them up. You have to get the gun into their hands for a start. There's a lot of scrappy rounds. So I think what I like is that since this is the first map, it's going to show us what level NC is at. If they can come out with a strong win here, then they've got the chance to play with house money on the second map.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. It's going to be very telling in terms of how strong they are and where they are in the landscape of this major, basically. I kind of feel that Vitality has to win 2-0, otherwise it's going to be Mirage, and I favor Ents in that sense.
Yeah, we're going to jump into this first map, though. Nuke on the cards. It's going to be Anders and Moses that are going to tell you the story.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much to the desk. We've got Ents and Vitality here on Nuke to start it off with. That's going to be wonderful. I really look forward to this game. And they're rushing right into the A-bomb side, not giving us any time at all to intro this. It's going to be Alex going down next as Sergey picks up big, opening kills onto the bomb site. And that's going to create a lot of space. They got that smoke down for the bomb plant as well. This is looking great right now.
Yeah, but Ziwu on the flank, he's got to do something. He's dropped beautiful entries from Sergey. He does eventually go down, but the bomb is planted. And with 3 players defined, this defense is going to be hard-pressed to make it work. Another smoke in towards Connector is just going to delay things and isolate NBK inside the site. That is the pistol round for Ents.
Yeah, we really need to find a way to talk to the teams and say, listen, you need to give us like 10 seconds to just, you know, say hi to everybody. Can't just be rushing the A-bomb side like that.
Yeah, that's a bit cruel, isn't it? I think it's a bit rude of them, personally. Very selfish.
It is a little bit selfish, but if you are going to rush the A-bomb side, you should do it like Ents just did, because that worked out really well. So I guess we can give him that.
Yeah, he should get 2 spinning headshot entries from Sergey.
It's not bad at all. How are you doing, Moses? Now we got time now. How's everything been? It's been a good day?
10 seconds. It's been well, you know, I haven't done much. I woke up at, I'd say about 1:30 I set my alarm for. So it was tough. All right. Difficult to meet those expectations.
Yeah. Really, I can tell. Your life is difficult.
It was a stressful morning.
Well, I'm glad you woke up early, got that out of your system, and you're ready now. That's really what's important here. Second round going to be starting, and we've got Mac 10s and AKs. French seem to love the Mac 10s recently. Amanek playing with it all the time now. It's the Finns instead picking it up, and Ariel going to be rushing right down. Ready in case anyone wanted to follow him, which seems like nobody is for now. We've got some CCs and some Deagles on the Vitality side too. So things aren't really looking too bad.
That's a pretty big investment though. So if you're if you're Vitality on the defense, you really want to get something out of this buy. A couple kills, obviously turning it into a win would somehow be miraculous, would be magical. Apex close up to the door. I don't know. I don't think they have the information that someone is actually downstairs on the end side of things.
No, they might not know. It feels like they're a little bit confused at the moment, but...
Ariel's in vents, so I mean, at any one point, he can cause a lot of havoc, and he definitely is a great pivot point for Ents to utilize on this offense. A bit of a stack in ramp room, but very quiet across the map for the Finnish attack.
Really just spending a bit of time here, hoping for a mistake. Vitality not really being very active at all in trying to figure out what's going on. And ENCE, well, they've run the clock down very low, and they haven't got much out of it aside from the vent player. Oh, the timing for Saibu, but he's going to get a return there, Sergey, on the other side. That's actually critical. And Ariel will pick up Apex, so still opening up the map quite nicely for the Finnish side.
Yeah, and this is where it gets really difficult for these CZs and the Deagles, or the CZs, I should say. We are in Europe. So
Give it up on that.
Yeah, too much.
Yeah, it is.
NBK waiting, would love to find something. There's Alex one. If NBK can win this fight, all of a sudden there'd be a chance, but Alex is stuck inside the bomb site. They're both forced into an attack, an awkward fight. A
That's
second
close.
round for ENCE. Yeah, it was a little close. Look at that HP.
They could have done a lot if they hadn't got that really quick return kill on Saibu outside. He would have got the free kill, and I don't know, a lot could have changed. But it's still going to be 2-0 in favor of the T side. And we'll see. A lot of HEs, 5 HEs. I'm a big fan of this.
How are you doing today, Anders? You good? You had a good morning?
I'm doing really well. I feel like yeah, I've had a good time. I went to the gym. I actually saw Apex at the gym.
Nice.
So
working out before coming in a headshot.
Pimp was there as well. It's all good.
Love that. Oh, Ariel from above. His namesake gonna find himself a kill with the MAC-10 at long range. Those nades didn't do anything. The result, the idea was there. We liked the idea. The result and the consequences from those 5 nades, not really what they wanted. Ooh.
How's that happened?
As laughter rings out from the crowd.
That's pretty mean.
They're bullying him. They're all laughing at Alex.
That's pretty mean. We've all been there.
Yes, we have.
Well, they know he's dinked at least, so trying to see if they could find him, maybe secure the kill. Ooh, long range there with the CC, the tapping, a little bit tricky. Alu finally going down. Actually, Apex following that up rather nicely, but he's going to get caught out in the open. That was actually a MAC-10 long range, but it seems to work anyway. And that will be 3-0 for ENCE to start the game with.
Would have been really cool if he could have actually crossed that, not been taken down by that MAC-10, get the AK-47, and then you can either try and save it, maybe get one more kill. That would have been very nice to have a chance for some more economic damage on towards ENCE. As it stands in this 3-0 run, they've built up an extra buy, you know, one buffer. They can take a loss and not be out of money. There we go. In case you missed the original opportunity to laugh at Alex, we gave you the replay, so you can do it now.
Laugh. Maybe he laughed as well. Maybe we can laugh with him.
That's all you can do.
Just accept it. Now, Saibu's picked up an AWP, and, well, everybody knows what that could be like. Flashbang for the setup there. RPK. Oh, he is flashed, actually, up on the rafters. Up at the hut as well. They've got a little bit of backup, and Apex going to be getting the early kill there. Saibu with the AWP, and this just happens too quickly. ENCE trying to really be fast here in the first buy round.
And Vitality was so ready for that. And we've seen a lot of teams that we've seen nuke, you know, it's obviously not the craziest, like, mind-blowing strategy, but we see them a lot in those first gun rounds for the CT side, trying to hit that upper bomb side very quick, take advantage of the fact that the defense doesn't have all the nades. They must have missed the timing because Vitality was able to get all the way deep into those rafters above hut, and that just makes those kinds of hits very difficult to do, even despite the fact that you're not running through flames.
Yeah, because that was the one big benefit, I guess. But the flashbangs were even pretty good. It's like they were flashed and all the way unflashed, and nothing even happened. Good Molotov there to block off one of the smokes. I think that's going to create maybe a tiny gap. Maybe.
We'll see.
Sai was looking for it.
There does seem to be a small one there. Maybe be able to spot the ankles. Yeah, he definitely would be able to if they crossed. Still be a relatively difficult shot to hit. Maybe not for someone of Zywoo's caliber.
Yeah, there are no difficult shots for him. Is there, like, you know, it's just not something he has to deal with.
He's going to need a nickname pretty soon as well. Oh, you already did, I think. Wasn't it like the
Reaper,
yeah.
We could just call him the Reaper for short, can't we?
Cool.
Might be too long for Reaper of Souls. I don't know. Maybe I was Diablo thing on my mind at that point in time.
That might be trademarked.
It probably will be. Let's not get sued.
Yeah.
Apex is on the one side with Alexi B on the other side of that squeaky door, just waiting for a minute. Looks like they still might want to try and explode onto the A-bomb side. Possibly, if they're feeling really fresh about it, they could try and you know, squeeze in through Mini as well. I really like those plays. I especially like the mini play. People do it really quickly sometimes. That's fun.
This is super interesting for ENCE, though. I think all they really have left is either to blow up into that upper bomb site or maybe if they adjust towards ramp. But, you know, 35 seconds on the clock. They haven't done much. It's all in this hit. And Apex, he just turns the wrong moment for a flashbang. That is a great peek from Alexi as he comes in and a second kill to crack open the upper bomb site. And There might not be any difficult shots for ZywOo, but that is a difficult scenario to put yourself in a position in heaven with that AWP when both your teammates have gone down and they call a quick save to preserve the weapons.
Yeah, instantaneously almost. They just give it up. So a bit of a bad timing there for Apex. I'm surprised that RPK's flashbang didn't do more. It felt like 3 of them ran into it, but they just got the shot on in anyway. So that's a bit unfortunate. A lot of weight on you when you're that low bomb site player. Because when you go down, you could just tell nobody can even come up to help you. So you almost have to get a kill and buy more time to stay alive and all the rest of it. So didn't happen this time. That's really huge for ENCE.
While we're letting this round kind of tick away.
Go on.
Crazy is about to be up 10-6 over FaZe on the B stream. So if you'd like to watch that, Starladder, twitch.tv/Starladder_CS_EN2.
Oh, all right.
Nailed it.
You've really got it going on. It's good. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Hunter's cousin team versus Nico's cousin's team.
It's a strange affair.
I kind of like it. I think it's good. We've got a real story building.
Yeah, family turmoil. Ooh, no, that was a perfect flash. I think he just obviously had the angle before he got blind and
didn't care apparently.
All you can really do in that situation is hold the trigger, and pray to whichever god you believe in.
Meditated his way out of that flashbang. Really cool. Well, we've got AKs and that AWP now on Alu, and we were really quite pleased to see Alu AWP yesterday on Inferno. He was just looking so crisp and smooth, and well, they're going to need that against someone like ZywOo. So timing not working out this time. I mean, there has to be a limit to what this man can do anyway. So let's assume that if he can't see you most of the time, he also can't shoot you. That's nice boost. That is so clever. Alu not even a little bit scared of ZywOo. I love that.
Yeah, game, set, and match from Alu there.
And what a flashbang.
Yeah, even better. ENCE looking really, really good. And it's so cool because there's a lot of stories about this team, but they're looking rock solid in this event so far. Alex going to try and come up the vent and recover the round. Alexi's looking for it. He had to have spotted the barrel. And now if you're Alex, there's absolutely nothing you can do for the time being. Anywhere you go, you're coming out of a smoke and you're at a disadvantage. There's 50 seconds on the clock at ENCE as just willing to let him sit there and take care of the rest of his teammates. And now a 4-on-1 with his position known, and Alex just needs to try and get out.
Alu's there to catch it perfectly at the corner. They knew that he had escaped down the vents already. Triple kill for Alu and a double for Alexi B, and a 5th round on the board for ENCE. The beginning of this match has really gone much better for ENCE than I was expecting. And Vitality definitely off to a rocky start, although they can buy in this round. I guess that is something.
Yeah, that is one thing you can hang your hat on. That is a beautiful job from Alu from all events. An impromptu boost and triple kill for Alu. We've seen this has been like a tale of two Vitalities in this event so far, because their previous games leading up to this were phenomenal, and obviously this one's not done. They have plenty of time to recover, especially in a best of 3, but you'd hope you're not getting the Vitality from the Challenger stage. That was a bit shaky, a bit rocky. This is not the time for that.
No, I mean, the dream surely is that was the wake-up call to make sure that doesn't come back at all. I think that's how you had to hope for that, being a Vitality fan, but
these calls from ENCE, though, because again, they're postured as if it's going to be a timing explosion towards that upper bomb site, and just recently they've really, really abused outside once or twice. So there's an emphasis on the outside defense for Vitality. Apex and Alex both in sneaky positions. That's going to weaken the defense everywhere else on the map, and it might even weaken how fast they can get to the lower site. NBK misses an opportunity for a headshot. ZywOo rotating over, going to try and keep some space, but now that the utility comes in, he backs off, and NBK's got to sink into the bomb site. That's well played from the Vitality defense.
Yeah, it really is. I'm actually shocked that NBK stuck around to try and get that kill. He's going to go for one more. Keep spraying them down. A quick triple for him, and almost could have been a quad there. Just needed the headshot dinked, but still, he did more than enough. And now it's going to be Sergey in a 1 versus 4. The bomb is up there, but right now I think this is about doing damage more than anything else.
Yeah, as many guns away as possible for Sergey.
Man, that was great for NBK.
You're right. Like he came back for that. It's almost like the call from ZywOo came in that he was rotating, so NBK wanted to stick around to help him, and then ZywOo bailed out very, very quick. NBK obviously a massive hero with 3 kills on the round. And Sergey looking for any response to that smoke. Hearing the shots, trying to put together any kind of information, and he's just going to have to try and stick the plant. But no, he gets off and he wants to spam through, and Apex comes from behind. A 2nd round, and Vitality avoid a pretty powerful reset.
Yeah, that's great. They steal a couple of AK-47s as well. They get to keep 4 people alive.
And that's both rounds that they've won. They've kept 4 people alive, which is great. Obviously, you wish you had more than 2 rounds, but
yes.
For those 2 rounds, at least you're surviving with enough players to where you can have a number of buys to keep yourself fighting, to keep yourself, with a hold of this game in the early stages.
Yeah, that's something to really look for, I think, and something that they need to sort of build something up on now. Their money's actually looking a little bit better than you would have expected, it being 5-2, probably for that reason. So, the smokes outside getting absolutely cancelled, but NBK will still go down to Sergey. And now Aerial waiting at the edge. There's just a gap there. Apex going to be taken down. Alexi Bion on the other side waiting. He might not know this, but it's both Saibu and Alex. Is he going to even check for it? They might just forget about Alex at this point in time. He's turned his back there right behind him with 2 players. He's infiltrated the whole lineup here. A question of timing now. They lose Apex inside of Mini, and RPK is going to be going down. There's a huge opportunity. He makes a little bit of noise. He's going to get the 1 kill. Gets Alu as well. Can he do it? Alex, he comes with the spray, and he's going to get the triple. A magnificent clutch. It looked like it had all slipped away.
Yeah, and you have to be happy for Alex that he made that work. Wins the 1 versus 3 because he made a perfect play that was maybe just a half-second timed late. He turned away when he had the opportunity to get the kills before the attack even came in. While he's wrapping around that box, all of his teammates are dying, and he had to just have that sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach where he just realized he missed his timing with it. A brilliant win, though, is going to keep Vitality on the board, but an expensive, a costly win.
That's very important right there. It's hard, I mean, making that play if you're Alex, you obviously, you only have control of whatever you're doing. You can't really control how fast ends are going to be. If they wait like 2 more seconds, then maybe it's even timed even better somehow. It's hard to know, right?
Well, the biggest problem with it is when Alex is out here, he's probably communicating. I'm outside. I'm going to kill 2. I'm going to flank. And he's, people are looking, his teammates are looking at the radar and seeing that blue dot outside, but no kills coming. And then you're getting killed from terrorists coming from that same position. That's where it gets frustrating, especially as a teammate. But all that frustration disappears when Alex wins the 1 versus 3.
Yeah, it's a good job, isn't it? Same flashbang being set up here. We've got Tech9s in play as they're trying to rush in Apex on top of the hut. He's going to get the 1, and NBK will lock down the other part of the site. No problem with a quick double kill. Ooh, even shooting him through the wall. I mean, why not?
All right, Alexi trying to fake the drop-down vents, the smoke to cover it, shooting out the grate. Hoping that's going to confuse some of these defenders to push and try and walk into his crosshair. 17 HP. Another smoke drops is going to block his vision as well. And now he's got to be the proactive one.
Really tough position here for him. I mean, again, a kill really does make a big difference right now. Vitality surviving with 3 members, again, would increase their economy ever so slightly. One more kill here is difference makeup. We'll see. So far, they're not really giving much of anything. Apex, the only really likely target, I think, at 29 health.
And he's getting impatient. It looks like he's gone searching. He was just in the hut before it was Molotov, kind of peeking in. Alexi now making his move, and that'll give it up. A dead body that he shoots at. That's unfortunate. That's got to be frustrating. ZywOo's already down in the lower bomb site, so neither of these is open to him. And again, making moves and then hoping that the reaction is, he can punish the reaction from Vitality, and it's just not happening. Playing very disciplined, almost gets that though. Alex down to 14. That might have actually opened up the possibility for a plant.
What if our clear decals also removed corpses?
Yeah, that would change the game, I guess, wouldn't it? What do you mean, like have it bound to a button and just press it?
I have it bound to a button all the time.
All right, hacky boy.
I have it bound to crouch, I think, so I clear all the decals all the time.
Every time you crouch.
But sometimes the corpses can be a little bit of a tricky situation, can't they?
As we just saw. Just pistols, finally the Ent's attack has been forced into the lower economy. ZywOo with an opening kill. That's on Alexi as he drops away. No one trying to hunt him down, and that Molotov is late. Just on their heels, and the rotation is already into this lower side. I believe it's Alex who's ready and waiting, but actually he's out in the open now. He's in so much trouble. He needs to get into cover. He's dinked up. Here they are. It could be a shooting gallery, a follow-up headshot. That's from NBK, backing him up perfectly.
Job well done, not getting caught in that moment. Bit of a quiet start for ZywOo. I mean, I guess they've been smoking out a lot out in the yard, making his life a little bit rough, and there's been some rounds where that A-bomb site's been lost before he really gets put into play.
You would imagine that with the emphasis we saw on Ensign, that upper bomb site in the first 8 rounds of this game, that has to be part of a game plan. Is just, you know what? Let's just avoid ZywOo. Let's not let him catch fire in this first half of Nuke.
Yeah. Try and see if you could prevent any kind of craziness. I wonder if that means they'll swap ZywOo around. Just say like, all right, fine. You know, if they're not going to come out here, or if they're going to be behind that wall of smokes, then we'll just do something else. That's the chess match, is who adjusts first. Do they move ZywOo, or does Ents change their point of attack? But again, these wall of smokes, they're at least trying to disguise, like, there's no information on how many people are coming behind those smokes. This time it's just Aerial. Previously we've seen a couple players, 3 players, 4 players. Alex again with this flank. He's got to be careful. Again, the timing's not with him. Again, he just narrowly misses his opportunity. Oh, that grenade. Oh my god, that was perfect. NBK gonna go down. There's 2 people on the other side spraying him through, so sort of an unfair fight. Now ZywOo wants to... He really wanted to go and check that, but again, kind of grenaded away from that position. And RPK not ready for it.
I really enjoy watching Sergey in that lobby. Swapping out to the M4 is ZywOo. We'll see what he's got. Blind. Sergey can't get the follow-up. 3-on-1 for Apex, who's flanking in from ramp room. I really like watching ZywOo play in towards lobby, because you can see as some of the kills are coming out from his team onto the Vitality defense, he keeps getting taking just an extra aggressive step, because he wants to punish that player in sight who's peeking into Hut for some information. Someone might be rotating to get into a different position. Someone might just drop on towards Hut, and that information is valuable for Sergey. So I think he's done a phenomenal job, obviously, with the entries and a couple picks into that upper site.
Apex probably initially wanted to try and go for something, but I think he realized it was just going to be almost impossible coming through there. Kind of a sneaky position for, was it Alu or LXCP waiting there at Hut for RPK to return back?
Sergey.
Sergey, yeah, so just slowly walking into his crosshair and just wasn't even ready for it. You could see mentally he was just thinking about something else. A 6th round on the board now for Ents.
Well, it's frustrating. That's what makes the play from Sergey so strong, is because we saw RPK, he was on top of the Hut originally, and that's a very powerful position. But once his teammates start dying, then he has to start considering, I need to be in a position where I can rotate. I need to be in a position where I can't be seen from Mini, so I have to drop off the Hut because, you know, I need to be safe from one of these angles.
Well, it's a pretty open game still. I think 6 rounds for Ents. Pretty good start. Things looking decent. I wouldn't say it's at a point where, you know, either team can't just still turn this around and get a big win. Ooh, body blocking the smoke. Alex, that's should be making it work, isn't he?
Not even using a Molotov.
You like to see those things.
Cost efficient. There's the flash for Aerial to peek in towards Secret. Aerial and Alu working together. There are 3 players essentially outside this triangle setup. Nade could do a decent amount of damage, and it will. It just goes far enough. 58 HP on Aerial of Molotov to try and force him into the crosshair of ZywOo, but I think that missed its mark.
Ooh, oh, wow.
Oh, he knew exactly what it was for as well. He took a decent amount of damage as that spread.
Did not want to walk into anything. And now NBK actually in a little bit of a scary position here. They are further out than he even realizes right now, but he's still going to be able to react. That's pretty quick for NBK, taking down X7. And now it looks like they want to see if they can reroute this towards the Hut. Alex, obviously, hearing that door open. It's Sergey to go down. He's just hiding in the corner. This is such a clever round from Alex. Little positional play, blocking the smoke with his chest. Just all of it looking really cool towards the end. And Alu going to be going down. 4 players surviving again for Vitality. As they tie up the scoreline here, 6-6.
They felt that coming. That setup outside really rotated quickly to get back in towards inner. Alex over by the door in the vent. Obviously, ZywOo was up in heaven as well, so he was going to be quick into the action. That time, Vitality had a very good read of what's coming. And RPK comes out on top of Sergey, trades it back. 6-6, all tied up down the stretch. Mac 10 on Alexi.
See if that means they're going to go for something a little bit more speedy this time. Maybe try and change the pace of the game. They're really early with the Molotovs, and it feels like that's exactly what's happening. Blowing out the vent, throwing grenades into mini smokes as well, and then they're going to revert back into towards the ramp room. This is a cool idea. I like this. To see Vitality are going to get completely caught off guard. All 5 members of Ents are here, and now NBK is back looking and saying, you know what? Actually, yeah, they've already made it past. This is really cool.
Yeah, but Alex had the read. He's already downstairs. He's going to be the first line of defense. First kill goes his way, but not the follow-up. SMG from Alu, 2 mobile. ZywOo is here. He's going to be smoked off for the moment.
He will be, but he's pretty close. See if that's going to make a difference. He almost took a bullet through the smoke there.
Ooh, Apex has to be so careful. So careful, just spamming with impunity.
The bomb is already down. That Molotov actually goes back into the smokes. That's really unfortunate. Otherwise, that would have bought probably a lot more time. Oh, the flashbang, it works, but Alu just continues to spray, and he's going to get the kill, and they'll clean up the round. Ends with a beautiful round.
That was a very sick call.
It really was. That was nice.
I think that's the call for a round of your ends that you make, like as an in-game leader. You're like, okay, this is our last buy. We really need to get a win here to have some. And that's the one you've been setting up for. So much emphasis on the up for bomb site. They've attacked it 5 or 6 times in this half, and then you just switch things up. And you could see NBK. Everyone got pulled out of a ramp room. Everyone was coming up due to the utility dump from Ents into the upper site, and they get a nice win out of it. Puts them in a hugely advantageous situation.
Vitality picking up a bunch of deagles, and Alu just charging the yard, not even worried a little bit about running into any of that, although maybe he should be. Alex is up there behind the container, going to be throwing a grenade that could take him down. Ooh, and the spam afterwards will.
Did you know you could shoot through that box?
Yes. I have years ago looked at all of the boxes on Nuke.
What a stupid question.
It is funny as well because the people don't realize, but and actually not this box I think, but the red container and the blue container, they're nothing inside of them. They're just empty. Nice shot from ZywOo. So it's like you're shooting through 2 thin panes of metal or something.
Okay, I like that. Alu with the headshot onto Apex, going to start helping his team find some holes in the defense. NBK, you feel like he wants to remain aggressive, so he always has the information that they're not coming here, but it's RPK who's going to get first contact. Sergey crawling around the corner. Good shot from RPK. The follow-up headshot. And X7 puts his team in a 2-on-2, but now Vitality know what's coming and where the attack is.
Yes, they do. Oh, MBK trying to sneak through ZywOo with one more headshot to take down Alu. And now he's picked up the AK-47, going to return a little bit of a fire through. The bomb, though, it's on X7. He has a smoke, a Molotov, and a bunch of other grenades, and ZywOo's got no armor. So you would think that this is going to be tilted somewhat heavily in favor of X7. As soon as he can get the bomb down, the odds even further increase in his favor. Getting a bit close now. ZywOo's not sure if he's being faked out. Now he definitely knows, and it's going to go straight for the bomb plant X7. This is really a hard clutch for ZywOo to win. He's already got the double kill. He would need one more headshot here to try and make it work. It can't be a long fight, or the aim punch is simply going to ruin his life. And playing with the door, trying to see if he can fake it out with the sound just a little bit. Not sure at all where X7 is, and now he's going to find out a second too late. Triple kill for X7, and a nicely controlled round at the end for him, but that was really close to the deagles working out.
Unfortunately, at this stage in the half, the economy damage, getting those 4 kills doesn't really matter for Vitality whatsoever. It's still going to have whatever they want in this last round, but very, very close. It's a tough one-on-one for ZywOo to win, because you can be faked out so many different ways with this bomb site layout. That smoke could have been thrown, and he could have been gone back up to heaven and wrapped around to the upper bomb site. And you could see ZywOo kind of second-guessing where that plant was going to come in, never able to get into proper position.
I wish I could get reactions of Apex every round, just face cams of him.
I feel like Apex should start like a Patreon so that you can just hire him for a day to react to your everyday life. Upper rush coming in and Apex on top. Him and RPK going to handle it perfectly. This upper defense has really solidified as the half went on. A 7th round for the French defense.
Yeah, that worked out remarkably well. Another good hot defense there as we come to the end of the first half. We'll go to a quick break and we'll be back with the second half. Stay tuned.
Your first day outfit must be on point. But usually I start from the bottom up, start with the footwear. You know, I like to be comfortable, I like to be swaggy. Shout out to Dick's Bunny Babes, I'm looking drippy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got ENCE and Vitality playing on Nuke here, a best-of-3 game in the 2-0 bracket. The winner will go right through to the playoffs. That's going to be exciting all on its own. Right now, I don't know. I mean, it's a great first half for ENCE. They look really solid, really strong, but I don't think they've put Vitality quite in the grave yet. I think that they can still come out, you know, Jason Voorhees style, hockey mask on, machete, hunting teenagers, trying to have sex, stuff like that.
Jesus.
What those movies about, basically.
Well, yeah, there was the whole porta potty scene as well. That was a bit gruesome.
It's great.
Aerial, long range, with that USP. Looking for the shot at the moment. He's seen one. Now he's engaged in the fight, and he's not falling back. He does have Alu to watch the cross as well, so a small bit of support. But at the moment, he's not afraid of this fight whatsoever, but he should be. RPK with a P250 just annihilates him.
Couldn't really see Alu, I think. Alu just playing cleverly at the corner. Oh, my Lord! He takes down 2, just like that. He hasn't even reloaded yet. He just wants that. He's got 3 bullets left without a reload. And Saibu on the other side, X7. I could understand why he wanted to follow that up. That looked absolutely beautiful. Apex now trapping Sergey in the corner and able to pick him up, swapping out the weapon quickly. And now it's a 2-on-2. What an intense way to get the second half started.
Yeah, but the two ENCE players are out of position. Alexi's going to have to come up the vents, and Alu is flanking from the lobby. Zaiwu planting. Apex is actually deep outside as well. Here it comes. Zaiwu, big fight for him to win, and he can't handle it. That puts Apex into a really aggressive position. He's got to get into this inner bomb site. A lot of ground to traverse.
Hearing a little bit of jumping. The bomb is planted for him. Otherwise, this would pretty much be unwinnable. But now it still might be. Oh, and they even have a smoke as well. He's going to have to just guess, and he's got no health at all. If they guess right through the smoke, he's done. He's thinking about it. A little bit of a chance there, doing the damage. Now they're body blocking it. A bit of a bodyguard situation, and Alu will finally take him down. And it will be ENCE to pick up the round. What an incredible situation.
He had to line up so perfectly through that smoke as well. That's fair play to Apex. Nice try, but obviously, you're right. The bodyguard, step in front, take the bullets.
Was that Kevin Costner playing? Was that with
Kevin Costner, Whitney Houston?
Yeah, that whole.
I don't think I ever saw that one.
You never saw that one?
No.
I thought it was a classic.
I wasn't really much of a Whitney Houston fan growing up. I don't know why that should surprise you, but.
No. All right. It's fair enough.
Kevin Costner, though, was the man.
More of a
Waterworld.
All right. I don't know what that says about you, Moses, but yeah, it's fine. You know, I'm not going to judge that at all.
He had gills.
Gills. It's very, you know, very muscular upper body, all that.
It's great.
It's fine. I appreciate it's fine.
Right after Dances with Wolves as well. That's a classic.
Yeah, you're right. We forget about.
That's a great flick.
Well, aren't they remaking Waterworld? Did that already happen?
Surely they're not remaking like the biggest flop in movie history.
They should make it into like a Netflix series or something. That'd be great. I would watch that.
Of course you would. Alexi going to try and delay things with the flashbang. He knows there's some pressure. Molotov as well to hold them back. And actually, that is so perfectly timed that it really neutralizes the Molotov that Vitality has thrown, which has got to be frustrating.
Alex on the other side. You'll be a little bit careful there. MP5 being picked up by MBK. Always interesting. Oh, Alex is going to win the fight. CC close range.
That's not good, because actually Vitality's coming back up towards the upper bomb site. It's Aerial who might be under a lot of pressure here. A couple of their players outside Zaiwu and RPK out in the warehouse haven't applied any pressure to the bomb site itself. Perhaps going to try and wrap around towards ladder, where there is no one. It's Sergey inside the bomb site that's got to manage 2 angles.
Oh, there's one problem here, though, for Vitality. In spite of getting the opening kill, and that's the time that's left on the clock. 25 seconds. This could be fine if there are no hiccups, but any kind of speed bump, and they're going to run into some trouble just on the clock alone. Saibu goes down. Apex has got the bomb, and he's going to get the kill on Aerial. Now 15 seconds left, and still on the bomb side. Sergey, oh, what a beautiful grenade. Lands right on his feet, and that means they should be able to get the bomb plant here. NBK with the MP5 taking down X7. That leaves Alu in a 1 versus 3. He's got to pick up 1 kill, but not checking the corner just yet, and he's going to get double time there. NBK to get the kill, but Alex would have been there otherwise as well. So, huge win for the Frenchman.
Yeah, what good calls in that situation. That 1 kill down low, it established so much map control for them. And actually, I still think ENCE in that situation, as we know that ENCE is, they played that very, very well. Sergey not even getting faked out. He knows there's going to be an attack in through mini that tries to take his attention away from the bomb site from up above ladder, and he doesn't fall for it. He actually gets RPK on the flank before turning to try and help. Everything right done by Ents to recover that round, and it doesn't actually happen.
I mean, if not for that grenade and sort of taking down Sergey really quickly, I think even just a couple of seconds that buys could make a huge difference. And
oh yeah, if he stays alive a little bit longer, that flank coming in from lobby is way more aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they have to plant the bomb. They can't even fake or anything. It's just it could be a real mess at that point in time. I like these deagles in lobby though. If anybody wants to show up, that's a fight you can win the deagle at least some of the time.
60% of the time it works every time.
Yeah. Another classic. More recent classic. Not featuring Kevin Costner at all, but
unfortunately, he would have been great as one of the weathermen in those big brawls. Nice shot from X7. I think that's through the corner of a box, maybe through the wall.
Just sending more warning shots their way in case the headshot wasn't enough.
Well, that, I mean, it's almost like a mirror image of the previous round, except this time it's Ents with that opening kill, and we'll see what it can afford them with these deagles. Vitality finally using their utility outside and starting to apply pressure. Just a two-man attack towards ramp room. Apex, on the other hand, pushing towards outside, pushing towards window, has found Alu.
That's a really good job for Apex. Important to get that kill. Down to 24 seconds here, so again, I'm getting slightly worried about the time that's left for the Vitality team. X7 going to be going down, and now on the cross here, the CC. 15 seconds now. They need to get that bomb plant. Don't stop for it, Cyber. You're the one carrying. You have to get the kill, or at least get the bomb plant down very, very fast. And they're going to get it 8 seconds. Oh, Alexi, he's here. He stopped the bomb plant. Turning around at Apex. If he does not get that kill, I don't think they can win the round. I think they just run out of time. A triple for Apex, surviving on 1 health. My God, what a close round.
That's very close, and I think if you're Vitality, with the way that these 2 rounds have gone down to the wire, you're saying, okay, those are kind of like the gimmies. Those are the warning shots that say we have to kind of speed things up or get going a little bit earlier, but especially attacking that lower bomb site. If you're doing that with 20 seconds, it's just a battle the whole way, as you saw. Window, the 2 different doors that can be peeked. Someone can be behind silo. There's a lot of delay tactics in that lower bomb site you have to be mindful of.
Yeah, it's not really good for my heart either. I can feel like it's too tense, like... Can we just leave more than 15 seconds before we start to even make it close to a bomb site? That would be good.
Alex gets an early spot jumping over the box, sees the sheer numbers of Ents pushing outside, and they're not stopping. He'll hear it the whole way, and actually he wants the frags. Sees that in hand, so nothing valuable to lose. There's the first, there's the second, a nice snap over. Ooh, that's even more beautiful. All 4 kills with the CZ. Showing off for the crowd. No one's laughing now, Anders.
Nobody's laughing now. That's 4 kills with a CC, and he knew. You can tell that he knew from the very first shot what he had to do, because he heard how many people were running. So if he uses, 6 bullets to kill the first guy, then he's gonna get run down. What a genius! What a little genius! I like it. Would have been easy to panic. Would have been easy to just be satisfied with 2 kills, which would have been fine. I mean, that would have been enough, right? But
those 4 kills put him in the lead for his team. 17 and 11 on Alex, 15 and 9 on Apex. On the Ents side of things, it's Alu with 17 frags, X7 with 12. So is Ariel, also at 12.
Yeah, Apex. I think he just said, "Put the baguettes in the oven, honey." I don't know.
You have to at least finish it before we know if it's a terrible joke or not.
No, I'm just saying that he's ready to go home. Like, he's ready to win,
He's done. Move on to the next map.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see. See how Vitality's T-side can stack up. All 5 players in lobby, no one outside for the moment. Alex going to readjust to deploy some utility, deploy some smokes, and they're going to go for late control of outside.
10-9. What a great way to get a best of 3 of this caliber started. Just a close game, nobody running away with anything. Both teams, I would say, playing really solidly at the moment. Still would like to see a little bit more crazy action out of Saiwu, but Nuke is a hard map to do that with sometimes, and maybe he's going to get a chance a little bit later on to really shine. Don't see many maps where he's not doing that, really. Ariel edge of the smoke, and instead of waiting, he goes aggressive against Apex, knowing a second player would come. It's always a good idea. You almost always, I think, want to be the aggressive, person in some of those moments, because just standing there and waiting is really hard to do.
Well, that position as well, he can see the shadow just a little bit, so he knows the timing to get aggressive or to start shooting. So that little extra, like, quarter second really bails him out, makes that a powerful spot. It's not the way you want your first gun round to go if you're Vitality. Nobody falling on the end side. I actually almost don't even mind the fact that ZywOo's having a quiet game. I think the last remaining thing for me to have a little bit more faith in this Vitality team is, can they win without him?
Yeah, but there's been so many memes about it as well. So I think you might be right. And a quiet game just means he's doing about the average of the rest of the team. So fair play,
Yes.
It's not like he's not playing well. Just
not playing excellent.
There's that level above, isn't there? No, I kind of agree. I guess it's also bad news for the Vitality team all around if it becomes too much of a self-fulfilling prophecy that they have to have him dropping 30 kills every game for them to win.
Yes.
Which obviously not true. I mean, there is so much talent on this team outside of ZywOo. It's just that
we've seen this play out too many times before throughout Counter-Strike, where there's just one player who's probably the best in the world, but he seems to be the only one who can perform on a team, and no one's made it work.
No.
Kenny S and, his various French lineups, that didn't work. Simple on Na'Vi, really struggling to make that work.
You on that show match didn't work either.
All right. Ooh, that's Alex predicting the angle. And you got us here last time. I'm just going to spam it and see what comes from it. And Ariel gets caught playing the same spot 2 rounds in a row.
Good call. Still plenty of time left for Vitality. We had a couple of rounds so far here in the second half where they really ran the clock down very low. So just going to keep an eye on that. I don't mind low, but
what worries me about this round at the moment is look at how aggressive Apex is with the bomb. He's kind of all alone and isolated. If the bomb goes down in this scenario without enough teammates around, there's no ability to trade, then, it's going to be really, really difficult to recover. Leg shot onto Alu. As ZywOo with that positioning outside has been able to just kind of take his time and peek into the various defensive positions to try and find a kill, and NBK's forced to be aggressive.
Yeah, he's very aggressive. They're hunting him down, but now, is there going to be any backup, or they're just going to try and swap it around upstairs for Apex, and that is actually the bomb going down. ZywOo now, low time, and, 7 seconds, even with 1 or 2 kills, probably would not have been winning the round at all there. So ENCE take the lead at 11-10.
That's a cool push into lobby from ENCE, because that really takes the decision-making away from Vitality. You have a disadvantage in terms of map control and positioning, but once you force NBK to get aggressive before he wants to, the hit gets very disjointed. NBK goes down with utility that he wanted to throw for those players to get out of heaven, for the players to have a half second coming in through mini, and ENCE take all those advantages away. 2 in a row for the defense, and a timeout, pause, or tactical, whatever you want to call it, comes out for the Frenchman.
Yeah, just to talk things over, try and figure out where they want to go with it. Again, all the love in the world to Apex for giving us all these camera shots. I like the idea of him reacting to different things.
He's like the guy you want to bring on a vacation, so that whenever something happens, you've got an Apex reaction right there ready to go.
Yeah, maybe we could just show him different YouTube clips, and he would, that could be a whole content series on its own. Ariel. Well.
It's a rough couple rounds for Ariel.
It really is.
He got spammed through smoke in the last. Now he just gets banged out from across the map. Another great shot from Alex.
He had a scope and everything, right? He has all the advantages. Just doesn't care. 4 versus 5. Hard for them to get the org. That would be great if they could, couldn't they? If they could get the kill on Alu as well and steal 2 rifles, that would really be something, but they're a little bit hesitant at the moment.
Again, letting the clock run down after that first kill. And they're going to time this perfectly. Alu just runs away, just gives up any information he was going to have out here. Now he's found ZywOo crossing over towards Secret. That's the bomb as well. ZywOo going to come back, and actually, that one's not spotted. So the fact that the bomb is actually coming back towards outside could be pretty dangerous if they rotate out of position.
Well, look at Alu in terms of out of position. Hard for him to fall back from this one right now. He's going to get 2 kills regardless, so what a huge round here from Alu, just being able to recover a lot of this. He's finally going to be going down, and actually NBK picks up a kill right in the squeak door. Suddenly they have a bit of a chance again. It's a 2-1-2 with 30 seconds left, and ZywOo's going to go down to X7, so maybe it's going to slip through their fingers yet again. NBK, not quite sure where to go. One bullet here would do it, but he's hiding behind that stair over there, the stairs over there. That's going to be a tricky position to see without a scope, and Ents will win up the round anyway, in spite of it being quite close.
It's some danger, though. I mean, you like to see that from Vitality. They've had a chance to win some of those rounds with the Deagles, with the pistols that they've had to force into.
20 kills on Alu. Pretty impressive. Seems to be having a pretty good tournament so far, actually.
Yeah, he is another one of those players where it just seems like he quietly gets to 20.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, here he is. He had a couple very good rounds in the first half with the AWP on the T side. A couple multi-kills with the AK as well. Ariel looking to get aggressive after he's been destroyed outside the previous 2 rounds. An awkward fight for him, but he wins it, and Alu covers him from above. As soon as ZywOo goes to try and help out Apex, he walks right into the crosshair. Good setup from Ents. Nice teamwork.
Those were some actual SWAT tactics, weren't they, from Ents? Just one guy covering with the sniper to the gun down
Flashing
the
through
low
the
ground.
smoke, covering the high ground with the AWP.
Yeah, you like to see that, making it look professional. Ooh, Ariel still going to get taken down. Alex with a pretty good peek there. 3 versus 4.
I know we laughed at him for that USP round early on, but he's putting together a very good game.
Yes. You can recover from a lot of things, can't you, Mo?
20 and 14.
4 versus 3 now. Still a minute left. Plenty of time, it seems, for Vitality these days. They're happy to run that clock down, sub 30 seconds. Alexi just waiting on the corner. Thinking about it, wants to pick it, but instead it's going to be MBK to take charge of that with the Krieg, and he just takes him down. Sergey needs to get the kill, and he did. Now the shot on NBK, no problem there for X7. That's a nice cleanup, and Ents now getting real close to winning this first map.
I like this Ents defense, though, because like as the rounds go on, as that gets deeper into the round timer, which Vitality is happy to let it do, obviously, you can see Ents when they're rotating in, they're all getting very centralized, you know, inside the bomb site, up above them as well. They're always in a position in those late round scenarios where they can help each other out. They're not getting, you know, disorganized or miscommunicated so that they're all spread out and individual fights are taken.
Now it's pistols, and
it's a tough nut to crack, Anders.
It is. Classic Molotov there to prevent the smokes from going up, and yeah, well, you see the result. Alex still going to try and cross the road without looking both ways. Never do that.
Ooh, headshot with the P250, but Sergey, who's been excellent at this upper bomb site on both sides of the map, is there to lock things down. Only 14 kills for Sergey, but I feel like he had some really, really impactful ones in the first half. It's 5 in a row now for Ents.
Yeah, they're not just sort of building a bunch of rounds here, but they're also building a pretty good economy, and they're keeping vitalities low. Even this round, they at least have something to work with, but it's starting to get rough now.
I was going to say, as soon as you mentioned that it was like 11 to 10, it was a good game, back and forth, no one running away with it, Ents was like, yep, I'll run away with it. My turn now.
They really did, didn't they? Well, it looks like Alex up on the vents up there at the T roof. That's usually where you want to end up if you are going to be throwing Molotovs onto the hut, which would suggest probably some kind of an A execute on timing. See how they do.
This is Ents' map pick. So a victory here, and they're just kind of holding home court. Nothing too crazy.
Ents also the team that took down Astralis finally on Nuke. So we know that.
Wasn't it Furia that had the first win on Nuke?
Is it Furia?
I think they're the ones that ended the streak, and I don't know, I could be wrong. No, actually it was Ents, you're right.
I have a feeling you're wrong, yeah.
No.
Oh, look at the Molotov there. You mentioned it a couple of seconds ago, and Alexi down to 8 health. That's not exactly great, but a little bit of backup, and Alu will take down RPK, so that's a huge difference. They try and chase him down the Molotov. Oh, ZywOo, he can't really do anything about it, and Alu somehow miraculously gets away.
Molotov stopped him cold, but Alex is going to have a lot of space to work with. This is flank from Sergey. He wants nothing to do with this fight now. Got to back off. All 3 players from Vitality meeting up in towards ramp room, but what a tough decision. You've got Sergey with the AK behind you. You've got Alu with an AWP at the B bomb site, and you're not sure where exactly he is. Alu can do so much damage. First shot is his. The flick not in. The follow-up, nope, nothing, but he's still alive, and somehow all the attention is on Alu, and it's a heroic effort just for him to live that long. And it's put ZywOo in an impossible situation. A 15th round for Ents and 5 chances to take the opening map.
Man, Ents really making the most out of the fact that some of those players managed to live and sort of escape the first fight, just staying alive down there. Alu, big task on him, and he came out way on top. 24 kills on him right now, 22 on Alex. Those are leading the charge at 15-10. Ents just need one more round. Wow, that's a great way to begin. Wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Alex has looked very crisp. He's done some very, very nice things for Vitality. Just unfortunately, this T side falling a little bit flat, even though despite, I think it's, this is one of those games that feels like it's a little bit closer just because it feels like Vitality have had so many good opportunities. Not able to close them out. Same for Alu there in that round, the jumping shot. NBK's going to open things up with an entry. That's in lobby.
Yeah, Aerial again having a bunch of really tough beginnings. They're all going to grow up in the corner. Alexi, is he going to be able to win this fight? Even if the smoke clears, there's so many people on the other side, it seems unlikely. And he's not going to know just how close they are. Smoke fades, and now he's going to see they group up in front of him, and he gets 2 big kills. Is that enough to make a difference? It's still a 2-on-3 right now.
No one in the lower bomb site, though.
Look at Alu, though. They're coming back out. They're not even checking for him. That's the bomb down. Alex, not aware that someone could have been in garage, and now they've got a great crossfire here. This could work out. X7 and Alu.
I don't know how Vitality gets out of this one. You're going to have to rely on NBK. You can see ZywOo just being patient in secret. NBK telling him to wait, but if he runs too long, they have no idea X7 is here. There's the turn, and NBK can't handle it. Now, just ZywOo. Flashbang, going to miss its mark, but Alu's not. 16-10. First map of the best-of-3 series goes to Ents.
Yeah, that was incredibly well done. What a run towards the end of this game. What, 6 rounds in a row just to close it out. That was, really impressive.
Yeah.
Alu playing a great game and Alex on the other side doing the same. That was an exciting match.
Yeah, as I said, they take home court, they take their map pick. I think this sets up a beautiful second map in series, as the desk also mentioned. But either way, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we'll get the rest of this best-of-3 underway.
Change of range.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
I need everybody to stop what they're doing right now and pay attention. There is a little button right here below the screen. I think if I'm doing this right, I'm centered on your screen. You look right below. There's a subscriber button right there. Subscribe to this channel and get access to Starladder's major command center for the ability to watch every player's POV. And also, #sellout. So there's that. Continuing down this road of Nuketown, we just get to see a game full of pistols is what I want to say.
There was a lot of pistols in that game. That was a good game, I'd say. I think both teams played well. I think ENCE once again coming out showing that despite all these rumors, despite all this stuff going on within the camp, which can be alert to, we don't really know how the atmosphere is inside the team, but it doesn't really matter when they're playing Counter-Strike on this level. Elo once again having a great game. Ariel, he may only sit on 16 kills, but he was involved in 16 opening duels. 16 out of 26 rounds. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. He was all over the map.
And there's an obvious name missing from there if you want Vitality to win the game, which is where's Ziwu?
Yeah.
Where is he? He didn't really turn up in this game because, I mean, just couldn't get activated.
Well, I mean, with Ziwu, I mean, in terms of statistics, yeah, he was relatively quiet. He ended out 15, 17, I mean, 80 yards, not through the roof or anything at all. But he didn't have to be activated. They had answers, but he just wasn't there.
Sure, but you even called it out, Duncan, right? It's hard to activate an AWP player on the map of Nuke. Cyvo can do it, and he's done it before. He has been a force to be reckoned with, especially on Nuke, but it's harder for him to roam around, to find the peaks and actually have an impact. So, yeah, Cyvo was missing, but I do want to give him the excuse that it is Nuke. It is a tough map for him to actually get, inside the game and make a presence.
And this storyline that we've been going to with the obvious thing that this will not be the ENCE lineup after this tournament, it doesn't affect them at all. Like, the poise they showed in the second half here was really impressive, actually. This is a team where if they go to the playoffs, there's no reason they can't recreate some of the form you saw earlier in the year.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see Alexi B down in the lower halls and then really kind of dictating the pace down there using proper utility across the board. This was a good-looking ENCE, and yes, they are pretty well-oiled right now. Speaking of Nuke and nukes that I could drop, I'm going to drop one on you guys right now. Crazy, 16 phase 9. Ouch.
That hurts,
Tough
right?
game for the second best Bosnian player in the world, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, if the shoe fits, right? Nonetheless, yeah, so that's all done and dusted. We're going to start to look ahead of our next map here. Nuke now over with. And we're going to head into the choice of Vitality, which is Dust 2.
Yeah, I think it's a clear-cut story here. I think the favorite are Vitality. They should be the better team on Dust 2. There's a lot of red on the Vitality side, but it is a map they've been very comfortable with, right? It's one they want to pick in a best-of-1 scenario, so the fact that they're picking it in a best-of-3 again tells you a story that they feel comfortable on the map. Alex was out saying in interviews, though, that he's not sure that it was a good idea to do that in a best-of-1s. You said it as well. You kind of like question why would you do that, but I think Vitality has everything they need, and this is a map where Cybo can get activated. This is a map where he doesn't need his teammates in order to be good. He can do whatever the hell he wants.
Also, the difference is, like, it's one thing when you are allowed... Like, I don't like it when you play Dust 2 against other teams that are decent or good on Dust 2. Like, that's just too big a risk, because your edge isn't enough, as opposed to the likes of a Train or a Nuke. If you're slightly better than someone on that, you can win consistently.
Sure.
This isn't as bad a pick, though, because as you saw there, the reason why the ENCE win rate's 100% is they just dodged it. They've only played it 10 times in, like, 3 months, so it's not a map they're playing much. I will say, obviously, actually, Fragging's been pretty good for ENCE overall this tournament compared to what you normally expect. And even though I do favour Vitality to win Dust 2 now, if you are ENCE, you've nothing to lose. You know the third map's one of your favourite ones, Mirage. It's one you've even beaten Vitality on before. Yeah. So at this point in time, you can kind of throw caution in the wind. Do whatever you want on this Dust 2 game.
There's one guy I want to shout out specifically over the side of Vitality, Alex. He's showing up in a big way, not only leading the squad. Yes, they do take an L, but this guy comes through this through the lobby. Jesus, forget the whole map. He's running through lobby. He's got a CZ. He's everywhere himself, and he's really putting himself in these advantageous situations. Can he carry that over to Dust 2 will be the question.
I think so. He had a very good Dust 2 game earlier in this tournament. Yes. I think it was the first stage of the major where he was at 25 frags, only 12 deaths or something. So Alex is a guy who knows how to play Dust 2, and it's funny that we keep mentioning him, right? Because he's not supposed to be the second best player on Vitality, but he has been. Where's Apex when you need him? Where's NBK when you need him? RPK even. He was, before he retired, right, he was a force to be reckoned with. It's not supposed to be the in-game leader's job to be the second best player after Cybo. Somebody gotta step it up. It has to be Apex, it has to be NBK, even RPK. Alex can't do it himself.
Yeah, I agree. Like, in isolation, they do their jobs. Like, they don't make, like, glaring mistakes. They're not, like, a player where you wonder why he's even on the team. But someone has to, like, carry some of the load. That's the problem. Because it's actually unreasonable to expect Zero to do it every single time. I mean, you saw there, like, it's no problem for a young player in his first major to have, like, one game off. That's not exactly unreasonable, is it? So I agree. And for me, the obvious player is Apex. Like, he's got the skill, he's got the mentality
It
for
gives
it.
me flashbacks to when Navi didn't have Electronic, right? When it was always about Simple. He had to step up. He had to drop 30 frags if they wanted to win anything.
They
Can't
still
be
could
like
lose
that.
even if you did it.
And still they lose, right? It has to be different.
Yeah, and that is not that's not going to win them games. That is just simply not even something that you should be relying on regardless. And you're right. Apex is a guy that needs to step up right here. MBK, we see flashiness sometimes, but honestly, it is ZywOo, Apex that you're going to lean on here for the Vitality side. Looking over on Ints, though, with this well-oiled machine, we'll call them, they're still functioning. And I don't know if it's as true as they say it is, but sometimes a dead team is the best team. You know what I mean?
We've seen that before, right?
Okay.
Was it NIP who all of a sudden...
Shout out to Cloud9. Shout out to Cloud9. Dead team's a good team, right? So
I suppose you got me there, Duncan. Good job. No, but it's somehow, some way it alleviates some of the pressure on these teams that have an incoming roster change or a player change coming
And
up.
I think we talked about it before as well. If any team had to do it, it would have been Ents, right? I think if Astralis knew they're going to be a dead team coming into this tournament, they wouldn't be functioning as well as a team like Ents. It seems like they're so calm, they're so laid back, they don't really care. They just sit there, play the game, and beat everyone, apparently.
Alexi B even looks like he plays better than he did before.
Yeah.
It actually makes me question, quite frankly, in light of all the things they've been alluding to, if they actually have made him not the in-game leader anymore,
Sure.
if they've freed him up entirely, and that's something to do with why he's just fragging out now, because you don't expect this sort of level. The thing about their team was, it was mainly just Sergey and Alu with the big fraggers.
Sure, but if that's the case, you got to give some credit to Alu as well, where he was just dropping 26 frags in a game against Vitality, apparently being the in-game leader. So there's a lot of skill in this lineup.
Yeah, Alu really doing what Alu does. 26 frags, that is a hell of an impact to have on a map like Nuke, and can they activate him over there on Dust 2? That is a question, because if ZywOo comes to play, we're going to have a pretty good bout between the two of those guys.
Sure, he has to be activated. He has to have a presence on the map. Otherwise, ZywOo is just going to run around and do whatever he does. And I mean, ZywOo is to me, potentially the best player in the world right now. I think Simple is still up there, obviously, but if you let the best player in the world run around and do whatever he wants on a map like Dust 2, a PUC map, especially one that he plays in FPL a lot, then you're going to be in a rough spot.
Certainly may be. If you're just tuning in, this game has some pretty big implications. As both these teams are 2-0, the winner will advance into the playoffs. We sit on the cusp of a second map. And as you can tell, the next matchup will be that of NRG and Astralis. They're not quite set up just yet. So for the meantime, we're going to sit back, kind of understand why it is that the players don't have their headsets on and what they could possibly be talking about.
So anyway, I'm definitely kicking off to him. Oh, but I had a really good game that time. Like I like 20 kick. No, you definitely kicked. But you're out. So
you tried, and now you're gone. So thanks for your contributions. And then get out of the server. Get out of my way. No, I mean it is pretty sad considering how they've all come together and what they were able to accomplish. Yes, obviously roster changes do have to happen, but for this one, I don't know. I do know that the GG.bet odds do favor that event.
Yeah, and I think that's fair enough considering the landscape now. I think Ents, as Duncan said before, they have a free shot at Dust 2 now. No pressure whatsoever. They know the lineup is not supposed to win. Strafe Esports said they disagree a little bit, and I also understand why that, because Vitality coming into the match, they should be the favorites, but Ents have a free shot on Dust 2 now. They have nothing to lose whatsoever.
Alex has the actual pen every child in England has when they're about 7 that has the 4 colours
Chad
on.
has that same one.
Exactly, I bet he does.
That is Chad's
He
pen.
has the one where it's got the blue, the red, the green, and the black on it. And I think he's using the blue, actually. He uses the old school blue.
I don't think it's the blue one. I think it looks like it could be the blue one or it could be the black one. Either way, I swear to you, Sponge on every single desk has that same pin.
Of course. Yeah.
I've never seen it before.
Zoom in, let's see what it says.
No.
I wondered what it would say because, I mean, it's the first time I've ever seen a British player playing a major who was actually considered quite intelligent, understood the game and team dynamics.
Yes.
Okay.
And there you got your shot in, Duncan.
But where's his chant, right? Where's everyone? Alex! Where's that chant? Exactly.
What would that chant even sound like? What would that even remotely be?
Couldn't be any worse than the other one, could it?
What would the other one be there, Jacob?
I don't know, man.
I think he needs to change his name up. Call himself like Alex XXX Tentafio.
Alex XXX.
Make it a bit hood.
Maybe put a couple numbers in there, maybe a couple blazes on top of that. No, nonetheless, we are just about ready to jump into the game. Don't worry, you're not late at all. The next map being Dust 2, and it is just about time to jump into it. Guys, do we end the series here or are we going to a third?
I think Team ZywOo got this.
Yeah, I think this should be the Vitality reset, and then it's primed for a great third map if you look at what it is.
Which is Mirage. You say that if you're Ents, you feel comfortable with that. You're happy with that third map.
It's like, as Duncan said, it's a free shot here, Dust 2. They can do whatever they want, play free, and see if they can do something about Saibu.
Well, let's do this and get back in time for Chow. Jumping into this game with Anders and Moses. Take it away, fellas.
Yes, indeed. We're going to be on Dust 2 now for Vitality and second map here in the 2-0 group. And X7 is really just not afraid of anything, is he? Charging top mid with a P2000 and running into a lot of T players. NBK amongst others with a Glock to take down to Alex with the third one. Listen, I admire the balls, Mose. I think this is great. I like to see that kind of play.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a certain level of excitement. You can see Alexi V just looking over at his teammates laughing and cracking up a little bit. This is an interesting map. This is a map that ENCE had like a love-hate relationship at the last major. Like, they look very sketchy in it during the group stages, and they kept saying it was better than what they'd shown, and they eventually did show they were pretty decent on it, but this map has been a tough one for them to really get into their pool.
I think that there's a reason why, you know, even sort of the really top sort of legendary eras we've had, most people don't tend to choose Dust 2 as their main sort of, you know, stomping ground.
Yeah, Duncan loves to wax lyrically about that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's like it's not too much of a great thing to have Dust 2 be your best map if you're one of the top teams. Obviously, Vitality going to be very good on it. Helps that you are powered by such a strong AWP presence of ZywOo.
Does make a difference. But they ran into a firing squad there. Alexi shaking his head slightly at the camera, saying, "I don't know what these guys are doing," you know.
Well, you know, he's like, listen, guys, we probably shouldn't rush mid on CT pissed around. Like, that's not a good idea. Like, we're probably all going to get wrecked. Like, it doesn't work these days. It was a cool thing back in the Pub Masters, and they're just like, listen, you're not the endgame leader anymore.
We're going to, so like,
Yeah,
reverse psychology.
We're doing it anyways.
Like children, like, we're doing it. He's out of the team soon. We're just going to do it.
Don't have to listen to he's not our dad.
So we're in the middle there with the scout. A lot of people around middle, all the people around middle on the CT side. But Vitality should have no problem, really, you know, winning this round, unless they come middle. But it looks like they're going to be slowly making their way out long. I quite like Dust 2. I don't know why people hated it for a while. I still think it's a pretty cool map.
I do, too. I really enjoyed Dust 2. Even the producers love Dust 2. We're all good. Yeah, we're backed up by everyone.
It just has something about it.
I like that, like, ooh, hold the thought. Apex might get a little bit of a gift. 2 kills for him. RPK should be able to handle this, tapping away with the AK-47. He gets 4 kills. Actually stole that first one from Apex. All good.
Do you remember a time when people tried to promote and make like a Dust 3 back in 1.6?
Yeah, that was a bit of a disaster.
It was not good. But
no, it wasn't good.
Someone tried.
I remember when Dust 2 actually first even came into the pool.
I remember that too.
Which is a very weird thing to think about, because it's been made into like so many different games, this Dust 2 layout.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite genius, actually, just the fundamental layout of it. Should be a discussion at one point. Not now, though. ZywOo smoked off from seeing anyone in middle. He's held on to the scout. I don't really blame him. But obviously now, on the other side, they have M4s, and that could be, you know, an issue. Scout, Galil, fair enough. Mac 10. Actually, 2 of them don't have head armor, so Mac 10 could do a lot there. Aerial, very aggressive, and he's got to win both the fights against Apex and Alex.
But there's still a chance for Vitality to recover. Oh, they slowed it down. Sergey's going to be in perfect position. If they were able to get into this B-bomb site, he was the only defender here, but they just missed the timing on it. Alexi B's come back to help out. Molotov to force Sergey into the open, but no chance for a punish. And you've only got a scout, now a Krieg, but you've gotten drilled in the face by a nade, and he actually didn't even manage to switch it out. I think the nade actually blew it away from his grasp.
I think it might have. Oh, no.
It's like that moment where the E pickup, as we've all seen many times, just doesn't work the first time you go for it, and then a nade blows it out of your vision.
Maybe you should be able to buy, like, you know, some of those trash pickup things, like the little extendable claws you can get to pick up stuff from the ground. Maybe you should be able to buy one of those in Counter-Strike. Like, you buy like a taser or something, you'd also buy one of those, and you can actually pick up things further away.
Oh, so you want a grappling hook?
A grappling hook,
to some sense, yeah.
Is that what they're called? I don't know. Not like on a.
I know what you're talking about. It's not exactly what a grappling hook is, but it's the same kind of concept. Opening kill goes both the ways of ENCE. A nice long defense, and actually, in my mind, that's pretty critical early on in these games. And hold the thought, RPK doing such a good job. Flashbang from ZywOo, even things up in a 3-on-3. He's very, very low. And X7 around the corner. The smoke gonna find an immediate headshot. That's not RPK. Now he spots out that position. He also knows he's got the bomb. There's the follow-up, but he just slides out of the angle, and RPK hunts him down. What a round from the tank.
Yeah, really working out well at the moment. But they are boxed in over here, Vitality. They're low on health. They need, impressively, they need more headshots of the same caliber. Otherwise, this still might not work out.
I was going to say, in my mind, it's so important to have like really good early defenses and halves, especially at long A, because if not, that's just going to get abused throughout the half. Like a T-sided team is going to just keep going back to that. And for a moment, Ents had that exact defense. It's since been busted up, it's since been beaten up, and there's 2 smokes for RPK and Apex to try and get into this bomb site.
Yeah, they definitely can. There's the one, post one as well, creating a really good wall. Molotov up on the site, 35 seconds. And Molotov landing there. RPK is going to be really careful. It's right on top, and he can't even back out. Oh, God, that's a great grenade. Now, Apex is alone, and time is simply running out as well. He's got to do something. The grenade doing a little bit of chip damage to him. He knows where they both are, but he can't win the fight. Sergey with a good double kill, and Ents will pick up the round.
That was a perfectly thrown Molotov by Sergey.
Yeah,
Spread
it really
just
was.
exactly where it needed to.
There are some games, I'm sure many people play this even in matchmaking have tried it, but it happens sometimes in pro games too, where it doesn't really, it seems to not matter how many people put on long, they still all get flashed and run down by the T side. Like, it's just like, if you get into like the wrong, it's like a lottery of flashbangs, and sometimes it doesn't even matter how many you counter throw, whatever you do, you just gotta get run down, so.
There's so many different variations of flashbangs and utility you can use. We're gonna go right at it again. Molotov comes in, RPK sitting there, and 2 quick kills for Ents. This time,
Alu in middle.
Yeah, not a real big investment from Vitality. No armor, just the pistols.
Oh, and Saiwu burns alive.
That's over towards the long cave as well, and another good shot from Alu.
Was that intentionally?
I'm not sure.
They don't have an SMG, so I'm not even sure it makes sense to dodge that. But maybe he thought they did. I don't know.
Maybe he didn't know. Maybe he figured someone had an SMG.
Better safe than sorry.
Obviously, talked a lot and with good reason about Zaiwu and his hopping. And as you mentioned in the previous map, Alu was exciting yesterday with the AWP, and he's put together some very, very good rounds. A lot of triple kills with his AWP in this series, or on Nuke at least.
Tiny bit of damage from Apex onto Alu. That's the most they've had in this round, so kind of surprised that they haven't boxed Apex in more at this point. Ents really playing this one safely.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sometimes
nice.
It just doesn't matter.
Yeah. Sergey not happy at all. They're the Ents fans.
Yeah, they've arrived.
Good job. Why don't we have any Ents shirts at all? I feel like they make cool merch.
Natu's here.
Yeah. Natu, what's up?
We'll have a chat with him. We'll sit him down. Do a whole Mafia thing.
That's a good idea. Don't think we'll be successful in that,
no,
but
probably not. We are probably the 2 least threatening people at this event. 3-2 in the favor of Ents. Deep nade coming in for Alu, probably trying to time it, and it is just a bit late. And even getting around the Molotov, though, Zaiwu takes 50, or he's down to 52 damage, takes 48. Alex going to try and lead the way. And there's a moment where there's an opportunity for him to swing pretty wide. No defense at the A bomb site, but he shies away from that. It's probably the best buy they've had in a few rounds, so wants to actually put a strategy behind it.
yeah, it's really hard for them to know that there was that opening when everyone was looking down at long. I mean, if you go for that swing, but instead, I don't know, somebody's on ramp or someone's in the bomb side, that's going to be a little bit different. They've cleared up Catwalk, though, and probably going to be a B-split, I'm guessing.
Problem is if they want to go back to it is going to be the issue. And you're right, it's starting to look like a B-split, but if they do try and go up on Catwalk and force the defense back one more time, Alu's in a very powerful position with the AWP. Here's that smoke for CT spawn. Zaiwu with the bomb in middle, which is somewhat nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to go upper instead. You're right. Going out middle with the bomb could definitely be scary. They're going to throw the smokes to both sides. And now hiding inside of the smoke in the middle is Alex. What kind of a play is this? The NBK is going to be going down. They need to get in here. Sergey's out, but they still need to deal with X7. And Alex shows up just in time. Alexei will take him down, but that's still great. That allowed them to actually get into the bomb side. Now it's a 3-on-3 with 30 seconds left. Saiwu very low on health now, and he's somehow going to be living still. Gets the kill on Alexei B, and Aerial now showing up. Can he stop the bomb plant? You can almost see their feet there, but not quite. And it's going to be the last kill for Aerial as well. Great double for him. And Ents will pick up the round.
You have to love this initiative from Aerial as well. Remember, I mean, we had that botch like mid-pistol round push that Ents pulled off, but Aerial's been aggressive on Cat. We saw him get a double kill in the first gun round that way in lower B. Now he's got a very fast flank as it comes in, and even though Alex finds the integral kill, the one frag that allows his teammates to actually get into the bomb site, it took a while. It allowed that flank from Aerial to come into fruition. That and the fact that Vitality just did not have any utility for the double doors. They had to use all 3 players to cross into the bomb site. They took massive damage onto ZywOo. They lost a player jumping over as well. Ents doing a good job of whittling down Vitality's manpower. Double up setup now. I think we had in the previous round as well. Sergey at back at B plat. They recover it.
Yeah, pretty little details, but obviously important. Don't want to be throwing away money early on. Alexi B, though, pretty rich before the buy, almost 10,000, a little bit less afterwards. And people seem to be quite hyped about Ents right now, looking at the odds there.
Yeah, I think if you just watching them play in this series so far, and even at this event, you know, they've been looking good, looking solid. Nice shot from Sergey. Slides out into the open. Knows the economy situation means it's a good chance that Vitality wouldn't have the AWP. Alu, he's the next one up, finds that and gets away as well. I think he even tagged Apex through the body of Alex.
Yeah, definitely didn't need to go for the re-peek there, but, you know, confidence with him.
If you're going to make that peek, better get the kill. Follow up as well, a second frag for Alu.
Apex and ZywOo left. That scout that was bought by NBK early on in the round, that never really got put to use, has now been picked up by ZywOo. And we'll see. I don't know. I would still say Vitality should have a pretty good run. I would expect them to get like 8 or 9 rounds in this first half. But the fact that it's about to be 5-2 is making me uncomfortable a little bit.
You've got to be happy if you're Ents. What a start, 5-2 after losing the pistol and the second round. And you've got plenty of money built up, so you're able to withstand some of the blows that Vitality is eventually going to throw at you. Here comes the next buy for the French side, and ZywOo will have that AWP, and he's 1-5.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good at the moment. Leading into round number 8, we'll see what they could do. They've got the AWP on ZywOo, and again, we've been talking a fair bit about it, but now we kind of actually want to see it as well. We want to see it really put into play. Middle here, always going to be smoked off more or less. They go for a 3-man boost on the catwalk. The Finns really coming up with something creative here. They're going to be boosting while pushing X7 forward. That smoke, though, making it impossible for the boost up on catwalk behind them to see anything. Otherwise, everything about that would have been so cool.
Yeah, that would have been great. And you could see he even had to turn around and kind of consider the fact. I do like the fact that Ents is going to this aggression so frequently, because you imagine at one point Vitality is just going to say, surely they won't push catwalk again. But now that that's spotted, even the players outside long, NBK, very aware of the possibility that someone could be pushing up mid as Vitality readjusts to long A, which is the appropriate call. 2 players on catwalk, 1 in B, 1 in mid for the defense. So long, they don't know it yet, but it's going to be a very easy take. The question is, look for the response on your minimap of those catwalk players, how they adjust their positions, because they're going to hear this utility usage as Vitality moves out long.
So much of this round for Ents, if they're even going to have a chance to go for it, will probably have to do with whether or not Alexi or Alu over there at the cross could get a kill as they get into the bomb site. Alex playing down in middle as well is such a huge position if you can make that work. It works in both ways. You can either flank if they try and go for a retake, or you can stop them from running away and saving guns. So they're not sure right now. So much time has passed, 30 seconds. Now they definitely know. Alu going to go for a bit of a counter Molotov, hoping to buy some more time, but they still need the kills, and there's one presenting himself, and BK going down. Counter grenade lands right on top of Aerial and Alu, but they're still not really getting the bomb plant down here. ZywOo's the one to do it with 15 seconds now. There is another HE on Alu, so maybe they could find something. It goes a little bit too wide. Still some damage with the jump shot there, and he barely survived on 11 health to get the bomb plant. That's really important. And now it's a 4-on-4.
And Alex can just do whatever he wants. He can just buy time. He just wants them to know that he's behind them. Those catwalk players are going to have a tough time managing their attention. That's a good trade from Alu.
RBK just crouching down. Does not want to face Alu at all. Flashbang, not really seeing anyone yet. Now they're going to try and see to get the rest work. That's a beautiful grenade, but Alex still able to win it. Alexi B goes down. You would have thought he would have been dead instantly after that. He even gets the kill on Sergey, and Alu He gets a parting shot, but he cannot possibly dream of retaking that. That's a great couple of kills for Alex.
It really is. He's putting together a good game. I love that utility usage on towards Catwalk. Just let him know you're there, and even if you bail out, they have to be worried about it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Ensign, that 3 versus 3 with the double up setup, Sergey coming over from the B bomb site, not an easy one to retake. It was all on that opening duel. That flashbang was perfect, but Alex still finds the frag. That's a 5-round streak from Ents, ended finally by Vitality.
Yeah, very important indeed. The fact that Saibu went down to 11 health from that jump shot was kind of scary. Ooh, wow. Saibu absolutely put on notice, and T-spawn as well. Alu crouching right underneath.
It's a second op pick we've seen from the CT side peeking up towards mid. Sergey had one earlier on NBK with just a scout. This one, Alu on Zaiwu. But you don't see those kinds of aggressive peeks in middle too frequently anymore.
No, and
once in a while.
It used to be like a classic feature of Dust 2, wasn't it? Everyone's just collectively decided it's not worth it.
Well, not anymore. Maybe now they'll never expect it.
Could be. Remember the Smiths flash?
Yes.
That was
always cool. Yeah, that was revolutionary.
It was the best thing ever, wasn't it? Smiths on Dust 2 as well. We make fun of him all the time, but on that map he was great.
God, yeah. 5-3 and a man advantage for Ents. Alex now picking up the AWP, moving out mid, wants to try and peer up towards window. He might get what he wants.
Yeah, but I wonder if Alexibi heard the scope inside of CT spawn. He might have called out, I think X7 is jumping a little bit every once in a while to try and see something.
The tough part about that is, at some point, someone's going to have to peek from Ents, and X7 just does it enough without endangering himself to the op, and with the flashbang help, but he at least finds there's one in middle. Now here comes the beast, but he's the only one. He's got to turn around. His teammate's fallen. He gets a second. X7 is managing this absolutely perfectly. What a tough scenario, and even uses his teammate, drawing the attention away. X7 still alive in the bomb site, and he might be rewarded with his final kill onto Alex. What a smart, gutsy performance from X7.
Yeah, that was incredibly well done. You're absolutely right. His teammate shooting into the door was enough that he knew that they were going to be distracted. That worked out so well. 6-3. They allow a round for Vitality, and then they're back to winning again. That's really, really going to be tricky. That's timing is so good for that. Less of a reaction from Saiwu. Not giving us much.
Did you want to see a death slam?
Something, you know.
Throw the monitor?
That would be great. I would. It would, obviously, we would have to replace the monitor, right? But
well, I don't know. If someone throws the monitor out of frustration, I might just say, you got to play without one, bro. It's like, that's egregious.
I feel like it would spice things up, you know. They are beautiful monitors as well, so you don't want to, you know, the Saudi monitors, don't want to throw them.
Well, Zaiwu looking to get a return. And Alu in this position, he's not going for the deep angle. He knows it's dangerous to go that wide. Sketchy jump.
Yeah. Did he? Oh, they're going to go right behind him. He's ducked down, stands up at C1. He's going to take a kill on Alexi with a grenade. Alu gets one just at the end, and they're going to be able to save that AWP as well. So pretty well handled there. And 7-3, they're really looking good right now.
I like the way Alu played that as well. Just the quick peeks and then recrouch, just so you have the information, you know where to aim about, just getting the intel of where to put your crosshair so you know what to expect. Double kill using that tactic. And Vitality is they're creating no opportunities.
They are 9 rounds away ends from the playoffs.
It's very, very different than what we saw on Nuke. Why does he do that? It just ruins my train of thought. Oh, through the Molotov we go. X7 wrecked.
Absolutely wrecked, and he was the only one on the bomb side, and now Sergey's close with the AWP. This is very dangerous, Sergey, and Alu's got the other one up in the window. They've got 2 rifles close that if they miss a shot, they just might be dead immediately. Gonna be a smoke instead. A lot of grenades put onto the bomb side, trying to delay that bomb plant. Oh god, this is a crazy round already.
It's sketchy if you're Ents, but you can be patient with it. You have a flank coming in, and that's going to be faster than they expect. Again, Aerial with that aggression. Good nade to stop the plant. RPK not looking whatsoever in towards Halls. He was covering the flank, but now the retake begins.
Wow, they didn't even allow them to get the bomb plant down.
They're firing on all cylinders right now as Ents.
That was well done, wasn't it? 8-3 now. So we do move into round number 12. A tactical timeout for Vitality to discuss just what on earth is going on.
Yeah, can't blame them. A team that has been pretty open these past 2 weeks about some of the issues. Maybe not necessarily a lot of them relating to in-game, but some, some stress issues, some managing emotion issues.
All those things.
Focus issues.
You ever have any
white
trouble with
jersey
that?
issues.
Managing emotions, stress.
No, I was always pretty laid back emotionally when I played.
It's good. I think some quality, some value in that. I just got silently bitter and angry. Didn't talk to my teammates for a long time.
That sounds like you. I have no trouble believing any of that.
I had to really work on that. I had to think about that at one point. Ooh, chance maybe for a shot, but
he did spot 3.
Yeah, he did. So, I mean, it's hard to you make a full call behind that. Could just be a fake, but you never know. They're pushing into upper dark though. Ends aggression on catwalk and now aggression over at upper dark. You have to love the way they play this defensive side. Sergey gets an opening kill. They check it but don't even see it. Alexi B gonna pick up 2 big kills. Oh dear.
That transfer onto RPK was so good. Well played from Alexi. And that puts a stop to things. And again, look at Ariel. Look at how mental this guy's been this whole half. He's been so aggressive. He's already got them boxed in towards long. I don't even think Vitality knows it, but I think they realize their only path forward is to just attack the bomb site, and it's Zaiwu, 1 versus 3. Ariel not pushing up, letting him stay boxed in towards long. He has no reason to get aggressive and perhaps fall and give him an escape route.
Yeah, you really don't want to be doing that. Just
the other side of that coin is obviously if he starts having success, if he does something magical at this A bomb site, you're so far away from getting involved. And then you have to attack long against one of the best stoppers in the world.
Yeah, I feel like he would have to blame his teammates at that point. X7 does go down. Pretty good shot and still with reasonable health left here. Zaiwu now going back into it. The smoke fading. Sergey slightly peeking for it. And Zaiwu's been so long since he's seen him. He's not quite sure exactly where he is. So still going to be waiting around 24 seconds now, and over at long, Ariel's about to walk in. He's decided to join the fight, and that's going to get them the kill. So nice attempt from Zaiwu. Good triple as well, but not enough here. Still a 9-3 lead. Man, this is working out much better than everyone was thinking for ENCE.
This has been a very good game so far for them. But I think a lot of it is just a very cool game plan, and whether it's designed or whether they're just saying, you know what, we know we have to do something cool on this map, something crazy on this map. I think the aggression that we've seen, I've referenced it obviously a number of times, not to be a broken record, but I think that play from Ariel is so cool to watch. He's doing it all the time. Fast flanks everywhere that Vitality goes.
Yeah, it's really working out well, isn't it? Got to give a big shout out as well to Alu for the fact that he was top fragging on Nuke, and now he's at it again here on Dust 2.
16-5 for Alu, putting together a great series.
I think as well, he's like a super veteran player at this point. You know, he's been playing this game for a really long time, and
he's been in 2 major finals.
Yeah, he had a kid not too long ago. He's got all these things going on at the same time, and his career has been a lot up and down. He's a brief moment in NIP where he was sort of like thrown out again, and it was all really weird. And he's just still playing rock-solid Counter-Strike all the way through. It's actually kind of amazing.
They're a little bit tame this round, staying in pit, trying to stay in position where Alu can rotate over to help him. It's just one player that he'd have to deal with at long. Alu's going to get a lot of pressure as they jump down. He's so blind, so completely blind, and one comes through, and Alex didn't even check it. No one looked to the right, and Alu's now using the opponent's smoke to get some safety. Oh, another shot and another awkward jump. And there's Ariel managing long as well. NBK missed an opportunity for a kill, and that's one he's going to be frustrated with.
Yeah, just a bit, isn't it? Oh, Alexi actually pre-aiming that. He was so aware that was going to happen. And that will be around 10th round now for ENCE. So a bit of a scary moment there as they got quite close to Alu before they even realized what was going on. But here we are, though. 5 rounds away now from...
Alu might have to check his mouse wheel.
Yeah?
Maybe just unbind jump on that one. That's twice now we've seen it in moments. Like that one, it actually did kind of ruin him a little bit.
You have to have jump on the scroll wheel.
None of it's doing it.
How do you do
weird times?
How do you bunny jump otherwise? You can't.
I never could anyways, so it was never an issue for me.
I have jump on scroll wheel and mouse 2.
Wait, mouse 2? You use the scope.
Mouse 4.
You're a freak. 10-1 run for ENCE at the moment. 2 5-round streaks just broken up. Alu on catwalk, so is Ariel. X7 in the pit. And I mean, Vitality hasn't been able to find any real entrance into these rounds. There's nowhere on the map that you can point to and say, at least Vitality has been able to do this.
No, that's a good point, actually. There's not much they've been able to come out. They have some of those B splits have been pretty close to working,
No,
like
but
close-ish.
think of how mental this is. They've won one gun round. The pistol round was a mid-rush from Ents. And the second round was obviously just a round against all pistols where Ents stacked middle with 5 players and no armor, no utility.
Yeah.
It sounds worse when you put it like that.
It does. You've made it sound worse, Mos. Why have you done that? Grenade going to be countered. A little bit of damage there. And a Molotov to buy some time. Now under a minute. Alex trying to do a good job of pushing anyone back. Oh, that's good timing. The flashbang worked perfectly, but the spray dead on. Now Alu happy to wait here. Is he going to be trying to stand up? He will. And Saibu's absolutely ready for it. That's a very important kill.
That's a tight angle. And look at Sergey and Alexei. Now they have to kind of work together and start considering. That's a huge pick. Every time Vitality getting an advantage, Ents find the way to bring it back to equal.
And now there's a lot of trouble here. 20 seconds. I imagine they're going to go back down. Are they really going to go for it with 20 seconds on A? They still have a guy in upper dark right now. And the timing for Alexei B, that's the bomb down. And absolutely unmitigated disaster as Sergey does go down. Maybe they could do... No, they can't actually.
Round's
10
over.
seconds. Yeah, there is nothing they can do. They can't find the kills. Alexei B going to take down Alex. And oh, what a way for a round to fall apart.
This T-side from Vitality, compared to what we've seen from them this week in their previous 2 games in the best of ones, it seems like very much less by like intuition, and this team is not all on the same page. There seem to be a few more seconds as they converse about what they want to do. A bit disjointed, and Ents is taking advantage. These ops just doing work.
They're doing a lot right now. And again, the sort of flexible, the aggressive defense, just the fact that they don't feel safe at all anywhere with Vitality.
Ents is just making the right calls on when they get aggressive. 3-on-3, plenty of time. The map is wide open. And that's when you start pushing aerial. That's not wise. Wanted to go for it. He knew Zaiwu was in the position.
Maybe thought the Molotov was landing better, I'm guessing.
Or the flashbang would be more effective.
Neither of which ended up being true. Alexei B now, Kitty stopped them. They got the early kill. They're going to get the great follow-up there. Alex able to see the top of his helmet. And Sergey now, Molotov, they're going to run right past. They're all right there waiting for him. That's so dangerous, and they're going to go hunt him down. In the middle, X7 barely winning that fight. Not sure that's going to make any difference here. So 15th round looking like it's going to go to Vitality, which at least means they can pick up a 4th here. I mean, that's something. A tiny bit to work with.
It is something. I don't think it'll be enough. We'll have to see if anyone from Vitality can come out of the halftime break and just catch fire. Very tough retake for Alu and X7. They have all the utility, but even that is not going to be a whole lot. NBK is at long, 2 players on ramp and rail. You have Apex and Goose, and they might not even have to worry about any of that as Zaiwu gets the final kills. Triple kill for him in the round, and a pretty brutal half if you're a Vitality fan, if you wanted to see them get the easy route into the playoffs. Heading to the halftime break, and when we come back, we'll see if Vitality have the comeback in them.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got more, like 4 lines for $25 per line per month and 4 free phones. Now the whole family can stay connected.
Not disconnected. Switch and get 4 lines with unlimited gigs for $25 per line per month, plus 4 free LG Style of 5 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast nationwide network.
Well, here we go. Second half, second map here between ENCE and Vitality. And the first half was nothing like what we had imagined. This is Vitality's map pick. They only got 4 rounds playing on the T side. I think that's not good enough. I think that will very likely put ENCE in the playoffs.
That's what it feels like at the moment. But I mean, you have to hold out hope that, I mean, obviously you're picking this map. You're going to be good on both sides. We've seen Vitality play very, very well on this map. You'd hope to see, as we've referenced a couple times, relatively quiet series out of ZywOo. This is where you wanted to pick it up. And a little bit of aggression from the Vitality defense here, but that might actually be unfortunate for them because Apex spots them going out towards long. There's 2 players in those halls, and X7 has spotted the aggression there, but they don't want anything to do with that fight. And they don't know numbers, so no one on the other side of the map can speed up. But everyone from ENCE now starting to pick up the pace to crunch this A bomb site. Only 2 defenders here, maybe 3 if you count the lower B players, but ENCE is handling it very well.
So great shots being connected with there, putting NBK and ZywOo low. They lose RPK, and that's a huge disaster. Apex next in line to go down. Alex has got a kill, but I'm not sure that's enough right now. They're going to go back for him and just double up. They're so aggressive here on the finish side, and NBK, he was already tagged from earlier in the round, and they are not going to wait for him. Comes through as he has reloading, and X7 even, I think, styling a little bit on him there at the end with a triple kill and a 12-4 scoreline. Man.
ENCE just, I mean, I'm at a loss for words in a certain degree because it feels like ENCE is just handling every single situation perfectly. I mean, even there, delaying on catwalk a little bit. They goosh both players in lower B, and that kind of messes up the timing if you're a defender. If, like, you know they're fighting against your opponents on catwalk, you don't really have that feel for the time of when they're going to turn the corner on catwalk. You can get very easily caught out of position. A dominant showing from the Finns, a dominant shot from NBK.
Some woos coming out, I think, on the other side. Just happy about that.
Gotta cheer when you can.
Yeah, that was that moment for it, wasn't it? They've been waiting 16 rounds for for a chance. But will it be quite enough?
This is the weird thing, though, is, I mean, if this game goes by if you look at, like, how this map has gone, ENCE has been able to get out of these scenarios whenever they've been placed in them. Like I said, This whole map feels like they've just been making the right calls in every situation, so another chance for them to prove that. Feels like this is going to end up at the B bomb site. Alu is just waiting behind this box. As Ariel and Alexi, maybe they clear out close mid, maybe they want to go up towards Cat and push back any defense that's there. Oh, God.
That is a powerful peek from Alu. Going to run right into NBK, who does land another headshot with the scout. Oh, and RPK absolutely clicking away. Sergey was already low on health, but that first shot was amazing. And I'm not sure if they're going to get out of this one, though. Ariel in a 1 versus 3. Where do you go? Picking up the bomb is definitely essential. He's not quite sure. There we go.
Those shots from NBK are absolutely stunning with the scout. That flashbang, and I think he spotted the shoulder. He knows exactly where RPK is, who's just going to drop off. Now he knows one's in the site. He knows there are 2 here. But he wants to manage these fights, and RPK is going to get the final headshot. 3 kills of the Deagle for RPK, 2 headshots and a cleanup. 2 headshots with the scout for NBK.
That was incredibly well done. That's the kind of round that they need. Probably needed earlier as well, but many more. And the odds have really grotesquely tilted in favor of offense at the moment. Vitality lost all hope.
That is a pretty disgusting odds for a team that is, what, ranked number 2, I believe, on HLTV?
Yeah, you're right. Smoking off the middle there on the headshot box. Just always a good idea whether you're going to use it or not, just to make sure that the other team can't actually see what's happening on catwalk. But out the middle, Alu's going to be so quick. What an aggressive play here towards the B bomb side. Can they make anything off it? No, Alex going to be there to help out. Good timing on that one. And Alexi B not even, I think, going to be able to get the bomb plant down at this rate. They are not going to wait at all. And Alex will end up dropping him. So a 12-6 scoreline.
Well, here we are. We're back at it. And if they can keep this up, that is such a timely return on that second round to keep Vitality in this game. A comeback seems still very far away, and it is, but it's not as unlikely as you might think. If Vitality can just keep this up. One more round where ENCE not going to have a whole lot to fight with.
Yeah, the economy is always going to be a factor in any kind of a comeback like this. How many buy rounds can ENCE get before Vitality have tied it all up? That's well, down a little bit to how ENCE play some of these rounds. Can they get some bomb plants? Can they steal some weapons? Anything like that really matters. Aerial goes down. And it looked like Vitality are not themselves completely shy to go for some of these slightly aggressive plays.
Look at the way they're forcing NBK, though, to commit to this fight while one comes from behind. He still manages to get 4 kills. But pretty cool idea from ENCE. And X7 has a chance to do, as you mentioned, with the economy being such a factor, some damage to the money that Vitality has built up in the bank. They know exactly where he is, though. It's going to be a battle every which way, and without armor, he gets the dink but cannot complete the kill. The 7th round for Vitality as they start to chunk away at this lead, but ENCE is going to have their guns.
It'll be really interesting now. On Nuke, once we switch halves, Vitality just, they won some early rounds, and then they really didn't dare to do anything. It's a huge sort of, was it like 5 or 6 round streak at the end for ENCE to win it?
Yep.
And that can't really be happening again here.
The nice thing for Vitality is you've at least, you know, getting reset this early would be disaster. Aerial, as you mentioned, that utility lottery coming out of long, he loses at that time. X7 and Sergey going to be up catwalk. They want this fight. Zywoo spots him out. He doesn't have an AWP, just going to use his own nades. And actually, this whole defense backing away from long. They've got to be careful because Alexi's waiting. Good kill with the spray. And Alu's out mid with the op. If they can get this bomb, Alu can actually cut them off. They can't get back to the B bomb site. An over-rotation from Vitality. Alu obviously doesn't know it. He's looking up towards B now. But he's in a perfect position to stop anyone from Vitality to getting to the other side of the map.
Yeah, they just need to recover the bomb. That's really the big deal, isn't it?
And that Molotov is a Vitality thrown one, and that's even going to stop Alex from rotating into position properly.
Oh, and Alu saw that, so he knows where one more player is, but maybe they don't know where that last B player is. They must, because RPK got a kill. 2 on 2, and what an intense round. The bomb, when it died on catwalk the first time, it landed on that little half wall there. It almost fell down into CT spawn. That was unbelievably close.
It's so unfortunate for ENCE that they don't have the intel that B has been open this whole round. Because, I mean, that's the entire reason why Alu's getting those kills, because Vitality obviously knows it, and they're trying to get back into position.
Alexi sneaking up. If Alex moves across this line, that might be a huge problem. He's thinking about it. Just waiting for the moment. 28 seconds. Are they going to go and check it? The problem is, how do you check long at this point in time when RPK is also there? Bomb going to be planted. They do have a smoke on RPK, so even that AWP from Alu might not be enough. There's the kill for Alex. Easy. But here's the smoke, though. How much is it going to matter? Alu, it's been thrown close. That might actually help him out a little bit, just because otherwise he would have to shoot through the smoke to try and guess it where the bomb is being defused. There's one kill on RPK, and now he's just hiding inside. Alu with a quad kill, looking to get the ace to win this round. He's going to come right through and take down RPK. What a beautiful round here. Alu absolutely out of control in this game.
What a classic Alu round. Such a beast mode ace with a 1-on-2 clutch on top of it. That is so sick. He's just so smart. I mean, this whole time when he's in mid, just cutting this map in half. Yeah, there's the first kill from the B bomb site, and here it's just like everyone from Vitality trying to recover. You can see they're trying to safely get into CT spawn, which is like the staging area to rotate over towards B. And Alu, even when he gets smoked off, using one of his own to provide some extra cover. That's a stellar performance from a big game player.
Yeah, that was really, really well done. Love to see it. And they got long control this time on the end side. In spite of winning the round, they didn't have the best weapons, but Vitality are also taking a bit of a hit on the economy, so we'll see. Kind of almost wish we get a replay of the bomb falling on the wall in the last round, just because I wonder how close that actually was. The round falls apart if that happens.
That's always the worst feeling. Well, now Vitality feeling the desperation. No money. Must-win round, and you can see they're aggressive all across the map. It's given them the information, but maybe a little bit late. They can't really preempt it. One Molotov on Alu, and he's far back, so Alex's position can be very, very strong. This is a bold boost up. That's some craziness.
Too bold, perhaps. Alu somehow winning the fight, even though it looked like he got caught off guard. Good lineup here for Alex. Spraying every single one down before they even get the bomb plant. That was the maximum you could get out of that position, but he's still locked in. He's sandwiched. The next 7 is walking in behind with the FAMAS, and I'm not sure if he realizes just yet. 30 seconds on the clock, and Alu waiting on the one side. Communication looking really good right now, and Alex got no idea. He does survive for the minute, but surely the grenade will do it. Yeah, that is such a shame. Alex really trying his best there, and he almost did it.
I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't believe they tried to boost Zaiwu up in that situation. Maybe they didn't have the information that they'd already crossed.
I'm thinking that they weren't quite sure, because otherwise, I agree, that does seem too much.
Too much. We do like risky and bold plays. They are exciting to watch.
Yeah, but there's a line, isn't there, where you cross it and you get into some.
They
some
crossed
weirdness.
that line.
Like, we love the Quesorado jumping off silo with no health at all. That's the level of bold and crazy that we enjoy. Boosting into 4 people on ramp.
With an AWP. You miss a shot and you just die. Well, 14-7 and the third timeout used. Yeah, it's almost a shame they lose this round because, again, it's much like Nuke. Alex is just finding ways to have massive amounts of impact. That is a great round from him, and just never knew that he was getting flanked out from Catwalk.
Yeah, tough position to be in.
And look at the position they're in now. Scout on NBK, Deagle, CZs, 1 SMG, and you're fighting to stay alive in this series. Neither of these teams with a loss in the series would get eliminated. They are the 2-0 team, so the winner goes to the playoffs. The loser gets to fight another day.
Ooh. NBK trying to take a book out of, or a page out of Enz's book and pushing a bit aggressive on Catwalk. And got immediately shot down.
Alu's just feeling the game so well at this point.
He's having a fantastic game.
26 kills. He had the ace and the clutch in 2 rounds ago. Tagged Zaiwu through the wall.
Of course.
Everything he does is the correct call.
Was that 123 ADR?
Yeah, it's something nasty.
That's quite high up there.
Something grotesque.
Seven catching Alex. Sergey will be the one to get the kill, but
you can just see like the suffocating patience of Ents at this point. Like they know at 14-7, Vitality likely going to be force buying into this, and just you know they have to find an advantage. Whether it's a push like NBK and Catwalk, whether at this stage of the round it's that kind of peek in towards mid to try and get information, and they're just waiting for it all. Not even aggressing, not even peeking into the bomb sites yet, just looking for that next push because it's the only way Vitality can get back into the round with these Deagles and CZs, catch them off guard.
So we're moving forward, but he was low on health already. Tagged by Alu, RPK. It's a beautiful shot to begin with, but with that many people facing you, it's going to be difficult to do anything. Apex making a bit of a noise, and I think Aerial heard that. So they know, and either way, it's a 1-on-4. So the bomb will go down. That's 15. That's ends. Going to be a single round away from the playoffs.
Maybe Aerial doesn't know. He's looking towards mid. Apex spotted him. Now Aerial might have an idea. He certainly might have heard those, but he's going to check anyways. Easy kill for him from the side. 15-7, Ents 1 round away from making the playoffs. From the champion stage.
Exactly right. It's so cool to see Ents just, you know, power through, you know, all of the confusion that's been surrounding them otherwise.
Yeah, we mentioned it, I believe, when we casted an Ents game earlier, that, you know, props to Alexi B, because, like, something like this, it is interesting. It's like an interesting situation where you're coming into this major and it's already been announced that he's going to be removed, and that can actually fix a lot of the issues, because there's no reason to, like, get in fights, right? There's no reason to, like, you know, argue to try and improve the team the way you think, because he's going to be leaving the team. So it kind of calms things down in that way. But it only works if the player being removed is like an actual professional and handles it well, because he can also, you know, ruin everything. But the fact that he's handling it this well, still performing, still putting up numbers, I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. What a good reflection it is on him as a player to be able to do that. Team looks really cool at the moment. 15-7 right now, and we've seen on the Vitality side, they've got next to nothing. Again, trying to be aggressive and have a fight over it long, just to be able to do anything at all to give themselves a chance to get into the round here, but they've left the B-bomb site, and that will prove to be the wrong call.
Well, they flipped a coin, and unfortunately, it's not Two Phases coin.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, there's been some trouble with that. I mean, I don't know what they were supposed to do otherwise. Would it have been better if they had one guy and B with half health and a scout? Probably not.
No, there's you just have to gamble in that scenario.
Why does it look like people are speed hacking when they're running with the scout? What? What's going on?
That might be the only shot Alu's missed, and unfortunately for Vitality, it doesn't really matter.
And he just gets the next one anyway. Alu going back to middle. Oh, he's going to hit it on RPK as well. He's just lost his mind in this game. 16-7 as Ents make the playoffs here at the Starladder Berline Major. It's been just an incredible couple of maps for them. 29 kills on Alu. He's an absolute champion right now.
Yeah, what a way if you're Alu to put your team over the finish line in this series to make it to the playoffs. They get a couple days rest now. They get to chill, relax, watch everyone else all stressed out, and prepare themselves for Vitality. I don't think it's like back to the drawing board or anything, but obviously not the result that you're looking for, not the fashion that you're taking these losses.
No, that's really the disturbing part, isn't it? Like, at least you would want them to be able to sort of turn some of these games around so that things are looking a little bit more
Well, I mean,
competitive.
Nuke was close up to a point, and then Ents ran away with it at the end. Dust 2, your pick, you were never in this game, and that's got to be the frustrating part. And they've been dealing with those frustrations at various stages in the major, so I think that's just going to be another in the series of conversations they've had at this event where it's go back to the hotel, figure things out, tell people, can't be getting all crazy. I don't know what it's like in their team. Can't be getting all nuts and stuff like that.
I'm not sure either, but maybe we can find out in some future interview exactly what's going on here. They do seem to be a little bit unstable on the Vitality side. Ends though, I mean,
the majors are just stressful to begin with, and then when you have that opening week where you take some of those confusing losses, and you have to work out those issues, and now they kind of rear their head back up just a little bit in this series, perhaps. They'll figure it out. I think that's still a very strong team. I still expect to see Vitality in the playoffs. You can't imagine they're going to lose 3 best-of-3s to not make it.
No, when you put it like that, it does seem really unlikely. So I don't know. I'm not sure. This was nothing like I would want to see out of them. But and I kind of hope that the early losses during the first stage was like that was really going to wake them up, and no more of this.
It did for a time. They've fallen back asleep.
Yeah, they've fallen back asleep.
It's the jet lag.
They need to just lose every other match, and then they'll be good. But that doesn't work in the playoffs.
No, it doesn't work in the playoffs at all.
To get there, maybe.
Yeah, to get there, you can pull it off.
Yeah.
Either way, I thought that was a cool season. I'm actually surprised to see Ents coming in looking this strong.
Me too. Yeah. I mean, but it's because we're so used to it. We're so used to whenever people announce roster changes, then all the time up until it happens are just, not even worth really watching.
Well, I mean, you have that example with some of the other teams who are making roster changes.
Yes.
And now it's like, oh, Ents, they've announced this, but they're still ballers.
Turning out, you can really be grown up at that point in time. Maybe throwing some shade on the other team, saying,
It's a lesson you should learn, Anders. You can be a grown up.
No, it's not. One day, Moses, it'll
happen.
Yeah, when it's painfully
maybe
past
your
the point.
40s.
40s, yeah, that's
40s is
like
the year.
I'll start doing laundry and stuff like that. I don't know. Anyway, we're ready with the interview. Luckily, thanks. So thank God, it was good. Throw it down to the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations to everyone from Ents and OlexCB. You guys have maintained a rock-solid performance, 3-0, to move forward to the playoffs. You're making it look very easy for Ents here. Did you expect it to be as smooth as it was?
Well, I think our communication is like the same as usual, and everybody is just popping heads. We're playing good CS, and our communication is on point, so we're playing good.
The third opponent that you just took down to make it to the playoffs was Vitality, and the last 2 times you played them in a best-of-3, they were the ones that bested you guys 2-1. So what was different this time around?
Last 3 times, actually. So it's very important win for us because we have been keeping them as our kryptonite. So this time 2-0, very confident for us. We won on Dust 2-2. And I just think we went into the game like playing normal, just no stress. Everybody was playing great. We had a good game plan, and yeah.
At a major where we have teams like Liquid that are 1-2, losing to teams like a Vanguard, and you guys are now at 3-0. If you can just maintain this level of performance, do you think that we can see a repeat Grand Finals performance here at the major?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe Liquid will come in the quarterfinals again and see how it goes from there.
Sounds great, but for now, congratulations once again. And with that, Ents is moving forward with a pristine record, 3-0 to the playoffs.
absolute firecracker down there. As you can see, the ecstatic faces of ENCE. They are ready to get back in to what will be the playoffs. They've just earned themselves that berth into the playoffs here for the major. Obviously looking for some redemption from the previous major, and quite a few storylines to talk about going into this one. Obviously Alexi B on his way out, still giving interviews like a champ.
Still giving straight fire interviews. Man alive, I love Finnish people. It's like, yeah, and yes, maybe our rival could meet us and could be a good game. Oh, the trash talk. Whoa, calm down, man. Whoa. Watch out, there's kids watching. Like, man alive. Like, because you could tell he was trying to like set it up, wasn't he?
Sure.
He was trying to think how could he say, like, if we meet Team Liquid, you know, it'll be like.
Yeah.
But that's actually, believe it or not, as we've alluded to many times, though, that is actually the secret strength of the Finnish players. If you notice, like, they don't get rattled in the game.
No, I mean, not having emotion has just as much of a positive impact for these guys. Just because, you know, your heart doesn't start racing, you're not all over the place, you're not.
It's been my secret for many years.
Is it? I just thought it was all the G Fuel you were drinking. But anyway, go ahead.
I mean, Alu had a great game, first of all, right?
Great series in
Great
general,
series.
yeah.
He was the top fragger on Nuke. He's the top fragger here, dropping 29 frags in a game that at no point I felt was competitive. I felt that was a statement game from ENCE. I felt that they were much better in pretty much every single aspect of the game. Alu, again, we talked about him, you know, is he able to go toe-to-toe with Saivu? Not really. He was able to dominate Saivu. He was nowhere to be found in this game, and that was quite a problem for Vitality. And once again, it showcases how little they have to offer when he's not going off, basically.
And look, these aren't kills where it's like just a highlight. So, like, this isn't a frag movie, Alu, but all the picks that he gets control the map.
Sure.
Like, think about that kill, that like 3v3 they had late on, where his one kill just literally won you the round outright. So very, very smart style on this particular map. And then you look overall, what is going on the Vitality side of the equation? Like, this is their map. This is a map they have a really good win rate on normally. You expect them to beat teams like ENCE if they're going to play them on it. They never showed up whatsoever. Like, I look at this series now. Now it's actually the first half of Nuke's the outlier. Like, Vitality was in that game on the first half. Ever since then, they've just been non-existent.
Well, in that first half here on Dust 2, I mean, we're looking at a total of 4 rounds for the side of Vitality. That's not a start at all on the T side.
No, and especially on the T side, right? Because that's normally the, dare I say, easier side to play on Dust 2. So it's simple as it was, not good enough from Vitality. They don't have the... I don't know what it is right now, because you said right when you're saying that Dust 2 is normally a great map for them. It's a map they've been willing to pick in best of ones, but they seem to be hit or miss on the map. It's not like they're consistently going in and performing on the map, which you'd say they should be able to if you want to pick it in a best of one scenario, or even in a best of 3. But it's like one day they play good, the other day they play like absolute garbage, which they did against ENCE.
Absolute garbage. They got a slow start. They're still in the fight. They're still in the running. They can still make it to the playoffs, but it's ENCE that does secure that berth into it straight away, and they do it with a pretty big set of conviction, I guess, is what I could say. Other than that, you might want to spam this Jalali for Alu, I think is what they're doing in the Twitch chat right now.
And worth to mention is as well now, ENCE, they went 3-0, and they're also the highest seed in the tournament now since...
Unless Astralis wins.
Yeah, but unless Astralis wins, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, but they'll still be number 2, like, that's still pretty good.
I'll have to check it out. I checked out the ELO, but I think ENCE at the current moment is the highest rated ELO team right so far in the tournament. So in that sense, they're really coming in and making this a statement game for them. They went 3-0. We talked about it in the podcast as well. It's possible.
On the podcast. Okay, so yes, you see Astralis, you see NRG. That's our next matchup. Let me give you guys a quick B-Stream update as to what's going on over there. Renegades versus the Dream Eaters. Both teams 0-2. This is Swiss round 3. It's do or die. The loser is eliminated, and currently it's going to be the Renegades up 13-9 on the first map of Mirage. So that game will continue to go on during the B stream. We, however, do have a little bit of a set start time situation going on here. So as you can tell, that of 6:20 local time. Astralis versus NRG in a best of 3. Again, another set of teams looking to secure that playoff berth.
And this is actually low-key a pretty exciting matchup. Yeah. I know on paper you look and you think, NRG doesn't win tournaments, you know, Astralis, like, it's Team Liquid, you want to see Astralis play. But actually, after watching NRG against Team Liquid yesterday, man alive, the skill in that team was activated. And so I think if you look at Astralis, who haven't had the best fragging, I want to see this matchup where you're running back what you previously saw EPL.
And let's not forget the reason why they got rid of Debs, right? Why they brought in Stanislaw. They were tired of being a team that just went to the semifinal, that just got to the playoff, a top 5 team in the world. They wanted to be number 2. They wanted to be number 1. They wanted to be able to win tournaments. So this, as I said before, this is Stanislaw's big test. And the first one he passed with, you know, a high mark. Now he's going up against Astralis, who, I dare say, they're now the favorites to win the major, together with Liquid before it was Liquid being the favorite. So can they beat Astralis, or at least make that a very competitive game? I think, you know, the whole Stanislaw project, the whole NRG project is finally preparing some food.
Yeah, and I mean, for them to have worked on it for so long, the fruits of their labor are right here. And for it to all come together at the major is just about, what more could you ask for, right? Anyway, like I said, though, we are going to be waiting just a little bit to start that, which means that there will be a timer that comes up on your screen. In the meantime, I want you to hit that subscribe button, and I want you to access all the features that are available to you using the Command Center on Twitch. That's right, subscribe to this channel and get access to the Starladder Major Command Center. And watch every player's POV, get advanced stats. You get even, hell, you get your own mini-map? Really? Is that for real? That's pretty cool. You get a customized HUD? Duncan, you subbed?
I barely sub to anyone on Twitch, man. In fact, what I even do is, even people who are friends of mine, I sub, so it shows up on the stream and they go, oh, hey, Thorin, thanks. And then I wait a while, a few weeks later, I'll low-key unsubscribe.
You've never done that to me? Yeah?
No.
No? What's that?
Just prefer to watch the YouTube versions of your stream. Like, the videos are usually better, I find. Yeah.
All right.
I like the tips and tricks. They're pretty good.
He's got a fire series of tips and tricks.
They're pretty
with
good,
flashes and Molotovs. Either way, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have Astralis taking on Energy while these two take on each other.
Change of range.
Worry about game, not about bet. Insure your bet with Heartcode. GG Bet with gamers in heart.
Predict the outcome. Win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
This is the moment I should have planned for a designated driver, but didn't. And this is the moment I should have planned to call a cab, but didn't.
And this is the moment I should have just stopped. And this is the moment that will stay with me forever.
Don't wait until it's too late. Plan while you can at soberrides.org. Drink, drive, go to jail.
Does your battery deliver extra life or extra power?
Extra life.
Extra power.
Extra life. Extra power. Extra life. Life. Power. Extra life.
No need to argue. Versus Copper Top, new Duracell Optimum delivers extra life in some devices or extra power in others.
Wanna play?
Thumper heads here?
Why not? Come on.
Try new Airheads gummies in fun shapes and flavors. Play more, play delicious.
What was unthinkable has become inevitable. Rebellion.
Together we can stop the Skeksis.
We will take what is ours.
Nothing Gelfling can do.
This is unbelievable simple. Oh, he's done it. Well, 5 seconds.
Welcome back to the Starladder Major of 2019. My name is Trace Saranthus, and we are just about ready to get into the next matchup. A banger, to say the least. 2-0 teams here in Astralis and NRG. We're ready to get this one started. Jacob, what in the hell are you writing down?
I was just looking up some statistics from the last time these two teams played when Depps was on the lineup for NRG, Trace.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure you're doing your homework. Obviously, that's Jacob Pitt-Vinicky. And then if we look over there to his left, there's a dashing, not-so-young gentleman, also known as
How old are you?
I look like I'm about the same age as you. You could be my uncle, mate. All right.
Yeah, and that's just how we're doing things around
Andy
here.
looks like you had plastic surgery. Anyway, let's not get too personal with this, guys. Let's rein it back in. Let's keep it fun.
Let's just kind of everybody
for a second.
reset. We'll just reset, everybody.
So we all said things we don't mean.
I said it. Everything.
That's the truth,
meant.
though.
Yo, let's get it started right here. Let's start talking about Astralis versus NRG. 2-0. Both these teams coming in here. Astralis obviously a heavy favorite to go pretty far in this tournament, and perhaps now with Liquid on the backslide, what's really going to happen here?
I said this when we were talking about the Liquid NRG game. Like, NRG, if you just look at the roster they have, sure, the results haven't been there yet, but the roster they have, they're a sleeper to win the tournament themselves. Once you get outside of the big established names, everyone's been complaining that below the Team Liquids even Vitality and Ents obviously had their shaky moments. People have been complaining, where's the competition, right? Team Liquids just running away with all these events. Well, NRG's one of the squads. You look at the timing of when they picked up Stanislaw. Sure. You look at some of the results they've started to have, like they started to show some potential. If they peak at this tournament, they're absolutely a team that could win the tournament.
I definitely echo that sentiment. I think it's a super interesting prospect, especially considering how they removed Depps from that lineup, right? Because many of us thought that he was doing a good job.
Sure.
But I also realized, and I think they did the same, that with Depps, you're going to be a top 5 team, but not more, right? He doesn't have the individual skill level in order to go toe-to-toe against the Team Liquid like they did yesterday. So bringing in Stanislaw, an in-game leader that has different qualities, I'd say, than Depps, but is a much better player on the server, can frag much more heavily and can hold his end of the bargain as well in that sense. I think it's a wise move from MRG, and as said, they are a sleeper in order to win this tournament. If they come in full shape, you even said it before, what teams are there right now who have more individual skills stacked on a lineup than NRG? Not many.
Yeah, I mean, they're slowly becoming one of those contenders within, I guess, the confines of 1 and 2 in America, right? They've caught up to Liquid as it stands currently. Just looking at some of the results in the past year, they kind of breezed through the minor to get to where they are now. It wasn't even intentional.
I know, I was waiting for where the Rex would come in there.
It did just kind of fall out of my mouth.
But I was not gonna say, but after that, they were pretty good.
No, but in all seriousness, we saw him play in Blast LA. You can keep going on the list here. Now they're making a run for a 3-0 berth, and that to me is a statement from NRG.
There's only one problem for them, and they're facing Astralis right now. And I think Astralis is here to play. I said it even before coming into the tournament that they've gone through so much rough times. Let's put it like that. They've been through a rough time. They weren't really happy with their performance during Cologne. I spoke to one of the players' girlfriend, Trace, which is a friend of mine.
Oh, interesting.
Just wanted to point that out.
In the friend zone, but keep going.
In the friend zone. But she was explaining, right, that the team is not happy with where they're at. They're actually affected by all the community, dare I say hate, feedback, you call it what you want. People were not nice to them, and that affected them in a way, and that motivated them in order to play even more.
I know with their girlfriend's just telling you, just dropping dime on everything. So anyway, then she told me he's having problems in bed, actually, because it's work, there's a lot of stress going on. Man, life, keep it short.
Keep
it inside the org.
Getting to the point is that I think Astralis is back to where they belong, right? They're back to their old self, where they practice a lot. They really go under the radar. We don't hear much from them. We haven't really seen them boot camp. They're staying rather, off the social medias. We don't see a lot. And then they're coming into the tournaments and they're going to bang out everyone. I think that's the case with Astralis, and I think that's why NRG is going to have a tough time here.
Well, it could be a tough time. We actually do have the opportunity to catch up with someone down there on the show floor. It's going to be Sue. Who do you got?
Well, Trace, I'm joined by I'm a Pet, and wow, I'm a Pet. NRG has been looking on fire, coming off of that win against Liquid yesterday. Woo, some Astralis fans in the audience. But I'm a fan of NRG, just putting that out there. So let's talk about what's been going on, because it started with that victory over the Renegades, and that was also Dust 2, but a bit of a shakier win there. So what were the biggest lessons learned from that to really help with that victory against Liquid?
I just think in that game we played a little bit
I guess, a little bit more scared than we should have, and they kind of capitalized on a few mistakes of ours, and it helped that we won a few ridiculous rounds, so it helped give us some more momentum, more confidence. But I think after that, we started cleaning up our mistakes, just being a lot more slow and more methodical, and also playing with more confidence, trying to go for some fast plays, and I think it helped us for that Liquid game.
100%, because in that Liquid game, it was the opposite of playing scared. There was a lot of fast aggression. It just looked confident across the board, to be honest. And how much of that came from having won a map off them earlier this year that was also Dust 2?
Yeah, I think we're just super familiar with them from scrims. We scrimmed them a lot during our boot camp, and I think we're just super comfortable. We know everything they do. They know everything we do. So it's just a lot of mind games right now, and we came out on top of that day.
Well, today you have a chance to make it a clean 3-0, and the opponent, as the audience keeps shouting, is Astralis. Now, most recently you played Astralis at the ESL Pro League Finals, where you guys actually took them down 2-1. So can we see a 3-0 today?
Yeah, I'm hoping to see it. We didn't have much preparation since we were playing with like a dead team at the time. So now coming with a little bit more preparation, I'm hoping it'll be a cleaner game for us. But they're a respectable team and they're really good, so it's going to be a tight game.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Let's see if it's a 3-0. Trace, what do you have to say about that?
I've got a whole lot to say about that, but I'm pretty sure whatever player's girlfriend that Pip is talking to would have more to say about it. So let's go back down that rabbit hole.
It's all of them.
I actually was talking to one of the NRG players' girlfriends, and probably she was imaginary, so she just said all sorts of crazy stuff, you know. So no insight from that team, I'm afraid.
No, absolutely nothing. You can't get anything out of that.
That's actually one of the things I want to say about this team, though, NRG, is like, even when you look back at the DAPS lineup, like, I think people underestimate what some of their results were. They had like some finals, a lot of top fours. Like, they were having deep runs. Sure, the majors they didn't do well. And so I feel like actually one of the problems they have, like you saw from that interview there, is they don't have a lot of big personalities in the team. Like, the players are a lot bigger than names actually are in terms of what they can do in the server. Like, they lack like a Stewie 2K, or even in terms of like Flash. There's not really like the player who just sets the server on fire as much.
And I feel that's where you could compensate with having a coach that is that type of guy, right? But it seems like, to me, Amapet is the same type of guy, right?
Yes.
Very laid back, you know, doesn't really say a lot. He's super, super good at preparing. He's super good at analyzing the game, watching a lot of demos. We all know how he, you know, sort of got through the scene with CLG as well, took them to new heights. But in terms of having some fire behind the team and having some personality, I guess Tarek is the only one you can pinpoint to be that kind of guy. But when he's playing, he's also kind of laid back. So you're right. I think that's not necessarily a problem, but that's one of the areas they maybe lack a little bit of.
Well, I mean, I'll just throw this out there. Talking about Tarek on this lineup, yes, he's a major champion, but it feels like a different Tarek now that he's changed sides. Now that he's NRG, it doesn't feel like the same Tarek. And I'm not talking about inside of the server. I'm talking all-encompassing.
I think even inside the server, though, like if you go back to the days when he played with Stan when they were on the Optic lineup, he was one of the best players in the team. He was like a standout star player level guy. Whereas in this team, for me, he's just among the pack. He's just one of the rest of the players. And you look at the name and you think, oh, Tarek, but like for me, I look at people like Cirque, I look at Breeze. These are the players I expect to really carry. But anyway, what you saw there, this is one of the factors also as to why it's an interesting series is, first of all, we still don't have that much data on where the Stanislaw team wants to go in the map pool, but they have a very wide map pool. They play a lot of them. And basically, that's one of the things under I'm a Pet that they really stressed is trying to have the possibility to go anywhere, because it also means you never get in those scenarios like actually Vitality thought they were doing to ENCE before, where it's like they don't play Dust 2, so if we just pick it, then that's the easy win, right? In this scenario, you kind of pick your poison as to where you go.
Well, speaking of Vitality, I mean, we did see NRG take on Vitality at ESL 1 Cologne. It was a quarterfinal, and they actually did play with Stanislaw there, and for all intents and purposes, they get 2-0'd by Vitality. But I think that was still during their growing period, during their still trying to bring in and implement some of the things that Stanislaw has. Now, there's no excuse.
They've had an entire player break to bring him in, right? They even brought him to ESL Pro League Finals in Montpellier, I believe, where Depps were playing, but they were practicing with Stanislaw, how weird as that may be. So he's been there for quite some time, right? He's trying to implement himself to the lineup. One of the things that I worry about when it comes to NRG is the fact that from playing with Stanislaw as well, I had 2 months with him in Liquid. He's not the type of guy that I think will revolutionate the way NRG plays, right? He even said it in certain interviews that he's coming in and he's just trying to fit in the team. He's trying to implement some of the, you know, ideas that he has of how he wanted to activate guys like Ethan, Breeze, and Cirque for that matter. But it's not like it's going to be a new Astralis or a new Liquid that is very defined in the way they play. They rely a lot on the individuals to show up. We even saw that against Renegades. Had had they not won those 2 force buys we keep talking about in that game, they wouldn't have won that game. Had it not been for Breeze having an outstanding round all of a sudden, they wouldn't have won that game. So without the individuals, NRG doesn't have a lot to fall back on, and that's going to be a problem when you're facing a team like Astralis, who have such a solid foundation.
Now, we do have to get into the vetoes. That's actually how the show works. So perhaps we'll start that sooner rather than later. Personally, I think we're going to end up somewhere like on the train yards, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about it, right? It's a map they
I think
tried
overpass
to...
is going to be a possibility.
Okay, they're... Yeah.
If you're Astralis,
Well, NRG is allowed to pick train now, so I would do
pick's
it.
absolutely there for you if you want it. I think the potential to maybe see Vertigo as a third map is something that could be teased. I think it's a pretty good pick. Obviously, Astralis typically haven't been... I mean, they used to even ban train back in the day, so it's one that's not unreasonable. NRG always been good on this map.
It's a map they've been working on a lot. The new pick makes sense, obviously, from Astralis, right? They've been good on it, looked good yesterday as well. Whereas the train ban, or the train pick from NRG, I think they had 86% win rate on the
if
map.
NRG wants Vertigo, it's there. So the question is, do they want it or do they want Overpass? Now, I think Astralis is pushing them like, just pick Overpass, we can both play it. So we do get that as the decider. Thing is, if you're actually both teams right now, like for Astralis, it's a bit of a weird veto because they don't play a lot of train, but you've still got Nuke and Overpass. They're always going to be solid maps. I think if you're at NRG, you're liking this veto though.
I think you have Astralis, you liking that veto. I know they've been practicing the map a lot. They've been working on it a lot, especially since Vertigo has been implemented in the map pool as well, because they knew if they could be good on train and they also could play Vertigo, you all of a sudden have a scenario where you can play all 7 maps and be a gods of the vetoes, basically.
Yes, gods of the vetoes and gods of the betting, I suppose, if you want to go that way. Of course, the official partner, the official bookmaker of Starladder is GG.bet. Head over there and check them out. But you can also head over to the Strafe Esports app where you can check up on the upcoming schedule for all of the Berlin Major and not miss a damn moment of the action. Guys, we're going to train first. We know everything about everything. But how's this going to go? How's this best of 3 going to go overall? And what is it going to say at the end of it, regardless of who wins?
I mean, this wasn't an Astralis map last year. As you saw there, they haven't played it much. I mean, Pim says they're working on it in practice, but I always need to see it in the server before I'm a believer. So
Me too.
I will say for this one, I think NRG takes the first one, train.
I think they have to, right? If NRG wants to win this series overall, they have to win train. I don't believe they're going to be able to win Nuke. I don't believe they're going to be able to win Nuke and Overpass. It'll have to take an outstanding performance from, maybe the guy on the screen right here, Breeze, right? He's had a good tournament so far. So has Cirque, a guy that we talked a lot about last year, but then he sort of fell a little bit off during the beginning of this year, but he seems to be in great shape now. Whereas for Astralis, it is a do or die time, right? This is Astralis that is trying to climb their way back to the world top. We know them to be the best of all time, I guess. We know Liquid to be the best team in the world right now, but winning this one, go 3-0, have some time off, be able to prepare for the playoff, get a good seeding as well. This is exactly what Astralis wants. So I personally believe that they had to win, and given by the maps as well, it could be a close series, but I even take Astralis 2-0 here.
I also think as well, for Astralis, it's not, everyone's going to think NRG's the underdog, so they're the ones who need to make the statement. Like, NRG's already done very well in this tournament, and shown some good signs. I think for Astralis, if you lose this series, it's just like when you came back in the summer. There's a lot of teams in the field that are going to think, hey, we can win if we play that team. So to win this one, even though it's not a Team Liquid or Vitality, it's still a big deal to establish the idea that like we're peaking for the major. We're going to be back at our best at the major.
And if you lose here in your Astralis, you're exactly right. I'm going to think you've nailed it right there. You've actually kind of enabled your opponents to believe in.
Just give them hope.
Yeah, you just give them confidence and some faith that they can come in there and beat who was formerly the world #1.
And let's not forget some of the teams they could face, right? We have Mousesports down there. We have Na'Vi potentially climbing way back. We have Liquid being 1 and 2 right now. So if you're losing this one and you're putting yourself in a position where you potentially lose another one, you could face one of those teams in order to even make the playoffs. So for both these teams right now, everything is at stake, and I don't expect any of them to save anything. This is a game where they will go all out to win it, and again, this is the major, right? You have to play to your absolute best.
I'll give you one other little piece of trivia as well that people will forget. Despite what a good team NRG was this year and last year, never ever been top 8 at a major. That was one of the things, they always flunked the majors. They got knocked out of them, lost a minor, so they've actually yet, as a core, ever done anything like that.
Right, and so this is more...
This will be a big deal if they win this game.
This will be a big deal for them. They're still a long way from dethroning, say, a Liquid for #1 in NA or even close to the rankings worldwide. But this would be a step in the right direction for Imapet and the crew. As we start to jump into train, I want to remind you about the Starladder Major Command Center. That's right. If you hit the subscribe button on the channel, you get access to Starladder Major Command Center. And you get to watch every player's POV, you get advanced stats, you get a mini-map, you even get your own customized HUD. Hot damn, must be my lucky day.
If I were you, I'd watch Device and train. I'd watch Device and I'd watch Cirque probably, right? Those two are going to be two of the main players for these lineups. Device, obviously, so far having a great tournament. He is potentially one of the best players in the world. Seems to be in great shape. Cirque said it before. He wasn't really that thrilling to watch in the beginning of the year, but he seems to have found his place as well under Stanislaw. So these two players going toe-to-toe on a map like Train should be pretty fun to watch.
And very conflicting styles as well, because obviously Device is more of like the be mobile, set up around the system. Like sometimes on this map, he just holds the spot, and that way you've got that line taken out entirely. Cirque is more of like the highlight stars. He's going to repeat 1,000,000 times in an angle. If he hits all those shots, it's going to be an awesome kill. Otherwise, he can get traded on. So I do feel on this map particularly, he is one of the players who has to play well if NRG wants to win.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing with Cirque, right? I don't personally feel like we've seen the fiery Cirque that we saw given a year ago, 2 years ago, at a Starladder.
Nah, I'd agree, but he's getting there. I think he's returning into that shape. He's getting more comfortable under Stanislaw. I feel like they're not setting him up as they were a year ago. They're not really utilizing him as good as he could be on this NRG lineup. And it's hard when you have a guy like Breeze, and when you have Ethan, who I believe is a guy that potentially could play for Liquid and make them even better. He is so skilled. So those two, Breeze and Ethan, they'll have to show up as well, especially when you consider when you have on the other side, which is Magic's boy, who's been playing hearts out so far as well. Dupree hasn't really gotten off to the start that he wanted to, but we know Dupree, he's a strong player and he can step it up at any given point.
Let's talk a little bit about that coaching staff a little bit more, because Zonic, man, looking, for all intents and purposes, looking excellent right now. This is a guy that has brought a lot of heart and soul into this Astralis project. He's put himself out there. And what is there to say about what he brings to the table?
This is also the test, because remember, it's all well and good when you're number one and you win all the time. And remember, a bad result for Astralis last year was usually losing the final. That's how outrageously successful they were. So when you're a coach, where you really earn that money is when you go into the down period and things aren't going well and you have to change something in practice or switch a map that you were playing in terms of priority. Because once you've got all the players there, they take over and play the game. You have to set up the structure to get them like that.
And it's his responsibility in Astralis. People may not know that, but Sonic controls that entire team. He's basically hired to run the CSGO team, right? He's the one deciding whatever he wants to cut Magic's boy, whatever he wants to cut Glaive, bringing a new guy. It's basically all his responsibility. He needs to make this team work, otherwise someone will be cut. And, it could be a player, it could be the coach. It's like in any given sport, right? You never really know where to put the responsibility, but Astralis as an organization have given him a full responsibility for this lineup.
I mean, he's not even just coaching. He is basically the GM of this entire project.
Yep.
And he will be the one that has to do the answering should they lose and start to tumble down from where they left off before the player break. And I guess overall, guys, we're just about ready to get into the server. If you just joined us, it is that time. We're going to be going into Train as the first map. Let me remind you that this is the Starladder Major. This is the Swiss round of 3, and both of these teams currently sitting at 2-0 would love to secure that playoff berth. First map goes which way, guys?
I think it's going to be a close one, but I think Astralis is in such a good shape right now that they should be able to deal with NRG. I'm curious to see if they have more than Plan A to offer. If the individuals are showing up for NRG, it could make it a close one.
I'll take NRG to win this one.
Okay, that's it.
I mean, it's their map. Astralis hasn't shown me anything at all. I even think that's actually a factor that goes against them. They normally have got the big playbook.
Well, let's see who's got the bigger playbook, and I know Anders and Moses do, so let's see what they got to say.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much to the desk. What an exciting game this is going to be. I really can't wait for it. Astralis and NRG getting on the way in here on Train, and looks like a pretty quick push towards Ivy as Glaive will take a headshot first, dropping Tarek. Megis goes down next, and Cirque's going to be hunting down Glaive. So a pretty good trade there for NRG. They're going to be able to take care of Dupree, and they follow it up on Sip. What a great push to that A yard, and now it's all on Device. Out here trying to snipe away. The bomb will go down, and he's on 2 health. This is looking great for the American side.
Well, yeah, that was a relentless attack. It just never stopped. Some great trades coming out of the entrance of Ivy, and Device in an impossible situation. Can't take a single bullet. I think this is something Astralis is going to have to be prepared for. This Pistron needs to put them on notice. This is the NRG style. They are going to be very, very aggressive in attacking the bomb sites. Once the contact begins, once the action begins, it's just going to be all over the place. And Device is going to back away, try and save what armor he can. Even being hunted by Stanislaw, a couple of shots, has to reload, but now his position is given up. It's only Stan really actually chasing after him. Gets to a headshot angle, and he should be safe.
Try and see if he can even save the flashbang, and they're going to find him at the end. So nothing is saved, and oh yeah. That's Stan shouting at them. I love that. He's usually a little bit quiet, isn't he?
No, but good. I mean, and they've also watched, you know, the shouting that Liquid has done, and maybe they're taking a note out of that book and saying, oh, we've seen it actually have an impact. And
hell yeah, let's do that.
It also helps. I mean, listen, American teams have obviously been doing things like that since the dawn of time.
Yeah, but they went away again.
Well, they always used to suck. So,
Yeah,
I mean, there was that.
Now it's back.
Now that they're good, you know, it's kind of cool.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
I want to see even more of that. Good job, Stan. Well, the second round is going to be coming up now. 3 scouts in play, Moses. How do you feel about that?
Range of the train yard might help things out, but obviously, and also, I mean, if a bomb site is lost, you can just back away and save those for the next round. The tactic here, obviously, trying to bait them into the Deagle of Magisk. Trying to soften one up for the other player to find the kill. There's actually 3 players really grouped up around Ivy at the moment, with Dupree just behind that first train.
You know, because of that new economy, we usually say now that the pistol rounds don't matter so much, but I think when you're playing T-side train, I actually think winning the pistol round is a big deal. We've seen so many, even really good train teams struggle to find rounds on this T-side once the CT economy sets in, so good job on NRG for winning that first round. I think it's going to have a pretty big impact. Now they just need to close this one out as well. Going to be ducking right under that bullet, it seemed. That was actually very close. And now Device here with the scout. Has to be some headshots for this to work out. I think now, when they have 3 of them left, those body shots might not be enough.
And Dupree's in a position where it's really difficult for him to get away. Once the utility is thrown, he backs off. You can see him slink over towards the bomb train just to get into a safer position, a position with more options. Trading places with Glaive, who's got the CZ.
And waiting inside of the smoke, Glaive, just counting the seconds. He's probably waiting for some sort of grenade that lands behind him. It's a good opportunity, and he will get the kill at least on 1. 20 seconds left as they're making their way towards the yard. Should be able to get the bomb plant down. These scouts are not really meant to stop any kind of bomb plants. Can, as we love to say, shoot under the train, but Sip will land a shot on Ethan at least. But they're going to be backing out and saving the scouts for another round, which I think is a reasonable choice.
Absolutely. I mean, not geared for retakes in any way whatsoever. Might try and get some exit kills, but either way, a second round for Energy. I think you're exactly right. These maps that can just feel so T-sided as well at times once the economy gets going. It's like that pistol round. It's not necessary. Losing it does make things harder, so it's just a nice like pressure that gets lifted off your shoulders. You get that first round. If you convert the second, then all of a sudden you're feeling really, really good. You got a buffer of rounds to work with.
I always look back to a team like Mouse Sports that are like a cool trained team, but we've seen them sometimes have really hard T-sides where they just don't find what they need. So
I think the big one that the maps that always sticks out, and that in my mind, if you're gonna go with Mouse Sports on train, was what Boston Major when they lost to QV Fire. They're up like 13-2 and lost the second half 14-1.
That's when it started. Yeah.
Yeah, that
right.
was. If you're a Mouse Sports player, I'm sorry for bringing that up again.
Those are some really hard losses. I can't remember if I've seen that much of them since Carrigan joined, so it's possible that some of that has changed a little bit.
Yeah.
But I've seen other teams do it. They're not the only example. They're just the most sort of horrific one, I think, that comes to my mind. Ethan, pretty quick. Again, got to be careful about those scouts. They are still in play, and 3 of them could definitely do a lot. Flashbang to make the crossing a bit safer as Dupree and Glaive both go down, starting the round. Terry down to 23, but it doesn't really matter at this point. They have already done enough in this round, so now it's just a question of not losing any guns and clearing out the round with not much of an issue here. 3 for NRG very early on. You like to see that here.
Very early and very quick. And also, shout out to the desk, I think it was Pimp who mentioned the battle that might be going down between Cirque and Device in the last series they played at Pro League Season 9. It was those two leading the way for their team. Cirque had 67 kills in the series, Device had 68. It was a best-of-3 victory for NRG, including a 16-13 victory on Train.
Bang on Sip, and he's not going to be allowed to get away. Yeah, that could be really fun. Cirque is a fun orbital to watch when he's really feeling the game a lot.
He is. This whole team has some very exciting players. It was just funny to think, like, you, at one point, watching that NRG Liquid map the other day, where you're just like, there's so much skill in the server.
Yeah.
Like, there's just so much talent on some of these players individually. Guys like Ethan, guys like Breeze, you know, this is about that time. You know, they've been kind of riding off of potential, you know, especially, you know, since some of their times in some of the lower tier North American professional teams of how good they can be, and this is where they need to show how good they are.
Looking back now, I really feel like we didn't get enough out of the NACS meme. We should have used it when we could, even more.
You guys got a pretty good amount of ground on that one.
But a couple of years where it was really in play, but now looking back, I just, you know, I wish I could have used it more. It's too late now, but
you missed your chance.
I did. Well, round number 4. See if Starladder takes the chance here to win a round, put one on the board early on, and build the economy. This is something that NRG are going to be enjoying this round, is the fact that they are not going to be running into all the Molotovs and everything else. A bit of a weird fight there. Breeze going down.
And I think the game is up. They've already started to throw utility. Footsteps are being made. Xipnix, he's going to try and hold on, but a flashbang comes in. Doesn't do a whole lot. Glave's going to try and pick up the pieces. It's not going to happen. 3 players alive inside of that B bomb site. Cirque's getting the bomb plant in a great position with that AWP. But Stanislaw, Device has no idea this is happening, and that's an easy kill. And now I think Astralis has to back away.
Yeah, I think so too. That's a great play for Stan towards the end. I think Clay was standing on top of the fire there trying to get the kill up on the high ground. So he was actually all in on picking up 2, which I guess if he had, would have probably made a pretty big difference. Because if he gets 2 kills, then somebody's planting the bomb while the other guy's defending. I mean, that could have definitely made a difference, but...
I think the big difference it would have made was Device wouldn't have been watching for the push down those lanes. He would have maybe been a little bit more focused all the way down. He was just looking to his left. Regardless, a 4th round for NRG and an AWP taken away from Astralis. A costly AWP. Device purchased that with no armor behind it.
All right.
Can you give us a woo? Give us your best woo. You just want a round. Think of the round in the show match. You headshotted me through a smoke at an impossible angle. Now give us a woo.
I only do the woos when I'm playing, Moses, and I don't get many chances, so I'm not really well practiced. I'll find a way to do it.
All right.
We'll do more show matches in the future. we'll actually be prepared for the next one.
Please, God, no.
It'll be fine. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it, but not sure Astralis are enjoying this start to train. It is looking phenomenally good for NRG right now. I really can't overstate that. I think this is such a fantastic start for them. Deep Molotov followed up and just very hard to break through that. Device already backing on out. And, oh, that's one of the guns. They got to be careful. That grenade, if it blows the gun the wrong way, it didn't. But if it lands behind the gun and blows it into the bomb site, man, that would not be fun.
I have to imagine that that is a strategy called knowing that it was going to be like maybe a small force up, very weaker weapons. I mean, Stanislaw just comes out upper ramp with a Molotov primed for a connector. He even just takes the shot from Xipnix. He's like, I know someone's going to deal with him. So really abusing the players that they killed in the previous round. They know that 2 weapons were saved from the players outside in the outer bomb yard. And going right back at the saving ones.
Yeah, this is really working out. Very nice fashion. 5-0 with Astralis having essentially a single round where they've had the guns that they sort of wanted, not even all the grenades. And that kind of a trend might continue just a short while longer. I mean, they're going to be able to pick up more rifles here, but it isn't exactly looking amazing at the moment. Looks like we've got an admin involved here.
Yes.
Something's going on.
I was going to say, there is a timeout. Don't have to sound the alarm bells if you're a fan of Astralis, or it's not their timeout that they're calling. They're going to have at least one more buy before they decide on that. But yeah, some issue being worked on. Mentioned this before the game went live, just between us. You talked about Zonic. He's on your weight loss plan.
Yes, he is. And he's doing an amazing job, honestly.
He's looking good.
It's crazy. Yeah, he was asking me about it for a long time, like a couple of months or something, sort of just checking up on
doing
what
his
I was
research.
into.
Yeah.
And then it's like he just committed one day and just didn't ever look back. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
so,
very cool. He looks great.
Yeah, I'm real happy for him. Yeah, what a good job. 6th round now coming up, and we'll see. Astralis now with the AWP back in the hands of Device. We'll see if they can put up a really good fight. That's a great flashbang. It probably should have been a kill right there. Dupree will return it instead, but it actually looked like the setup for that was perfect.
It was. It was exactly what you want if you're going to make that play, and I think Ethan will be frustrated. And now you start getting the utility damage. Dupree getting a little over-aggressive, pushing through the smoke is going to even things up in a 4-on-4, but the nade damage onto those 3 NRG players is pretty deadly. That Astralis utility still doing work, and Cirque is going to lead the way down Ivy.
Eating with the AWP obviously can be very risky, but you've got the skills of Cirque. That does minimize it somewhat. He's found deep position look into the yard. That can be very, very useful. It is not uncommon that CTs will sort of cross this line and just forget to think about it for a second. Even if especially if there's a little bit of a distraction over on this side of the map, maybe that's what they're trying to do, just see if they can lure somebody back. Someone's going to move closer, maybe. Flashbang to check the corner over there at Brown Halls.
You can see the theory behind it as well. Number 5 player, Zipnix, actually rotates closer towards connector to get a fast rotate towards inside because Device had to fall back. And the hope is that, you know, even Magisk might shift his position a little bit.
Smoke. Glaive getting really close. Did he see that? I'm not sure. He's got the right idea. He's right in front, and Cirque's able to see him just barely. That's a kill on Glaive and a huge one too, but only 20 seconds. They're so low on time right now. If Magisk stays alive for more than 5 seconds, I'm not sure how they're going to get through NRG. They might have miscalculated this ever so slightly. 10 seconds now. Breeze with the headshot. They're getting through, but that's going to be a problem. Low health there on Stan. He's got the bomb and 1 health left. 4 seconds. He turns around. Magisk. Oh, but they're going to get the kill just in the last second. Unbelievably close here.
What a stud from Magisk. That, I cannot believe he almost won that round with the time ticking. And again, it's the utility. It's those smokes that NRG had to come through. So confusing. He even did a pretty decent job of baiting out his position. These are great kills from Breeze. Obviously necessary at the end of the day. But Magisk almost takes a scalp out of nowhere.
And that's the tactical timeout for Astralis. That was too much. Didn't really enjoy that. I can't believe they left it that late in the round.
That was a bit risky. Obviously giving Cirque plenty of time to find a pick with that op. One in which he did, it was not by anything they did, but Glaive kind of walking into his crosshair obviously thought that smoke was going to cover up more of that choke point.
Is one of the players has Astralis spray for NRG? And the rest have NRG sprays?
Very possible. Maybe he's a big fan. What if, like, one of them, what if Cirque just walks up and he's like, can I get you guys' autograph? After they win the series?
Oh, yeah, that would be something.
That'd be cool.
He gets it and throws it in the trash can right away.
And then just drops it.
That would be a move. That would be such a good move. Ethan going to be taking down Glaive. There's a double op setup, and Meg is going to get 1 kill. Sip will follow it up with a UMP to take down Cirque and Tarek. Doing a little trick there on the ladder to avoid making too much noise. Breeze is snuck in very far, and that's an easy kill, and he could have almost followed it up there. A little bit quick, and Dupree will help out, and it looks like Astralis are on their way to their first round here. Stanislaw alone in a 1 versus 3.
And he's going to have Device, who's already pushed up towards inner. This is going to be the fight. Device coming in for the peak, should have it, and he's got it. Right to the head. First round on the board for Astralis.
Oh. Oh.
That was the weakest teabagging I've ever seen.
He did 1 dip, didn't he?
Yeah, just 1. You got to steep it for longer than that.
Yeah, it's kind of...
I don't even know anything about tea, and I know you have to do it for longer than that.
It's true, isn't it? Gotta leave him in there for a little bit. Make sure you get all the flavor out.
Yeah.
Well, you can't just be doing that.
Gotta really let him taste it.
Well, now that we've critiqued that, I'm glad we got that. I think that's important. Good piece of content there. We're into round number 8, Moses.
Round number 8, 6-1 start for NRG. Device alone inside, double op setup as Magisk has an op out towards Ivy. Very aggressive defensive stance. Zipnix and Dupree wanting to get close to these choke points. Deny some space over to the NRG attack. Would be a great first kill. Perfectly timed flashbang in the peak with it. Not too much damage dealt, but they've neutralized Device's position.
I mean, the flashbang was right in his eyes, but Device looked like he was kind of a little bit confused running back from that. I was worried in case someone was going to try and hunt him down, but none of that seemed to be the problem. This is shaping up more like kind of a B push at the moment. And with Glaive up front, Device, I'm assuming he's going to get at least smoked off from that position. The question is he going to be able to push in behind the smoke and help Glaive in time, or will he just run into a bunch of flashbangs if he does?
Or how many kills can Glaive get? He's going to be the one that really needs to hold on, because Device, as you said, probably a smoke, probably a Molotov, probably a flash.
Stanislaw's going to throw one of the smokes towards the inside connector. That's a really cool idea. Tarek gets the opening kill right there. Device is already on the bomb side, but this might still work out quite well. There's the smoke finally popping on the other side. Device going to be jumping up on the top, but they should be able to get a bomb plant. They're actually waiting for it. They're not even in any kind of a rush here, NRG. This is such a cool idea, and they're clearing out almost the entire bomb site, and finally they're going to get the bomb plant down. That is... Sometimes teams do actually rush to get the bomb down, and then they end up losing a little bit of ground on the bomb site. Not NRG.
The patience, you're right, was really, really cool. Interesting to see Magisk try and force his way through that smoke as well. That's kind of become a situation where if you lose a teammate in the bomb site like that, you know what's on the other side. You know someone's going to be pushing. You know there's going to be an op sitting far back. A lot of teams have started rotating through CT spawn in that direction just for the safety of it. Well then, this round, I mean, it's NRG given a, not necessarily a gift, but the decision to get aggressive from Glaive to find the information. They wanted to see if they were setting up for an inner push. Obviously a bit unlucky with that spray, the blind spray from the NRG player that took him down. But that's the entry they needed. That was the one player who could have really shut that down.
Oh, and Tarek excited as well. Having a great start to this game right now. 7-1 in their favor. And you can't really complain about that. I don't think there's much to criticize right now for the NRG side. Astralis at least get to save a couple of guns. You're right, that did look strange.
I guess he might have thought that smoke was going to be deeper, like there was going to be more cover, because it looked like he did just try and do a sharp turn along the wall. Flashbang going to slow down any kind of mid-peak. Utility dump in towards T-mid by Astralis. That'll hold NRG at bay just for the moment. Astralis is out of money after this investment.
Yeah, everything on the line. I mean, 7 rounds, I've got to be honest, is already, you know, better than I was expecting for NRG on in this first half. So they should not take their foot off the pedal, but at the same time, if they win this round, then I don't know what Astralis are going to be trying to do for this map. It could be a quick map, weirdly.
This could be a very, very early, like, back-breaking loss for Astralis. You're exactly right. NRG wins this, the money disappears, but Dupree, he's bored.
That's a wild play, and one that we really don't normally see out of, well, anyone from Astralis, I would say. Interesting.
I think the only people I could imagine making that play on Astralis is Dupree and Magisk.
Yeah, probably, right?
Those are the two. Good early find. Dupree still waiting in ladder room. Glaive's going to add on top of it. That's Stanislaw coming out mid through his smoke, and Glaive on top of the train has an easy one, and these have been all individual fights. Breeze now walking out of Ivy all on his own. There's a crossfire here. Glaive not going to turn around, even though Cirque got a kill. He's not worried whatsoever about Yard. And now again on top of the train. In such strong positions for Astralis. And Cirque has to do everything, and the bullets slow him down. He couldn't even get a peek off. Astralis in a desperate economic situation that round, passed with flying colors. 4 players alive.
Yeah, good stuff there. Glaive ending up with a triple and a second round on the board, at least for the Danes. And that was much needed. You say probably critical for any chance here in the first half to recover what has been a pretty good start for NRG. See if they can get it back a little bit in their favor. Double AWP still in play for the CT side.
Looks like there's going to be some aggression from the defense towards the inner bomb side as well. Ethan has gone for this peak a number of times. This time, he's way, way more committed. Inside the smoke, he's going to come through it. That flashbang is so perfect. Oh, and just again, he barely misses the opportunity. That should have been a kill. Frustration mounting for Ethan. That's the second time it seems like he's had a free chance.
Yeah, he's really good at getting into these positions, but you're right. It's just a second too late, or just needs one more bullet.
But look what it's done to the defense. That level of aggression, that deep into the yard, and they've all sunk back in towards those Z-halls, the CT connector.
Well, Dupree's up on the high ground, up in the sniper spot. That might be slightly different. Usually people don't hang out there early in the round, but oh, that's a good peek for Magisk. And he actually, I think he sees Tarek in the back. Could have maybe got the kill, crosses back over. He could have got killed himself just then. 55 seconds, and they're going to be picking up the bomb.
The margins between life and death in this round have been so narrow. Great shot, immediate headshot from Zipnix, and there's Dupree from above. Breeze has found himself into the B bomb site. This round is not over yet. 40 seconds. The bomb is going to rotate around. It's going to be just fine. The question is, how effective can Breeze be? He needs to cut off rotations. No one from Astralis is rotating. They're just keeping an eye towards the inner bomb site, but he's got a smoke. He could actually drop it in here, and if he goes too far, Zipnix is ready. An easy one. Bomb is going to get planted, but that should be the round.
Yeah, Stanislaw in a 1 versus 5, and they're just going to be coming from. He can still do a lot here in terms of taking rifles away. If he could get 2 kills right now, that'd be pretty big. Device will shut him down instead, and Astralis will survive the round with everybody intact. So that's, I don't know, that's them now starting to build some sort of ground beneath them, and actually that's the money as well gone for NRG. So maybe a little bit more of a resting space here for the Danish side.
Right, but you talk a little about You mentioned the pistol round being so important for T-sides. Having 7 rounds already after 10 rounds of play on your T-side, like that is so much pressure taken off of you. All you really have to do here is like 1 to 2 more, and you have a phenomenal half. Obviously, you want them all. But realistically, like 1 to 2 more in the last 5, and that's going to make you very, very pleased with your offensive half on train.
Yeah, I agree. So, deep breath for NRG, restock on the rifles in the upcoming round, and then try and see if you can sneak in 1 or 2. I absolutely agree.
But again, it is that trait of Astralis. We saw it just the other day on Nuke is, yeah, maybe they start slow, maybe they struggle a little bit, but at some point, they're going to figure it out.
Very defensive Molotov there for Device. Did not want to get run down. They do have all pistols on the other side, so they're going to be just exploding out of this. Glaive is going to show up as well. And up at the high ground, there's Sip. And they are going to get chewed up completely here. Sip with a quick double. And that will be, well, pretty much no entry at all there on the B-bomb side. So another round being picked up. But now we'll see what NRG can do when they get rifles back in their hands.
Astralis has started to devote 2 players at times towards that inner bomb side very early. Small adjustment in the defense, and we have another timeout being called tactical from NRG.
I'm trying to hear what they're saying.
Well, we asked about that. The viewers cannot actually hear that as clearly as we can.
Oh, okay. There's a bit of a difference there.
Yeah, so it just comes off as us talking to ourselves.
Well,
or hearing the voices.
Hearing the voices, yeah. That's I don't know. Too early in the day for that. They mostly show up at night.
Right when you're trying to sleep.
Right when I'm trying to sleep, yeah. Tell me to tweet things. It's weird.
That's sadicist.
Oh, man. It's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be Astralis just trying to hold on to this, I think, as much as they can. Like, they just need to make this 8-7. And even then, I still think it's going to be tricky, but nothing's been decided yet. Device pushing that high ground with the AWP. That smoke is going to be really frustrating. I'm not sure why he's still sticking around here. This is such a scary position to be in. He does get spotted. He gets faked out there by Ethan, and somehow he gets to live a little while longer. Oh, God. I think he should have been dead then.
Poor Ethan. That's like the 3rd time he had a great chance to provide like just a crippling opening kill for his team.
Yeah.
That one a little bit sketchier. Oh, he's scary gambling with the smoke. Tarek and Ethan controlling box halls, much slower round from NRG. They've changed the pace back and forth a number of times in this half so far. Zipnix is going to be playing close up in ladder room. Glaive and Device defend the inner bomb site. Ivy's a bit susceptible for Astralis, but Magisk is watching with the op from the middle of the train yard.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They can smoke him off. They can try and do something else. Tarek, not excited. Getting shot in the legs. Ooh, and even a grenade to follow it up. That's pretty good.
All right, great sequence from Zipnix.
Look at the time that's left. That's what really worries me now.
They're coming inside. Device is going to have to readjust his position. Stanislav with the bomb starting to rotate over. Ethan and Tarek with control of box halls this whole round. Feel confident in calling everyone back. Breeze can be a late lurk.
Yeah, but they don't have smoke to cross Device either. I mean, they have a Molotov here, but that's pretty much it. Flashbang to get down. Now they're up on the high ground. Device will take a kill. Tarek, oh no, he craters on the low ground there. They're going to get the bomb plant, sure, but still, that's a bit of an issue. Breeze comes in with the late lurk, as you said, taking down Dupree. And now at least it's a 3-on-3 quickly, though. Cirque will drop to Sip, and now it's all on Stan. They know that Breeze far away. They can just gang up on him. He's alone on the bomb side for a little while longer. And Stan wants to go for the fight. He turns around. What a turnaround. Goes for the kill. Takes down Glaive. An incredible read. And now it's on Meg. He's trying to see if he can recover, but Stan will shut them all down. NRG with an absolutely critical turnaround.
What a play from Stanislaw. He knew exactly what was coming. When he doesn't win that first fight clean, he just gives it up. He says, I know the flank is coming in soon. That is so brilliant, and that's got to be heartbreaking. So does that. This is so gorgeous. Everything about it. Cleans up Glaive after the fact and even ends the round. I even thought it was a really cool decision by Breeze to get that lurk kill on Ivy in the outer yard, and then instead of going to CT spawn, he goes to ladder room to even like flank the flanker.
Yeah, really, really interesting, wasn't it? There's the flash to set it up. Device does peek right after the fact, and ooh, Cirque gonna be very quick, and that's the only opening they needed. They've got one chance maybe here, Astralis. Otherwise, they should save because they're out of money.
Yeah, I think the save call needs to come in. That was very uncharacteristic of Device. Almost like he knew one cross and he wasn't sure what angle he actually wanted to hold. The indecision killing him at the end of the day. Again, late lurk out the yard for Breeze. Still 4 players alive, plenty of delay tactics. And actually, if you go one step further, Breeze can actually take all the guns away, even if they make the save call. But it hasn't happened, which makes it a field day for Tarek. 2 kills. Looking for the final, and Magisk, yeah, he knows he's in a tough spot, but the op is going to bail him out. And now the smoke helps, but Breeze was lying there all along. A comprehensive victory in this round for NRG.
Yeah, absolutely. Sip is the only one with any money to buy anything in the next round. He's got the rifle, and, well, they might as well try and chase him. Maybe they actually don't have a lot of money themselves, but we're in round number 13, so I guess at some point they're going to be fine with it. Ethan goes down, and Sip might get shot in the back. Still indeed, well, the rifle is gone, and that's a 9th round on the board for NRG. This is absolutely amazing. Very, very good job for them early on.
9-4, Anders. And there's money in the Astralis side on Zipnik 7K, on Dupree 4,700. The rest of the players are stuck just above 3,000. So what is the decision going to be here for Astralis? Because this has got to feel desperate.
I don't know if they know yet.
Well, they're buying up. It's not the prettiest of things you've ever seen, but it's not bad either.
I mean, I kind of get it because otherwise you're going for like a 10-5 to say like that's, you know, I do feel like 9-6 if you're in the pistol, maybe you can sort of, you can tell yourself a story that would be a road back into the game. But you're right, it's not looking great on the rifle side. Could nobody even drop him a pistol? Oh, there's a UMP.
You got a UMP on
right,
there,
all right.
yep. Yeah, we're all good.
So it's a little bit better than I thought, actually.
No kits, or excuse me, 1 kit on Magisk. Deep smoke extinguishes the Molotov early. Tarek gonna get out T-mid. I don't know, he might have been able to spot Device there, but I don't think he saw it. Flashbang through that smoke. Beautiful. But Stanislaus gonna finish off 1. Glaive still sticking around with that UMP. Dupree is alive, and Tarek, he doesn't want to give away the game by jumping on the trains. He's got to adjust. He's hit with the scout, and now it's dangerous. Somehow, again, Astralis is making this work.
Wait, Glaive, was he inside the smoker? I guess the whole time. Just falling back now, but looked like he maybe even could have come up to help out on Yard there. Late grenade. Stan just charges in anyway to get the headshot. Very important kill there. That will even it out a little bit. Device, ooh, the timing. I don't know, a little bit earlier and he probably gets the kill a little bit later and he's just going to be dead. 3 on 3.
Device is going to have to rotate back towards Inner now that he has that information. Dupree's got low HP, so he's kind of got to make some really tough decisions on how he plays this. He's got the high ground, maybe to provide him an extra second jump with that low HP. And NRG going to come back towards B.
And back then, it's Device, long range with the Krieg. That's a pretty good weapon to have in that position, although they'll have the AWP on the other side.
They're gambling.
If they go B, I'm assuming someone's going to jump down and then Tarek's going to jump right behind with the AWP or something, or make it sort of a double push.
Tarek's just going to hold it because they don't have smokes. And actually, Astralis doesn't have a smoke either. Last time they had to smoke it off themselves just so they could get past this AWP. So Tarek actually, even with his low health, a huge role to play as his teammates clear the inner bomb site. Device looks like he wants to peek.
They're thinking about it now, aren't they?
Tarek's giving up the angle. He's watching flank now.
Astralis 3 on 3. Another retake here at the B bomb site. And look at Stan's position. This is so good. Sip walks right into it. Has no idea. Device will get a kill on Cirque and turning around. Oh, he just pre-fires it. And that will leave Tarek in a 1 versus 2. They have flashbangs and nothing else to stop him with. But this AWP, when you're that low on health, that will make it very hard. Any kind of a missed shot, and it's going to be almost impossible. Dupree has got the kit picked up as well. And now they're thinking about it.
It's playing on the other side of the bomb train. It's playing on the other side of the bomb train. It's not for Tarek. He has no way to get involved in that round.
You're right. That was even worse. The fact that it was in the middle, I don't think they could have done that differently. Good retake for Astralis, though.
You can't fault NRG for that plant spot as well because they did not have the health or the manpower to clear that upper ramp. They just had to make sure that they were safe.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. 9-5, a huge risk for Astralis to buy up in the round, but it does work out. That last shot from Device there, taking down Stan, that was something.
It's a bit lucky, but he'll take those all day. 5-9, Astralis actually doing a very good job of even staying in this game. It felt like there was a couple times a knockout punch could have been delivered in this first half. at Danish Resilience.
Yeah, they're sticking around in this game after it looked like, you know, they were just going to get swept 9-5. If they can survive this round for NRG, that's going to be an AK, a Krieg, a MAC-10, and a Galil as well. So there are some chances here for NRG, even in spite of everything, to still upset the situation even further.
They don't have any spawns to go for those fast pop flash and peek out T-mid that we saw Ethan go for, and maybe they wouldn't even want to, considering the AWP is in the hands of Astralis. But here we go, round 15, last of this opening half.
Common setup so far. Device over at Ivy, Sip on the ramp over at B. And the rest over at that A yard. Pretty decent grenade. Oh, what a follow-up. Dupree. How do you not win that, I wonder?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. It's probably exactly what he's thinking.
Probably is. Maybe nobody has the answer. But Stan's been just pretty much chest out taking these fights all along, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been having one of his games. He's hitting some very, very good shots, obviously, some very good decisions as well. Starting to see in this some of his strengths as an in-game leader, one of the better fragging in-game leaders that we have.
Yeah, absolutely. Device back here.
That's a bold call for him to push up like this. Not that I'm against it, but it obviously doesn't work, and now you see the other factor. What happens when you lose that kind of an aggressive play? That's a long route to take as an opera where you just are so exposed.
Yeah, if one person peeks you, then, you know, then you have to hit the one shot. But if two peek you, then, you know, someone's going to get the revenge kill there. So a little bit of a rough scenario. Glaive, they need something to make up for it. He's going to get a one kill, doubling up on that, turning around, and almost ready for Ethan. But Magus got a lot of damage here. Knows surely that someone's going to be showing up from behind, and now he's alone. Sip not able to help him out, and Ted just going to wait him out. 20 seconds here. They're getting closer to the bomb site. He sees Ethan, but they're all around him. And a 10-5 end of the half here for NRG. This is just a really, really good performance out of the American side here against Astralis.
Yeah, what a great showing. Astralis never able to plant their feet on the defense and get overrun. 10-5. We'll see what Astralis can do when they switch halves after the break.
This looks tasty. Deep flavor. Deep crunch. Cheese it grooves. It's a mind crunch.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It is Jester. I am here with Champ Sports for my new show, Out of Control. I'm going to be taking on different athletes, celebrities, musicians, in different video games. Oh, I got him. No! How did he kill him? Get the foul. Oh! Come on. Oh! Where are you?
I don't know what they're shooting.
No! 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 Oh! Stop!
I like that Adidas has a mixture of clothing. There is a style for everyone. I always have new kicks on the first day of school. When I put a look together, my goal is to feel confident. My confident self is my best self.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got more, like 4 lines for $25 per line per month and 4 free phones. Now the whole family can stay connected.
Not disconnected. Switching to 4 lines with unlimited gigs for $25 per line per month, plus 4 free LG Stylify phones, all on our super reliable, super fast nationwide network.
Xfinity XFi gives Gordon Hayward internet speeds he can count on in crunch time.
Very big task ahead of them. It's going to be hard to get back into this game, I think.
This is where, once again, we can circle it back to your comment about the pistol rounds on the T side and how important they can be. Obviously, especially if you're switching into it down like this, into the harder side. Pistol round is such a lets you give out that breath. Like, you just don't have to like hold it in anymore. So we'll see. They'd obviously love to have it to start this comeback. Cirque and Tarek out by Ivy. Looks fast-paced outside. Stanislav has a decision. Does he want to step around that smoke? Covers pretty well. Cirque is going to be blocked off as well, so Stanislav very much isolated. He's sticking around this bomb train, takes the shot, and wheeling his way around. But no action just yet, but now it is. Now it all comes to a head.
So getting a kill, but Magus with a quick return. The bomb plant is almost instantaneous when they get on the bomb side, and that makes a pretty big difference. That means NRG have less time to think, and they have to just basically get onto that bomb side pretty quickly. No kit currently picked up. I don't know if Stan had one, but otherwise they're in a lot of trouble right now and need to make their way down this ladder first of all. Ethan going to be taking down Magus. A bit of a test as Glaive not biting. Dupree will pick up a kill, and Glaive is still waiting here. Oh, just waiting him out the whole time, and now it's too late. Breeze, he gets the kill, but yeah, so much time has already passed. It's not going to matter at all anymore. You could tell, just backing on out, saving the armor a little bit, but that's a big round for Astralis. That's really going to make a difference here.
A huge round. Nice double kill from Dupree. And obviously, that's the danger of a flank. If you're Breeze, you're trying to wait for your teammates to take Glaive's attention away, and it just never happened.
Kind of interesting, in spite of the really good first half, actually Astralis and NRG have sort of not that big of a difference in kills. So that isn't really what's done it. It's just that they had some great calls in NRG, I think.
Well, I think the real problem is just, you know, so many of those rounds that NRG was able to win. You know, there's so many rounds that guns were saved, especially in the first, 6 rounds of the game. I think, there's eight guns that Astralis was able to save in those first 6 rounds. So
yeah,
it's a very Danish style of Counter-Strike. A lot of saving.
A lot of saving. We do like it. Getting a little bit to work with next round, No,
I have nothing against it. Smart decisions.
17th round here. 3 scouts. That's a thing now, I guess.
See if it works. It didn't work whatsoever for Astralis. I don't think it's going to work here for NRG as 4 players outside. Just Stanislav very far back. Unless he gets like 2 miracle headshots with this scout, I don't think NRG can really go for it.
Especially the smokes are going to make that very, very tricky. They are pushing up rather close here. Dupree with the MAC-10. Ooh, there's one headshot from Cirque taking down Magisk, so something's working out early on here. But they still need to get onto the bomb side, and that's usually the point in time where those scouts have less of an impact. Dupree with a lot being done. Actually, a lot of damage in Sip. Oh, they lined up for him, and he just took down 2. Now it's on Cirque to probably just try and save whatever he can here. The FAMAS being picked up, and I don't see any reason to really stick around. It's going to be another round for Astralis, and they did a pretty reasonable job here.
They really did. And this time, I mean, we saw Astralis able to save 2 scouts when they had this similar buy, and NRG not able to save any of them. Not able to save anything at all. Another good round from Dupree. Pushed up, being aggressive, surviving for a very long time. Freezing NRG out in the open, taking that fight.
Yeah.
And exposing them to the Krieg of Zimnix from far away.
Still excited about that Gouda, aren't they?
Gouda.
Big
cheese eaters in your country?
Yeah, actually we are. We've got that
Danish blue.
Danish blue. We've got the Havati thing. That thing is like a Danish thing as well.
Is that Danish?
Cream. Yeah, I think so.
I never liked that cheese.
It's like very kids cheese, sort of like, but it's still pretty good, Listen, we know a little bit about cheese.
All right. Well, here's Device peeking in towards the outer yard. Patience from Astralis in this round is not wanting to walk into any kind of crazy stacks. He's at least spotted 2, maybe 3.
Glaive waiting for a chance, but the single flashbang on Tarek, I think that's the big setup here, isn't it? Just throw that into the sky in case they show up and hope that something's going to happen.
Or throw it towards Ivy. Magisk is there, but they have no idea. He hasn't made any noise. There's the flashbang, and yeah, that is perfect. He still somehow gets one, just swinging his mouse and holding the trigger. Ethan trying to get as many kills as possible. I don't think there's a chance in hell he saves this gun, but kills would be cool.
Yeah, that actually it would make a difference if he could have got a little bit here. Device sneaking through to take him down. The lack of armor being a problem there. This is a great round for Astralis. Only losing 1 player and maybe putting NRG a little bit on notice too. 10-8 here.
Up on Cirque, and actually pretty decent utility for this first buy. Few Molotovs mixed in there, some HE nades, 2 kits on Ethan and Breeze, and the op on Cirque. So, yeah, very strong buy for NRG in this first investment into their defense. We'll see how it pans out. 10-8, 2-round lead, but that can disappear so quick. In fact, if they lose this, that likely disappears.
Yeah, you're right, Dave. Got to be careful about that. I mean, they need to do a little bit what Astralis struggled to do, which is build that early economy on the CT side. That's a nice kill. The timing is really ungodly there, taking down Glaive, but Device will get one on Cirque. The turnaround, the headshot. Stanislaw is just so on point in this game. It's a real delight to watch. Ethan going to be going down, though, and they know where he is. Breeze coming in, and finally Stan falls to Device. It is still a 2-on-2, and Breeze, if not for that smoke, I think he would have had Magisk then sneaking and creeping in. Device spotting him out, and Breeze going to make his way past. And now they want to back on out the smoke. Does he see it? I think he does. And Tarek, I don't know. We couldn't see the same on the other side. Now, taking a fight, there's Magisk. I would have said that's dangerous.
Yeah, it really was. But good patience again from Astralis, getting a foothold into that bomb site. But as you mentioned in the first half as well, not committing to the plant too quickly. And Device just using his op. He had a lot of space to glance at. And as that smoke fades, Tarek is right out in the open. It's a very scrappy round. I think Stanislaw was probably even caught off guard by Glaive, but I mean, this is just Device playing far back and just being spectacular. Double kill for him in the round. One round separates these teams.
Early smokes, very quick indeed. Setting them up for what looked like sort of a mid-push, but now they're coming out Ivy instead, so hoping they can lure the defense away. And with that opening kill, I mean, it's everything you could want, except for if you're Dupree, of course. The Deagle bullet right to the face. Cirque taking one down. A flashbang here would help out, make sure he doesn't get more than that one kill, and he almost did. Ethan will follow it up, and they are actually in a bit of danger here, Astralis.
Yeah, that Deagle shot from Ethan found Device, which is a full HP player. Means Glaive is still very low. Good dinks with the 5-7, but he's not expecting Glaive, just holding the angle with the op. And Tarek, he's gone undiscovered for a lot of this. He's in a pretty decent position if he can catch one off guard. Armor as well. 2-on-1, but Glaive is a very, very weakened player. Can be an easy double kill.
And even worse, they have absolutely no idea where Tarek is. It's been silence across the map for a long time. Even if they know where he plays on the map, I mean, by now, he could be anywhere.
And Tarek's actually in a really good position. There's no reason for him to leave this ladder room. Yeah, like if they come down ladder, sure, you probably lose. But, you know, it's central on the map. You can get to either one of the bomb sites pretty quickly. And Glaive being sent out as the scout. Now they know where he is. And Tarek, maybe thinking of changing his position.
Yeah, he did briefly. 25 seconds here. Sip going to run for the bomb plant. Shorty going to be planning around the actual train. And Tarek can't really swing wide enough to get anything done. He will pick up the AWP, and oh, Sip is going to be there just as he gets it. That's not a bad attempt from Tarek at all. Still, Astralis going to be able to barely win the round. And remember, that was against Pistols, so, you know, a little bit sketchy.
I wonder if Zipnik's in that clutch, if he saw him at the end there when Tarek was crossing over, or if he just said, you know what, you were in ladder room, and more than anything, you're probably going to try and go get a gun for this one-on-one.
Yeah.
Just swings wide as where he knows his teammate fell. Either way, you can just add another clutch to Zipnik's resume. Oh, yeah, okay. He didn't know where he was. He just swung and scanned the back wall.
Just went for it.
Fair play.
Well, double orb now in the hands of NRG. See if that can make a big difference. Stan with the early attempt there as they cross on over, but not going to get anything for it. What are they going to try and do? Looks like they want to try and boost to look over. Is he going to be ready for it? Sort of. No, he's falling even further back. Are they going to finally do it? No, they're just going to try and grenade it instead.
They're setting up for the full hit. It's only Stanislaw in here. Breeze is rotating back, but he's going to have no impact. That's a risky jump through. The spam coming in. And now Breeze along the wall, along the high train. Creeping ever closer. No one's going to clear it out. He looks to his right. He doesn't see that one player, and he wants the bomb planter. The bomb does get planted. He missed his chance. It wasn't quick enough, so Device is there for the trade.
And now 3 of them are actually in connector, just kind of locked behind those grenades, and that's really risky. They need to get out. If they're all boxed up like that, it could be a lot of damage. There's one grenade left on Dupree, for instance, and they're just waiting for it at the moment. All making their way past Sip up close, and Stan's going to be going down. Ethan low on health, but he does get the kill. Dupree will finish him off, and now it's on Cirque. An absolutely amazing turnaround, and jumping down. He's got the double already, but he needs one more miracle kill here on Magisk, and he's just diffusing while he's has the scope right on the corner. Could have definitely worked out, but he can't get off it just in time, and Magisk will take him down instead. That would have been a clutch and a half there for Cirque.
That would have been spectacular. Yeah, that would have been something real special. But Astralis is putting something together that is exactly that. 6 rounds in a row to open this T side, and they've taken the lead for the first time in this game.
Man.
Their offense has really been clicking. I think it was G2 yesterday who didn't get a single round on the CT side of Nuke. Now you go to another map that has the reputation for being CT-sided, and it's NRG who can't put up a round on the defense.
Yeah, it's surprising, isn't it? I would have predicted quite a different level here. Ooh, they're going to be rushing into main. Device really close to getting caught on the edge, but should be fine now. And that was all the grenades they had, so NRG have to pull some sort of trick here to try and get some kills in this round, I think.
Well, that's not it.
That wasn't the answer.
No, that wasn't the one.
They have the 5.7s though. Does that pick those up again, making them popular?
Ethan gonna push forward. Magisk ready and waiting. Another flashbang just to clear the close corners. Astralis looking very, very good. After such a dominant first half, it's almost surprising to see NRG come out with that level of force, but now you switch sides and Astralis is they don't look like they're slowing down whatsoever. They just look like they're gonna get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, that in itself is frustrating, right? When you put up such a great first half, you kind of expect that the other team might be a little bit rattled, you know, just a little bit. But maybe that's also the power of Astralis winning the pistol in the following 2 rounds is that, you know, even if they were, maybe that goes away pretty quickly. And now gonna be up to 12-10. That's a 2-round lead, of course, and I don't know. NRG need to find a solution. Maybe one of those Ivy pushes that Astralis tried. That was fun. Flashing away through the smoke.
Yeah, something tells me Astralis isn't going to get caught off by that. I have to imagine if you're NRG, you're calling a timeout after this round. Talk things over. It would be cool if they could find a way to get aggressive and find an early kill. Maybe with Cirque with the AWP. We saw Stanislaw using it in the previous round towards that inner bomb site, but they really haven't been able to get a good read on Astralis just yet.
23rd round. Pretty good money on the hands of NRG. They've put in so much work to get all those 10 rounds on the T side, and then it's been nothing in the second half at all. Kind of all come to a crashing halt, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's very deflating. This is where always the criticism of like the cheering and the yelling and the excitement has always come in. It's like, you guys had a good half. There's no cheering now. You've just lost 7 in a row.
You want to be careful if you celebrate too early. Don't want to be ordering champagne just because you had a bit of a start, Moses. That's unhealthy.
Yeah, some would say that's a very silly thing to do. What kind of a person would ever do such a thing? Yeah, this is starting to get to that scary Astralis, where I mean, even Dupree just.
What is he doing?
Well, listen, they had to learn some new tricks in the boot camp.
Apparently that was it.
Dupree was practicing his gum chewing.
It was sort of looking a little bit strange, wasn't it?
You kind of liked it.
A little bit. Device does go down. Cirque with the opening frag. I like that even more because that's the kind of thing that NRG need to start showing us something here in the second half. It's been a little bit too quiet all across the board. And what a play from Magisk though with the return. He's actually pre-firing it. He saw that coming, but Cirque will still take him down. I think that could have very, very easily been a double kill for Magisk. Dupree instead will follow it up, and Cirque, he was exposed to that for just a second.
Breeze has got to be so mad that Dupree walked all the way down from mid. That is so frustrating. There was a lot of craziness, a hectic situation in the outer yard, and it's very easy to lose track of. Stanislaw still at the inner bomb site, so no one has to worry about rotating, but these two defenders under a lot of pressure. You can see Cirque is even checking behind him. He knows Dupree can be wrapping around. And this is a lot of time for Astralis to just...
I think they're just going to wait.
Yeah, just hit them.
And then re-engage.
Because you're just making them so nervous. NRG at this point has no idea what's going on. They just know possibilities, and that is the worst.
I guess the big bonus here is the fact that Stan is still over there now. Because if he'd rotated back, then all this waiting probably would really confuse them. But surely Stanislaw's calling this in now, saying, well, they're not here, so they must still be out there somewhere. Cirque sees the opportunity, taking down Glaive. This is a really interesting round. I love the call from Astralis, but I actually think Stanislaw's position really helps them out. Now he comes back and goes down immediately. Dupree to pick up the headshot, 20 seconds now. And Tarek up at the high ground. Now, is he going to be brave enough to wait until they try and go for the bomb plant and then go for it? Or does he want to try and get in there early? He's waiting and listening right now. Stanislaw coming in with the ult to take down Dupree and out of the open. A great clutch. Stanislaw yet again A double kill in this round, 17 kills overall. And I've got to say again, that's something you're never going to be able to sort of calculate, but the forward position over on that side I think made a huge difference.
No, it definitely did. But if you're NRG, you can't be celebrating. You're not out of it just yet. You're actually in almost even a worse spot. You have no money. That round, the double op setup got you all 5 kills, and now you can only have 1. You pass it off to Cirque, obviously, but what... I mean, that was your first round on the CT side, and already it's been taken away from you, even in victory. You're going to have less to work with, a shotgun and SMG being picked up, so no one on NRG is feeling comfortable just yet.
Those shots from Cirque. A couple of rounds like that. 1 or 2 more. That could make all the difference, I think, right now for NRG.
5 more would be great.
5 more would be even better, Moses. You know, it's true.
Not going to argue that. Ethan into ladder room. Molotov preventing anyone from getting position. Now they come out, and now there's a lot of pressure on this outer yard. We'll see what Breezy can do. Tucked into the corner for the moment. There is a smoke. With Cirque on the bomb train, the only one here. His defense is very spread out. These first kills are going to be so critical. And the first one goes to Cirque, but Magisk is ready for the trade close up. And Ethan can't do anything. He's still blocked off. He knows there's someone in ladder room.
Oh, but Breeze, he's got a good position right now. Taking down Device. Glaive comes out to try and hunt him. Just looking at the edge of the smoke and Breeze. Oh, that looked like Glaive was about to mess up the spray. Ethan holding this the whole time, and Sip has been waiting up, so I'm guessing he knows. I'm guessing Sip knows that someone's in there. 3 on 3, but what a tricky retake this is going to be.
Well, NRG's screwed. Tarek's flanking from the inner bomb side, not to put it so bluntly, but flanking in, so you're going to have 2 players in ladder room. One of them is a shotgun, the other an SMG. There's no way for these guys to get out. And Stanislaw can't do anything when all of his teammates are on the other side of the map. So Stanislaw goes down, and now Tarek and Ethan have nothing to do. They've got to save.
Oh, you are absolutely right. That is so rough. So you look at it and you think, oh, it's a 3 on 3. Maybe not. That's a 13th round. On top of the fact that they lost 4 in the last round, as you said. So the economy is really taking a bit of a blow here for NRG in spite of everything. Eric will get the kill.
Oh! He's so mad. He wanted that. You see a little smile creep onto his face. It was a nice catch as soon as he noticed that the op was being gifted to him by the bomb.
I think you mentioned this yesterday, but it's never quite clear when Sonic is praising someone, if he's praising them or yelling at them.
He's very aggressively positive.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool.
There is something about it, isn't there? Like a drill instructor almost, you know?
Well, grizzly bear.
Just... Yeah, it keeps everybody in line, doesn't it, though, you know? 13 to 11. 3 Deagles. Single smoke there for Tarek. But otherwise, again, they need a miracle NRG. This game has just changed so much.
And I think no one probably feels that more than NRG, quite obviously. And that's the hard part, when you feel the nature of the map shift so much. We know Astralis can do it, because we've seen them do it in this map, but Astralis knows how to, like, force that change to go in their favor. That's what some of these teams really have to figure out, is when you go on that losing streak, how do you actually overcome it? How do you dig yourself out of that hole? And on NRG, obviously, in this map, don't have the answer, which is kind of scary because it is their map pick.
So, trying to sneak in. You never know if you catch the right timing there. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I think even when Astralis were quite far behind early on in the first half, you sort of saw the camera shots of them, and they were still kind of laughing. But, you know, sort of like saying, yeah, well, you know. So maybe it is just something that they built up over the years, you know, that added experience, almost taking down Magisk with that smoke. Don't want any of that.
It's also the confidence and the trust that you build, you know, over that era that they had last year of winning everything. It's like, you know, you've been in these situations. It's like, you know, you've watched each and every one of your teammates step up when it matters most. So you have that faith and you have that confidence, so you can kind of laugh it off in the moment. Luxury that most teams don't have.
It is true. Magisk and Sip really playing well at the moment, but Glaive, Device, and Dupree are right behind them on the scoreboard. All of the rest of them there, 3 at 17 kills.
Final timeout called for NRG. 2 rounds away from dropping this first map. This is, remember, just like the last one, a 2-0 match. The winner of this will move on to the playoffs to join ENTS, who took a powerful victory over Vitality just a couple hours ago.
Yeah, that ENTS team was looking just like a lot of fun. I really enjoyed watching them play. 26th round. 9 kills on Tarek, 11 on Ethan. The rest looking good, but I'm not sure what the issue is right now for NRG. I feel like they're having a hard time not just waiting around for something to happen on the second half. They're having a hard time sort of being the ones to initiate or to force Astralis, you know, out of their comfort zone here. Oh, Dupree gets one, and he gets the second one. Yeah, I don't know if you could hear it, but he was calling it out the whole time, saying there's a second one up close. So Cirque scoping towards Pop Dog there, but that's too much of an opening, isn't it, for Astralis?
Especially on such an important round, the last good buy that NRG is going to have. So now you're essentially, all your hopes in this opening map are in a 3-on-5. And Astralis are just masters at playing with an advantage. Slowed down again, waiting for the follow-up push. Device was just switching weapons. Zipnix, we know he's a bit of a robot, but I don't know if he's going to be able to read this play.
Ooh, getting shot in the back. That kill would have been evening out things quite a bit. Cirque with another really good kill. He has been on point with the AWP. Long range as Breeze almost dropping Dupree.
They're doing it, Anders.
They are really doing it, aren't they? 37 seconds, Breeze now moving closer. Mega's got, oh, he's going to win the fight somehow anyway. The stand coming out, they line up for him and he gets the one kill, but not the second. And now Sip very low on health. Cirque coming in with the AWP. That smoke is going to make things really rough, but surely they know how low he is. Sip right now, he's got the perfect idea. He's got it all lined up and he's going to get it. Another clutch coming in from Sip. A 15th round on the board for Astralis. Oh, man.
What a god. To come all the way back in a 3-on-5, bring it into a 1-on-1, and it's against Zipnix. That just has to make you feel like hell. What a great read. The smoke, he puts himself in a position where he's neutralized from Cirque jumping on the bomb train. You come through the smoke like that, Zipnix gets a win. At this point, I just wish Zipnix would win a clutch and just start yawning for the camera.
Yeah.
That'd be so sick.
You would, I mean, don't think robots get tired, but for the theatrical effect, yeah, sure. The clutch minister himself. Going to be Cirque quickly escaping from that fire. Ooh, trying to push in. Stanislav, that is the play that Estrada tried to go for, flashing away through the smoke, but Megis makes it around the corner in time. And Astralis, I mean, the comeback here. They've won one round in the second half, NRG. That's it. A single round.
Yeah, we were talking about how good NRG's first half was on their T side. This is unbelievable.
It is, isn't it?
NRG has not been able to stop Astralis whatsoever. And now they have to. They have to win 4 in a row to force overtime. Not looking likely. The main attack coming from Ivy where there's no defenders. Not even no defenders. There's no eyeballs on it. Breeze, he needs that second one. He does have it, but this is where the disaster strikes because, yeah, they got something good. Utility in the hands of Dupree. And somehow NRG now gaining hold on this bomb site. Cirque gonna stop the plant. Had to have that, and there's Tarek pouncing. In the choke points, the defense resides. And they turn around to finish off all the kills.
Man, what a defense from Breeze. First two, picks up the creek, turns around, and just shuts down at least one of those players from Ivy. That was really something. All right, well, the money's looking kind of broken for Astralis after this buy. Now, they have money in this round, but the next one is going to be different. So NRG, that would be a way to get back in this game right now. If they could take all the rifles away and make sure that the Danes don't really have anything to play with. That's the ticket here. Cirque pushing up very close to Ivy through the smoke as well. It's going to be Standover on this high ground looking for a fight. And oh, he gets the shot as well on Glaive. And Cirque did take a bit of damage on the other side, but he's fine for now. Magisk, I think, putting a couple of bullets into him.
Magisk gets tagged as well. 34 HP for him. That's a duel through the smoke, as you just mentioned. Ethan inside of ladder room once again. Free, gonna give him a showing, and he wins that battle from above. Down through the boards, Breeze and Stanislav inside, Cirque and Tarek outside. And 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock.
Ooh, Cirque definitely saw that, definitely called it out as well. He's got the lineup. If he had stayed there, Device, wonder if he could have got that kill. Under a minute now. Device sneaking in. They're going to go check behind him. If he falls even a little bit back now, he's in trouble. I'm not sure if he realizes, but they are really, really close to him. Molotov to force him out. Tarek baiting him out as well with the AK-47. And Device still alive somehow. Very, very low on health. He needs backup, and I'm not sure it's going to get here in time. Tarek, very scary now. Oh, he's going to get the kill anyway. Magisk with a bit of a return. Now 35 seconds and Cirque will drop Magisk with the bomb, and Device has got no chance. He gets dropped as well. And another round for NRG. Late in the game here as they're starting to come alive.
That one victory that the 2 rounds ago just gave them that life, and 3 players surviving it, so they finally had some money. Again, 3 players surviving, and now the roles in that sense have kind of reversed. Astralis might have to sit around out with just a low investment. Utility, pistols, 15-13, and NRG have an opportunity to take this to overtime. They're going to have one last gun round. If they can just win this, if they don't drop, if this isn't a disaster for NRG, they've got a real chance at overtime.
Flashbang on top of the Molotov, on top of everything else. This Ivy push is working out really nicely. No disaster in this round, at least. So they're going to have to play that 30th round, see if they can find a way through, see if they can get that overtime. Man, that would be something. I mean, this game has already been pretty impressive, but...
Yeah, what a wild back and forth. T-Halves reigns supreme. The offense is unrelenting for both squads, and now NRG, one more chance. You're going to have the op on Cirque, you're going to have the op on Stanislav. Both of those guys at different points with these ops have gotten aggressive and found opening picks. I think Astralis has, what, like 2 timeouts left? NRG have used all 4 of theirs.
Yes, they have. Double op, Stan and Cirque. Kriegs and AKs on the other side. And this is what it all comes down to. It's, of course, going to be a bit of a chance here. Best of 3, so the first map, of course, there's going to be more Counter-Strike coming up afterwards, but I'd love to see overtime anyway, just because this has been quite the test for both teams. And they're out pretty quickly. Dupree with Magisk to open it up. He really has been a player for Astralis in this first map. Dupree going to be standing on top of the fire for a little bit. Doesn't even want to use that. Magisk going down afterwards, and now it's a 4-on-4, and they're still waiting. They're slowing it down out in the yard here. Waiting maybe perhaps for Glaive to get into Ivy.
NRG's letting Astralis be aggressive along that wall, and they'll just control the rest of the yard and come back and deal with it later. But I don't think they realize Dupree is still inside that smoke. Good kill from Cirque. Onto the aforementioned Dupree. Glaive, he's going to start moving up. Tarek swings wide. He finds the information in awkward flight. Glaive, the timing is not with him, and now Device, he needs to get into play. Krieg on him. He's got the scope. So does Zipnix.
They need to win just some incredible individual fights here. There's not much team like left for them that really can be done. There was an opportunity, and they might not even get another one. I mean, it's so hard when there's this little time left, and you're 2 versus 4. Stan is stuck in behind them as well. He's now in Pop Dog, so they're completely boxed in. A single mistake here, or just a single misstep is going to be enough, and that's overtime as NRG bring it back in the second half. Very well done, and man, I don't know who's got the momentum now, but I'm guessing NRG are going to be feeling a little bit better about this than Astralis are.
Well, they're going to be a little less sad.
Yeah.
They did close out 4 rounds in a row in that second half to force this OT, so fair play. I just mentioned, can NRG dig themselves out of that hole? We've seen Astralis change the fortune, change the tone of the match into their favor. NRG just did it right at the end. Can they carry that into overtime? And they've got to be very conscious if they've been leaning on this double op setup on their CT side. Such an expensive setup for overtime.
It is expensive, and actually they don't even go for it in the first round of overtime here. Might also be scared that the fact that it's in play would sort of, you know, push Astralis to try and exploit it, like go for like a fast B ramp rush or something like that, because that can work pretty well against the North, but we'll see what happens. Looks like more of a setup here for Astralis, although it is pretty quick. Grenades are out, smokes are out, some flashbangs to follow it up. They don't really commit to it 100%. Cirque up on the high ground, up on the train, out in the yard. Flash does catch him. A follow-up as well, but he's so lethal and has been all along the jump. They do spot him, I think. Another flashbang. No one seeing him, and he's going to miss the opportunity now. Actually, it's a bit dangerous, but he still picks up the kill. Tarek going down in return. A 4-on-4, the shadow on the ground showing here. Cirque knows they are right in front of him, and the flashbang, he still picks it up. I can't believe it. That is amazing. And now he finally does go down, and Glaive with the kill on Breeze, who's been another star player here for NRG. The bomb is not planted yet. In fact, Glaive is running away with it right now.
Ethan needs a big round here. Oh, good headshot from that, just the double as well. Transfers down, and Astralis snatch it out of their hands. 16-15.
What a round out of Cirque, though. I mean, those are some really high-intensity situations that he's in. up on the train, down low. What's Lopez saying?
Ethan has been the best player for NRG in this stage so far, but he's sitting at 13 and 24 now. They're missing that firepower.
You know what I would have thought was really funny?
What's that?
Is if they put a tweet from Lopez on the screen and it was something about Tesla. I just, for some reason, I found that really good. But enjoy that.
Someone copies the wrong tweet. Nice shot from Stanislav, back into the double up, gets a second one, still alive, and the third. Shuts him down on the sidewalk. Device is here, but what can you do? Tarek adds a fourth on the other side. That's nastiness. Maybe the switch back into the double up. Catches Astralis unawares of the possibility, and Device is just eventually going to go down.
That's some really great defensive play coming out of Stanislav.
Fragging in-game leader, versatile in-game leader. He can AWP, he can rifle, he can lurk.
He can yell now too. It's all good. He's really building all the skills right now.
All the important ones.
Really flowering right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, he's budding as a human being, coming into his own.
Like to see it. Now, that was the fast B play that I was talking about a couple of rounds ago, and I don't know, that did not work well. They hadn't counted on the fact that he was just going to kill the whole team.
No, I mean, you never really factor that in when you call strategy.
Yeah, what if he kills everybody? Don't know, like. Oh, he sneaks with the smoke. That is so tricky.
I wonder if they saw it, though. Device is still looking for the play.
They're going to be jumping out in the box right in front of him. He can't see it because of the scope. Oh, but he gets the kill anyway. And now, can he get one more? He takes down Sip. He got a triple last time, and he wasn't far off this time either. Stan really, really proving his worth right now.
This position from Device is so strong, though. If someone wanders into that crosshair, it's going to be so deadly. Breeze is pushed up on the bomb train. Got to get into cover. Device hasn't really committed to a fight yet, and he might have to. His hand might be forced. He needs to get involved in the action. Magic's coming in. He's got way too many to fight for, and Device still behind this smoke. Hasn't been able to catch a glimpse of anyone in NRG. A chance to go up in this first overtime.
Yeah, every chance, in fact. 1 versus 3, low on health, no bomb plant or anything else like that, and they're going to take him down 17-16 in the first half of overtime. This is great for NRG.
Stanislav with that op, 5 kills in those 2 rounds of overtime.
That really does it.
3 in the first, 2 in the second.
And just, again, the sort of controlling some of those situations like this one. Maybe if you were less experienced or just less good, I don't know, but you would have been tempted to try and fall back from that first kill. You said, I get a kill up, maybe I can get back. Like, Stan's just like, no, I'm all in. Like, I'm getting another one and that's it. I know I'm going down eventually, but that's so worth it.
17-16. Magic number we're looking for to take this first map is 19.
Indeed it is. 16 on Astralis. I mean, that first half of overtime was much more like how I would have expected a CT half to go in general. You should play 3 rounds, but still. 1 goes to Astralis, 2 to NRG. And now we'll see if NRG can return to that great T form that they had in the first half that did look really good.
They have a double upset of themselves with Magic peering down Ivy. There's going to be the run boost over it. Stanislav's gotten to the other side, but it's a narrow angle, so still have to peek into Magic if they want to. And they don't. Deep smoke. Denying information. For both teams, really, they've been exchanged. Tarek and Ethan going for late box halls control towards the B bomb site.
Bit of a setup over at B that's slightly different. Sip playing that off angle down on the bomb site with Device in an angle that's very hard to peek, although it can be flashed, but we'll see. What are they going to do here in RG? The bomb is really far back, so it sort of feels like it will be an A hit eventually. Oh, the double drop.
With the flashbang into the corner. That's cruel and unusual.
Yeah, it's a classic, isn't it? Now,
what are you supposed to do if you're Glaive, though, when you see that flashbang coming in as well?
But hold on. The time that's left has got me worried.
30 seconds?
Yeah, well, especially if Sip and Device both stay at B. There's the rotating Megascover as well. This call might actually be amazing. 20 seconds, they're going to be running down right onto the grenade. Device is there to drop Tarek. That's up on the high ground. Oh, they're in so much trouble, NRG. They had it all set up nicely, but this might not end well. The bomb goes down. Sip with the kill in the corner. 10 seconds left. I don't think they can do it. Oh, no. I think they I don't know, the rotation of Magisk is amazingly timed for Astralis, but maybe NRG also outcalled themselves a little bit.
Yeah, it's very possible. I think, I mean, it would be interesting to know the comms of Astralis in that scenario, but the rotation of Magisk got there at such a perfect time that he could have called out they're wrapping on the bomb site, because Xyp9x was down low waiting for them to get in. And that, I mean, maybe allowed Device to turn around and get the one kill of the bomb planter jumping onto the train.
Ooh, optics then, yeah. Duncan, always with the good tweets.
Always. Never had a bad one.
I believe that is true. I've actually checked, so. 17-17, all tied up. Astralis looking to take 2 in a row here to steal the map away. I don't know. Once you get into this situation, somebody's heart is going to be broken, isn't it? You know, whoever loses is not going to be having that much of a good time.
Not for long, though, because you got to reset very quickly for that second map.
Yeah.
Similar setup again. Actually, the same exact setup between Xyp9x and Device.
Well, look at Dupree, though. Getting a little bit of a forward position. Could do a lot with that. They did flash it, so I guess that suggests that Stan is kind of aware that someone could be there.
No one in ladder room this time, which NRG on their T side had to account for a lot. We just saw it in the previous round, Glaive getting decimated by the double drop. This is very slow paced from NRG.
Kind of smoke down towards the ramp. Tarek has created a wall for himself to just peek into the bomb site. Maybe try and place something here. If you get an opening kill, that'll force a rotation from A, and then that Ivy hit coming in would be great. The flashbang does land right in his face. That's a little bit annoying. 40 seconds now. Tarek, I feel like, I don't know if he should have forced it, but the fact that there has been no real distraction created could be an issue. Though Glaive, he's rotating all the way back. This is interesting now. Magisk holding Ivy with that AWP. They're going to be right on the other side. One grenade goes over. It's too far. He takes up Cirque, and now he's back around the corner. Glaive by the E-box, and Dupree's been waiting the whole round here, and this is such a good defense. 15 seconds on the clock, and Glaive drops the bomb, and out in the open, Tarek can't do enough to get into the round. 18-17, and Astralis, now things are looking good for them once again.
NRG looking a little tentative on the T side in this second half of overtime. They are being very, very slow paced. And you've mentioned a couple times that the timer running down is not leaving themselves a lot of time to overcome obstacles in their way. Even this round, so passive that they didn't have information. No one made any peek. No one made any aggressive moves except for Tarek behind that smoke at the inner bomb site.
Yeah, and I mean, going more aggressive that way could also be really, really tricky. Look at what they have here. An AWP, a couple of AK-47s, and really not that much else. NRG, this is to try and get double overtime.
Look at Ethan.
Or lose the first map.
He struggled so much finding opening kills in these kinds of play in the first half. Previously, we saw a flashbang come out, and he came through that smoke to attack the bomb train. This time, a bit more passive with it.
Yeah, he was close a huge number of times, so maybe that's what he's thinking. Like, surely here in overtime, it'll be a little bit different. We'll see if he could do it or not. Even getting in behind the E-box this early on is actually kind of cool. A lot to be done with it. There was the flashbang to set it up for him, but doesn't see anyone, and Dupree will execute him instead. That is, I mean, wow, it's been a rough game for Ethan.
Again, that play just took too long to come to fruition. There's no one that's able to help him. They're smoked out in T-mid. No one can even cover for that peek from Dupree. He's able to do that with no fear of being traded off.
Man, what's the plan now for NRG? They had Astralis up against the ropes for a large part of this game, but I'm not sure if this is going to be quite enough. Device ready in case anybody wants to peek. Breeze did have a deagle down there, but maybe they're going to pull in Cirque instead. Can he take the fight? Can he win it? Missed chance there, and Device down on the low ground instantly. 38 seconds, and they're going to go for this B-bomb side one more time, but Glaive down here. They're going to try and see if they can run him down. The flashbang actually would have maybe done it for them. The bomb is going to get planted. A quick trade there as Breeze goes down. Cirque, who's been such a force in this round, might have to do it again. He's up at the high ground with the AWP, and let's see if he can hold this bomb plant. He gets Device, and now it's a 2-on-3 as the Danes move a little bit closer, trying to see if they can end this map right here, right now. Cirque covering for the flank. Tarek down on the low ground. Another kill for Cirque. Make it a triple. And now Tarek, not been a great map for him either. And he's going to be going down, leaving it all up to Cirque. And no one defusing the bomb yet. He sees one up. He flicks. He gets the kill. Now a quad. Can he save it? Can he get the double OT? Cirque, you've got to be kidding me. He takes down every single one. An absolutely magnificent play.
What a beast. The offer, it's exceptional. Just baiting out shots. He knew he had to watch the flank. That's got to be so crushing for Astralis. They seemed in control. And that's what they need out of Cirque. He's been their second best player up to this point of the major, but this game has been phenomenal from him. These AWP kills, doing everything for NRG. He got all 5 kills. He got an ace.
He got the ace. He aced his way into double overtime. That's what it takes, isn't it? That's so beautiful.
And you don't normally see that out of Cirque. He is much more laid back and calm.
Yeah.
But that'll get anyone hyped up.
Forget the high five. Just give him a kiss or something. That was just fantastic.
A nice slobbery kiss.
Absolutely, yeah. Tongue and everything. Now, it's Magisk on 31 and Cirque on 31 after that ace. My God, what a delight. Well, now it's double overtime, so we can get to enjoy this a little bit more.
Yeah, soak it in.
I love it.
A lot of people hoping this game with NRG taking down Liquid just yesterday. And obviously the story of Astralis. People hoping this game would deliver, and Map 1 has certainly done that. Remember, that as well was that was low economy. They had a couple pistols mixed in there as well.
Yep.
Double op setup for this defensive side. Magisk with 1. Both ops now in the outer bomb site. Usually we see Device and Magisk split them up between A and B, but here they are, both defending the yard. Is Stanislav locked in?
Does he
locked
know
in?
it? I don't know if he knows, but it's all paid off, and he's not moving.
He might know. Oh, is Magisk going to come up next? No way. Okay, there's the kill. But Stanislav almost able to find a double in the same position. That actually pulls Magisk a bit out of it, though. So if Cirque holds this...
He's such a cool player, isn't he, Stan? Like, just unaffected by any of this pressure, it feels like. 4 versus 4 now. And 30 seconds. And talking a lot about the time. The timer just running down. And I'm starting to get worried again for just that. Nice boost over at Ivy. That's a very good idea. But somehow Magisk able to find the kill anyway. 20 seconds now. They need to get in here and get the bomb plant down. Or they're simply going to run out of time yet again. Dupree coming in with the flank. Tarek with a massive double kill to take down Device and Magisk. But 10 seconds on the clock. They need to move. And that's going to be risky now. Oh, he goes for it. Cancels the plant. Tarek, who's been absent for a lot of the game now, coming up with a huge triple.
Tarek and Ethan, the 2 players who have been the lower performers for NRG, that is a brilliant sequence for them to win. Even the kill onto Ethan, even though he's traded off immediately, it gives Tarek the information that Zibnix is committed to the bomb site. He can afford to fake that plant. If Zibnix is deeper in connector, he might not fake it whatsoever. 19-18, NRG still fighting in this game. And Astralis, you might not think it, but you look at the money, as we know with the 10K and MR3 and overtime, they'll run out if they lose this round.
A real good chance here for NIG to inflict some heavy damage. Device, last time this almost backfired, the idea of playing on the edge with the AWP, but
I think this is much more of a gap.
It is more of a gap, but again, it's a missed shot and you're in trouble. He's going to be slowly backing off. And now running back. Ooh, Tarek. He thought about that for a second, didn't he?
What a tight angle to go up against an Opera, but he's unscoped. Device is getting away with a couple here. There's the peak. There's Breeze, who goes down. Not even the first out of the sky. Device misses the opportunity. Tarek with a big kill combined with Ethan. He's still alive, and now Device. Those are just easy ones for him, but Stanislav pushing up. Circa's going to get the bomb planted. He's going to hold for it right now. He wants Tarek to have a chance to do something, but his position is exposed. They know exactly where he is, and it's Device again. The Opera from Astralis responding. Cirque had an ace to force double overtime. And Device looking for an ace here in this second round of double OT.
Well, they're already going to be on the bomb really, really quickly. It's going to be tricky for Cirque to do much of anything. He clutched it last time. This time it's not going to be possible. Dupree will get the kill, and Device recommitting to the bomb here. So Astralis buying themselves a much-needed round. As you said, the economy would have been somewhat broken. They pick up another AWP. Surely they don't want 3, do they? Maybe.
We'll find out. They had 3 scouts.
They did.
It feels like a lot of these rounds at Energy is part of the reason why the clock is running so low. It feels like they are a little bit scared of the ops on the Astralis side. They're using a lot of utility to get into position for attack, and so much so at times that when you see them when there's 20 seconds left, there's not a lot of flashbangs. There's not a lot of Molotovs and smokes left to actually get to the bomb sites themselves.
Okay. That looked much quicker on Device screen than it did on from the other side, so Still, good shot. It is last round of the first half of second overtime. New number to get to is 22. Grenade, double drop, Dupree up close. That's a pretty good way to counter that, although he does still go down. But the Molotov will do a fair bit to Ethan, and he's going to have to back all the way out. More smoke there to make sure that he couldn't get grenaded out. And Device just playing behind it now.
That was close, though. Dupree almost just made it a massive winning play for his team. If he got both of those kills, that would have been the bomb trapped in ladder room.
Oh, you're right.
And that would have been an absolute nightmare for NRG. They just narrowly avoid it. Sipnik's alone at the inner site. Both ops still outside and actually very close to each other. Device at green, Train Magisk at the end of Ivy.
Sip down at that off angle again at the B bomb site. It is really, really effective angle, especially if you've got someone with you.
Well, every time he's done this, he's had an opera behind him. Twice it's been Device, now it's Magisk.
He's actually standing up in the wall, I think, isn't he? Yeah. A little bit further back. That's pretty cool. 35 seconds. Enough time here for NRG, but they do need the entry. The smoke, they're going to be jumping right through it. Surely Sip might actually be in a little bit of trouble here. They're going to make the cross even without any grenades, but Stanislaus so far up. Are they going to expect it now? They definitely know. And now he's actually in a bit of trouble. Sip will get one, but Stanislaus still alive to get the double kill with the bomb plant as well. What a huge play. And now he's pushing forward. Device will take him down, a 2-on-2. Cirque up in the back with the AWP and Breeze down on the bomb side with the AK. That flashbang is godlike. Breeze, no chance at all. And now Cirque, how do you do this? How do you get back to stop the defuse? He's going to have to be very aggressive with the sniper. They know where he is exactly, and Device going to be peeking him and taking him down. That is so quick on that rifle. Device, who's been looking, I think, a bit hesitant with the rifle, but now starting to feel it a little bit again.
He certainly got into it from when we saw a couple things in the first half. And that might have been the easiest shot that Cirque was presented with in some time, and he's not able to get it fast enough. 20-19 in the favor of Astralis. 2 rounds on their CT side. A double O team looking for 22 to get the victory.
Yeah, they are. And that was a big step in the right direction there for Astralis.
I actually, in some ways, it's crazy to me that Astralis is able to come back and win this round after the balls of steel by Stanislaus to just push all the way up that upper ramp and actually combine it with Ethan, who's pushing towards that oil train, that high train.
Yeah.
Gets a double kill that deep into the bomb site, and you feel like that should seal like 9 out of 10 rounds.
I feel like every time we watch Stan play, he's just making these plays, like all the time. It's actually just, you know, it's interesting, it's exciting.
Welcome to the 30-plus kill club. Stanislaus Cirque for NRG and Magisk and Device for Astralis.
Really starting to step it up now. Here we go. Second half, second overtime. First map still in the best of 3, so there's much more of this kind of madness to come. Hang around no matter what. Expecting maybe a rush, and it certainly would have been ready for it with the grenade in hand, but not going to get anything just now. Limited on the information, I suppose, for NRG. Tarek, the most forward probably at the moment. Oh, a flashbang. They're going to set it up very quickly. Stanislaus now, he's actually in a fair bit of trouble. Going to be trying to fall back into the bomb side. Might get shot at the back. Glaive is right behind him. Meg is going to get the kill on Tarek. And if Stan goes down, this might just be the round. He's going to get a single kill, but he might have needed a slight bit more than that. And they've got to worry about the economy too here, NRG.
Yeah, they might have to save if Breeze can't do anything. Yeah, back away now. Cirque, just run back. You don't want anything to do with this round. As Astralis just pushes forward to destroy them. Yeah, that time Stanislaus didn't have any real help with him whatsoever. He was very isolated at that inner bomb site. Cirque, you could see Astralis already hunting. They know the implications of the economy in overtime. So Cirque, he's been spotted out. There's nowhere to go. 21-19, Astralis, 2 chances to close out this first map.
Yeah, 2 really, really big shots to finally crack this one and put us into the second map. Honestly, this has been a real delight to watch. We knew, I mean, we knew that NRG did the skill that's on this lineup is just outrageous, and obviously Astralis, well, they're Astralis, so it was all set up, but even sometimes when you see it on paper, it doesn't work out that way in the server, right?
That's not how a lot of people are operating with Astralis, though, into this tournament, is that they're not themselves at the moment, and this is kind of us showing that they still got some of that magic, able to come back. Remember, this was a 10-5 first half in the favor of Energy on the T side. Stanislaw going to be called upon again with this AWP. First kill, Zipnik's round in the corner. Magic's going to try his luck, and he's got much better luck. Maybe it's not even luck. He just wrecked him. Side swipes him into the face, and Cirque with the response. Very chaotic and aggressive round for Astralis, and it's not going their way.
It is really not here. 2-on-4. That's going to make things very hard. The device will pick up Cirque, and that's at this point in the game, that's a huge kill to be getting. That also eliminates the AWP, so maybe Dupree could do a bit more down here on the low ground with that rifle. He's flanking around. He might have actually done something truly amazing here. Tarek, though, right up close to the smoke, and they need Dupree to open this up. Good read from Breeze. He saw that coming, but he's still going to lose the fight, and now they've traded places. Device is going to be going down last, and that's 21-20, and a chance for triple overtime here if NRG could pick up the next round.
Again, playing from behind and having to win multiple rounds to force yourself into the next stage.
And that's, I don't know. Now it's getting real crazy.
Though this is when it always gets scrappy.
Yeah, I think especially if
out
you're
of tactics, and you're kind of making things up on the fly based off what you've seen.
Yeah, but that's really the point, isn't it? Especially if you're an in-game leader. It's already kind of rough if you have to wait for 30 rounds, or sorry, if you have to sort of think about the 15 rounds that they've just played. And you have to think, what did they actually do? What was their defense like on those 15 CT sides? But now it's becoming even more, and you just lose track eventually, don't you?
I think what's crazy to see is Astralis just called their third timeout. They still have one more.
Yeah.
The benefit of being able to adjust on the fly.
They were counting on the triple overtime.
Yeah, they knew it was coming.
It's probably going to be that triple overtime. Let's wait for it.
Well, we'll see what they come up with in that timeout.
I'm hearing a Let's Go Astralis chant.
Yeah, from 7 very powerful Astralis fans.
They do love it, don't they? Maybe it's Clave's brother who's made his way here as well. Some cheering section. Cirque, close with the AWP. That seems incredibly risky. Gonna disappear back for the smoke. Tarek actually revealing his position there, and yeah, he's gonna get back as well, otherwise that might end badly. Cirque still aggressive. Breeze to take down Magus. This is such a brilliant start. We might actually get that triple OT. Zip trying to push out, but he gets blocked by the grenade a bit, and Cirque will take him down.
It's crazy to me that actually with a minute and 30 seconds on the clock, Astralis saw that aggression far before. What? Did you get that through a smoke?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, as if that's a normal thing that happens every day. Like, Astralis saw the aggression. They saw Cirque push up. They heard the shot. They heard Tarek's shots along that wall, and they actually went right at it. They attacked it through a lot of utility very early in the round. Glaive and Device to try and recover. Device with the AWP being patient in towards Team Mid. Glaive needs to find Ethan. He spots the shoulder. He knows that's a kill. That's an isolated fight that he has to take. One of the best chances he would have gotten. The bomb is all the way back in T-spawn, so Device is pretty much committed to just finding whatever kills he can, and it's not going to happen. He goes down. Breeze and NRG take us to triple overtime.
Well, now we're really all in, aren't we? 35 kills on Magus, 36 on Cirque, so they're having their own little battle at the top. But everybody else is not really that far behind. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they thought that if we can get Tarek or Cirque up close, then the whole sort of defense just collapses. And they were sort of thinking, oh, okay, they've overextended. But it didn't really turn out that way. And you're absolutely right. Then it just sort of looks like they're trying to force something that isn't there for them to really take.
But those are the things you get lured into when you get to these overtimes. That's why we always mention it gets scrappy, because there are some calls that are made in the heat of the moment that just seem a bit crazy from the outside. It might have been just an overcommitment to whatever plan they had in that timeout. 21-21. Now we're looking for 25. This is just map 1.
And it's just map 1. What a delight. Early grenade to tank up Device a tiny bit. Glaive with a headshot, though, to take down Ethan. That's
in ladder room. I believe Ethan lost that fight earlier to Dupree as well.
Yeah, trying to spray through. Maybe that's what happened.
Good, very well.
Well, there's blood on the wall there, so yeah. We've got evidence. Call the CSI team.
Yeah. Tarek at E-box and Cirque outside, and they need to do something So difficult to defend with just 2 players, and I think that's why you're seeing Tarek slowly creep in and get this position in T-mid. And with both of them in here, I mean, Cirque can kind of turn around and peer towards the outside yard if they know something's coming out of Ivy. Bomb rotating towards inner. This could actually end up being a split. Down Ivy through CT spawn to that inner bomb site. 2 players. It could just be Glaive is going to abandon this and eventually lurk.
But look at Tarek and Suk. They're actually moving forward. Oh, God. This whole round is on some kind of a weird timer now where you don't know who's going to be getting the upper hand. It does seem like it's going to be some sort of a B split. But who's going to get there first? Tarek is now flanking around up through the holes. 30 seconds left. He's going to have to be quick, but not too quick to make noise. I don't know. This is on a knife's edge right now. Oh. And Tarek seems like he's got the right idea. He's got the right read. He sees them falling down into the bomb site. 18 seconds on the clock. Device going to pick up 1 kill. Breeze goes down. Oh, God, no. He doesn't get the timing. It can't be real. They'd set it all up. They had all the info. Astralis were the ones in the blind here. And somehow it all crumbles anyway.
NRG did everything perfect in a 4-on-5 except get the kills. That's the last piece of the puzzle. Tarek just needed one kill between the 2 defenders to give him that time to come in for the flank.
Man.
And the fact that he even takes the shot and gives, like, he still could have had impact if he just kept pushing forward, but so hard to hold your nerve when you turn that corner. Heartbreaking. 22-21 in the favor of the Danes.
It's crazy to imagine that the time of that kind of thing more or less starts when they start to push.
Oh my God, Glaive might assassinate 2. Glaive might assassinate 2. They're not looking, no one's checking this angle. There's the first, and he transfers to the second. From bad to worse for NRG, and Astralis with a commanding opening round of overtime number 3.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. 25 rounds is what you need now to try and win it. Wouldn't mind quad OT. Now we're in.
Yeah, it might as well.
Now we're doing
We're
it.
here.
Double AWP being invested into by NRG, but that is all of their money being used here. That is the full extent of it. So they have to make this work. Otherwise, Astralis are going to probably get 3 rounds here in third overtime. Stan, he's been very successful with that play, but this time doesn't work out. Glaive going to lose the fight to Ethan, so a bit of revenge for the last time over at Pop Dog.
I love that play from Device. You get that kill and just go down to lower ramp and just hold it for your teammates. Dupree goes down outside. Magisk is coming in late with the bomb, and actually Breeze rotates over. Now it's Zipnix who's got to hold on to it. There were so many openings it felt for Astralis, and they all closed so quickly. Magisk is going to get this plant.
Well, Tarek's far away, though. Quite far away, in fact. That could become an issue. Let's see how quick he's going to be to get here. They have a kit on every single player, and a Molotov also left on Ethan, so keep your eyes on that, ladies and gentlemen. 22-21 here, and everything on the line right now for NRG. This is their economy that we're talking about. Magus looking away at the wrong time, and that almost got him killed. Now they're trying to flash their way in. There's a good grenade to try and force them out, but he get the kill regardless. And Ethan has an HE sip. He should be going down no matter what. It'll be Cirque instead to take him, and that's a huge win for NRG. They are going to be having a bit of a sigh of relief that they could pick up this round.
I feel for Magisk in that scenario. He got timinged. He got that classic timing we all know about, looking for the player to come over the top of that smoke onto the tray, and as soon as he looks away, Ethan comes into his vision. 22-22, and for NRG, that's brilliant because you avoid the disaster of only having pistols in that third round. Double ops. 3 players on NRG now in the 30-plus kills. Same with Astralis. Very, very even game in so many different ways.
Yep, in scores and in kills and in everything else. It's been so enjoyable. Maybe one of the best games so far, at least that we've casted. Stanislaw on the edge over there, still with the AWP. So he was going to get this last round before they switch halves. Bomb dropped far back, and Astralis setting up down at Ivy. A little bit of main, a little bit of brown holes and Pop Dog over there. So could very well end up a 3-way split onto the A-bomb side. And Tarek now pushing in. Now, this is huge. If they can find the kill on Dupree, or even if they can't, if they can just hold A main for a while, that's going to be interesting.
Breeze actually cheating over towards inside. They call a rotation. They want Cirque with the AWP outside. Breeze to line up inside with Stanislaw. That might be to get aggressive. It wouldn't surprise me, but they obviously didn't want 2 ops at that one bomb site. Tarek is still waiting. Cirque guarding Ivy from behind. And again, we know this can be in a very effective defensive setup, but we also know it can crumble. If the wrong player dies at the wrong time, there's no way to really adjust this setup and lock it down.
Big grenade, but Ethan still winning the fight against Glaive and goes for the follow-up. Nearly could have had it. 25 seconds. If he'd had that second one, that would have been it for sure. But Tarek in a good corner right here, and Dupree completely surprised. That's the bomb and nearly the double. Great play from Tarek in this round, and that will be another round, a 23rd on the board for NRG. They just need 2 more.
And it's 41 kills for Cirque with that triple kill. He is having such an outstanding opening map. We mentioned him as one of those players in this matchup that has to deliver, and he's doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fantastic, hasn't it? The ace to put them into double OT, triple, I can't remember now. One of the overtimes.
Double.
It's been great.
I got you.
You got me. You guys, thanks. Man, this has been really something. Stralis would need to win all 3 rounds here on the CT side. NRGs need 2 on their T side right now. Or quad overtime.
Or quad overtime. And as we mentioned, we're already here. Might as well go for it.
Yeah, now everybody's, you know, feeling it, feeling the excitement of it. You want to keep the momentum rolling. And it is still just map 1, which you are losing track.
I would have
Nuke on the second one.
No other way for a spot in the top 8 of a major.
It's fitting.
Tarek has the spawn. He's going to go for a shot. We haven't seen him with the op yet, but he's got... Oh, my Lord. He is so committed. It's going to pay off. That's beautiful. What a time to pull that out.
Always thinking about the content, isn't he? And surely that was some of it right there. Tries to go for the follow-up, and Glaive will turn it around and sip, and also Device, and they just get absolutely crushed. Oh, God. They had it all lined up, didn't they?
Every time they get something good, it's just torn right back. Too much of a good thing.
I guess so. They got a little bit too hyped. It was a beautiful opening from Tarek.
It was great.
Maybe it was so good that they couldn't even capitalize on it quick enough. They were like, oh God, he's already got the kill. We need to go.
He's so hyped up.
Always
so hyped up.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
I just have to imagine the stress that goes along with that when you're just watching. Here we go, fast-paced breeze, dropped by Magisk. Cirque not able to get involved. E-Box declining him vision of Glaive, who is just waiting. Molotov to force him into the open, so Cirque's got to back away, and he's got danger from the other angle. And again, Astralis just respond perfectly to the early pressure, much like last round. Early pressure gets swept aside, and then it's just all Astralis. Stanislaw, the only player left in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, this is an absolutely incredible response, isn't it, from the Danish side? 1 health left as they tag him through the smoke, and they're walking around the back as well.
Knife.
Yeah, that's what you want to do, but apparently not. Dupree actually got the shot through. I don't know if Glaive would have knifed him, but...
I wonder what would happen. I wonder how Astralis would react if one of those guys tried to knife someone in triple overtime at the major.
It's hard to... I mean, I don't know. Hard to say.
Something would break. Probably Zipnik's. I think you just see like his head do like some kind of like computer glitch twist. Just maybe like snap to the left.
Maybe Sonic would just put someone in a chokehold, you know. Just do like one of those triangle chokes on him.
Just lift him up by the chair and throw him to the other side of the room.
Lock it down.
24-23, NRG again fighting just to stay alive. It was what, 4 rounds they had to win in a row in regulation to force overtime. I think in the first overtime they had 2 chances to close it out that they've...
Yeah.
No.
Wasn't it?
No, because Cirque got the ace. It was, whatever. They've been fighting to stay alive this whole damn time, essentially.
And now it might not be enough. Ethan gets tagged early on. Dupree playing close to the drop, and oh, that is so dangerous. Magisk pushing past the smoke to try and get that kill. 3 of them down at Ivy. Ooh, Dupree actually getting a little bit caught by the Molotov at least. But it all comes down to this here. It's either quad OT for NRG to pick up this round, or Astralis will finally put a close to it here on Train, which is only the first map. Nuke obviously going to be the second one. Glaive slowly coming up the ladder, exposing his back a bit to Ivy, hoping that the smoke will hold, and it will. And they're going to smoke it off instead. We'll see what happens here. Glaive is a very powerful position to look over the smoke, going to be doing a bit of damage, but not getting the kill yet. Calling it in for Magisk. Even the information is huge, but he misses the chance, and he's going to get run down. The C set 75 and 30 seconds on the clock as Sip goes down after a single kill, and Device just has to fall back. Great kill on Cirque for Glaive. That is huge, and Device waiting all the time up here, dropping the bomb at 20 seconds, and now it's a 2-on-3 and 3 overtimes. That might be all we get here, because now NRG are in trouble. Breeze, he's got the one headshot there on Device, but Dupree, he's creeping in close with the M4. I don't think they know that he's this close to the bomb site. He's looking the wrong way, and he's going to get shot down. Are they going to do it after all? Dropping down, and there it is! Quad overtime as Breeze barely saves them. What a ridiculous round.
There's some very uncharacteristic situations that round for Astralis. I think the most critical one, somehow Zipnik's never reacted to Magic's information that he saw 3 in spawn. When he went down, Zipnik still just outside of connector, looking towards the bomb site, never spun, never moved. And you can see Magic's, his voice, his lips moving in the cams.
Yeah.
Communicating. And that communication was just one way. That gave them the access to the bomb site, and it means a lot. Quadruple overtime.
Wow. Man, that was... It doesn't really get much closer than that. It's really taken something for NRG to force some of these overtimes. Ace with the AWP, this one was...
In that round and this previous one were with 2 pistols, because it's the 3rd round where they lost the first 2. They've been doing it with a diminished... Oh, I think the Shadow. If he has the Shadows enabled, he might have seen that. It's very faint. He's waiting for the peak. Device not going to give it to him just yet. There's the smoke.
Yeah, I think he definitely knew. Tiny bit of grenade damage, but wow, this is getting real crazy now. 28 rounds now, what we need to find someone to win it. Just keep counting, you know?
Just add 4.
Yeah, it's not as hard as we're making it seem. Just trying to stay friendly in case we've got any new viewers who've new to the world of Counter-Strike thinking, you know, what's all the hype about? This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen.
Magic taking a shot, but not sticking around. Pulled the trigger very fast after getting blind. Didn't want to risk anything. But still, this is one of those rounds from NRG where they spread out very, very much, and they don't have a lot of information. And by the time they get that information, there's not going to be a whole lot of it left. A whole lot of time left for them to make it to the bomb site. 35 seconds.
It's been a real issue, at least in my mind, for a while. Stanislaw goes down. He's been rock solid, but that was a time where they maybe did need him to get an opening kill. Cirque has also been way off the charts here. Magus will take down Breeze, 19 seconds, and Device will take down a player, Ethan, over there with a little bit of team damage. I'm not sure how, but Terry goes down next, and it all just falls apart in this round. Not much of an offense being put up here by NRG.
It's the problem. Astralis is so good at using the clock, and they realize on defense, if you're going to be executing on them at 30 seconds, and in some way, they're going to be very aggressive and rotating over because they know you have to stop to take the fight.
Yeah.
They're not going to let you comfortably get into the bomb site with 8 seconds left. But if you're NRG now, I mean, those slow rounds haven't really been too effective, even in regulation. But even in overtime now, the fast rounds aren't working either. Running out of options. And some of the wins we've seen from NRG in overtime have been very, very desperate. There's only so long you can live off incredible individual and Herculean efforts.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? You feel like another one of those rounds where all they have left is pistols, and that just might not hold any longer. We'll find out. They are grouping up outside of the B-bomb site. Device and Sip for a minute there were shuffling around trying to figure out their positions, and if you can hit a bomb site when the defense is doing that, that's going to make a big difference here. Now they got to be a bit careful. Some grenades landing on the ramp. Are they just going to go right through? It feels like they will. The Molotovs are already in, and they are pushing down through the smoke and flashing their way in. They line up right in front of Sip, and he's going to take down 3. That should be enough for those. Stan is so quick to get the double in return that I don't want to call it just yet.
Ethan with the op, though. The bomb is still here. 50 seconds. If Stanislaw can find this on the flank, Dupree, if he's too committed, Stan is waiting for this. And there's the headshot that opens up the escape route. They can actually fall all the way back to that A bomb site. No one is there for Astralis. You can see Magisk is rotating over right now because he's being kept honest. And Ethan looking for this 1 kill, but he's got to be so careful. He knows Device with an op is around, and he's just missing the information. Not enough of a peek to grab that.
Stan was thinking about it, but now he's back here A little bit of a jump up. Device might have seen it. Almost gets that mid-air. That would have really been something. He's got the smoke. Maker's got a Molotov. Oh, a little bit too much of a sidestep there for Ethan, leaving Stan alone to try and get an ace to clutch it. That would really be something. We've already had everything here. But Stanislaw, can he do it here for NRG? A smoke, a flashbang up on the high ground, and he's just waiting inside of it. Is he trying to play the ultimate mind game? Now out of the smoke and back in again. Magus will take him down. He really tried to make that work, but it will be Astralis to pick it up here. A first round in quad overtime.
He gave up on that spam rather quick. I thought he would have been able to transfer the lineup. Once he got out of the smoke, he could see where he was along the bomb train, but he was probably more worried about that second player. This was cool. I just referenced a round or two ago the communication of Magisk over to Zipnix, and you could see it on the player cam, and Zipnix didn't react. This time you could see Zipnix calling for the flashbang from Device. Yeah. He's calling the utility being used. He's calling for the flashbang. It nets him a triple kill.
Yeah, you dream of having moments like that, maybe especially if you're playing quad overtime at the major. That always is a little bit of a boost. And so much money again spent for NRG. Again, we said it, surely, eventually that's going to be a problem. Shadow showing there. Stanislaw able to do a fair bit of damage to Debris.
I think Glaive's going to come and trying to get him out of this position. A better angle for that fight. Stanislaw felt the danger and just backed out. Again, just the default setup for NRG with Ethan and Tarek towards box halls. Sometimes they've taken it delayed. But these are the rounds when you see them start with this setup. If they don't go quick enough, this is where they start running out of time.
Couple of grenades there that don't really do much, but might be worth the effort anyway. Yeah, this time they're moving a bit quicker, I guess, down Ivy.
Well, they have another problem. 3 smokes and 3 flashbangs to get into a bomb site to win this round. To avoid having to win, to have 3 match points for Astralis, or map points.
Grenade, oh, that might chase them down. Actually does a fair bit to Breeze. They try and make it around the back line. They've already done something like this, so I'm guessing Astralis are going to be a little bit quicker to react. They definitely know what's coming now. Device up here on the other side of the smoke with a Deagle. Oh, turning around is Sippy. Had the right idea, but now Device is in trouble. The flashbang, though, they line up for the Deagle. Oh, no, that is the bomb with 20 seconds. You're absolutely right. Over. Surely this is not how they're going to lose this round. That would be devastating. A smoke on top as well. 15 seconds on the clock. They're desperate right now, NIG. They need this round. Everything rides on it. And Stan to the rescue. Taking down Device and leaving Glaive in a 1 versus 3. And they're going to go for it. They win the round regardless. Outrageous scenes with 2 seconds left.
I cannot believe they actually won that. That is so incredible. They had to be so aggressive. And those are the rounds we talk about. Those are the ones you can't rely on, but that's the 3rd time they've had one. It's so insane. Device, I thought he did everything perfect. Dropping the bomb, dropping a smoke as well. (26-25).
Man, this is crazy, isn't it? There was so little time left.
How is NRG holding on to this game?
I don't know, but again, it's hard to judge who's going to be more devastated, you know, giving it up. This is NRG's map pick. And Nuke is the second map.
How is Astralis still have a timeout? 4th timeout.
4 timeouts? 4
overtimes, yeah.
They're just, they are playing some 4D chess, aren't they?
Just always a step ahead.
Getting to the middle of the strat book for Sonic now. I just got plenty more.
I still got like 15 pages left. We're not worried.
Guys, what do we do when we play the 17th overtime? Got that covered too, don't worry. Double orb for NRG. We'll see what happens now. Second half here, 2 rounds for Astralis, and they'll finally find a way to put us onto Nuke 3 in a row for NRG. And that's absolutely doable. Stanislaw again. Yeah, I think he's had one time where that didn't work out, but otherwise he's been great over on that high ground at B to get the kill on Device. And Glaive got very low.
He got destroyed over in ladder room, so this is the best start NRG could possibly hope for. All 4 players for Astralis lining up to, looks like attack outside, but with that smoke down towards ladder room, Zipnix wants to clear out box halls first. Pretty superficial. They don't want to risk another life to Stanislaw's ult, but Glaive is going to have to stay far back with the AWP of his own, passed off from Device. Tarek has been in this position multiple times.
Ready with the org in case they show up. 50 seconds on the clock now for Astralis, but because Glaive is so low, you have to imagine they're going to be feeling just a little bit uncomfortable right now. 40 seconds now. The Danes slowing this down. Meg is going to be setting up with a smoke and a couple of flashbangs. Tarek, huge success early on, taking down Glaive. It's a pretty good return for Dupree, but 30 seconds, they are slowly running out of time as well, and they haven't made that much progress on the site. As Sip goes down, Cirque and Sand, the double orb just absolutely working out brilliantly in this round.
They even had a player flanking in from the inner bomb site who's going to come through ladder rooms. Even if they got the kills, that was about to be lockdown defense from NRG. All tied up. Double op setup for NRG still. Those ops have been great on this CT side, but basically the only way on their defensive sides they've been able to find, you know, those picks, those early picks in the round.
Yeah.
You haven't seen like too much rifle aggression anywhere, but the ops peeking into choke points have been pretty effective.
Early default nades going outside.
Look at the interplay. This setup hasn't been seen yet by Astralis. How well can Zipnix and Device neutralize this? Not well. Cirque gets the opening kill, and he covers his teammate's retreat. Ethan has no reason to peek the upper ramp, just to nade out to do some follow-up damage on the Device. Another phenomenal start for NRG.
Yeah, things really shaping up now. Dupree trying to get some control back, but Cirque and Stan, again, that double orb is just so powerful.
And Cirque hustled to get outside after that opening kill at the lower ramp.
He really did. Tarek joining into the fun. Now it's all on Magisk, and he's going to get completely overwhelmed. 27 rounds, one more for NRG, and they will take it in quad overtime against Astralis. Or Astralis could win it, and we'll go to 5 overtimes.
Quintuple.
Is that what it's called?
I hope so, now that I've said it.
I'm desperately praying it isn't. I want your inbox to just be filled with 100 people who could Google it and saying, you're wrong, Moses.
I kind of do too. Krieg on Zipnix, Dupree and Glaive on the AKs, Device and Magisk on the Deagles. Man, we said you couldn't rely on those heroic rounds. NRG have done it, and then finally in this half of overtime, they have looked phenomenal. Here's another pick with the op. Stan can't flick it fast enough over. He's going to go back for more, though. He's crazy.
Yeah, I think he actually might be crazy.
He's gone a bit mad in this overtime.
You always suspected with that calm face, just immune to all pressure, that maybe there was something slightly off, but
those are always the ones that worry you, aren't they?
They are always the one that worry me, but
what worries me is Stan's the only one here. He's smoked off.
Oh no.
He has no way to get involved in this round, and they're rotating over very late.
Oh, how do you deal with this? That's so rough, but Stan, crazy or not, he's certainly unbelievably talented, taking down Glaive with the AWP in spite of everything. This is all on this one. NRG, 4 more kills and they'll be able to do it. Or the Stan does finally go down. Ethan with the flank and he takes down Magisk. That's big news. The bomb, it's been planted really early on and they know where Ethan is. Cirque trying to guess through the smoker's breeze, goes down and Cirque up close. A missed shot here could cost him his life. Ethan is down and now it's a 2-on-2 and there's not that much time left on the bomb. Cirque sneaking in. He sees Sip, he gets the kill right underneath and that's ridiculous. And now Device up on the high ground, the only one that can hold on to it. He's going to get the 1 kill. Cirque inside the bomb.
Oh, no.
Defusing and he goes down. 5 overtimes.
He did not have even close to that lineup. The Deagle swap and the desperation back and forth. How do both of these teams... Again, it's the 2 pistols that Astralis have come out on top with right at the end. I can't believe it. Nice attempt from Tarek to try and time his peak with the smoke pluming. What a grueling affair on this opening map.
Well, this is turning into a really outrageous affair, isn't it? For those who can't do the math, 31 is now the number. Keep pushing it. I don't even know. I can't even make like any reasonable comments about what someone should do now.
No, it's all out the window. It's all out the window. Just enjoy the ride.
Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it?
Freeze time coming to an end. Cirque with the op. This time Stanislaw, he opened up the last overtime at second CT half with plenty of opening picks with that AWP. It was so impactful, and he goes away from it, trying to mix up the looks he's giving Astralis. Again, he's going to be the only player at that inner bomb site, close up on the low ramp.
Aegis was a big opening. The follow-up is nearly there. Tarek scrambling to get away from the fight, a retreating fight that he wins against Dupree. That is such a big play. And Sip out here, not spotting out Stan. That looked like Astralis had found a big key to win the first round here, but it all gets shut down. Tarek, who's really come alive here in the 5th overtime or 4th overtime.
Well, the good thing as well is that Ethan's caught up also. Like, Ethan struggled through a lot of this, and he's obviously still not doing great, but he's picked it up to a massive degree when compared to regulation. So enough time has been spent. Now he can start feeling like he's having an impact. 28-27. And those are the kind of scrappy rounds that we get in these overtimes, is where I don't think Astralis ever really wanted to commit to that, but they saw an opportunity to pounce on a player that might have been a little bit out of position.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. People just try and make any kind of a play work that hasn't just been drilled in time and again, because going back to some of the plays you've made many times, I mean, that could also be very readable at this point. Stan in trouble. There's no one there to help him out. Ooh, that was not exactly what we've seen from him before.
No, that one looked a little bit silly, but he's been great otherwise, especially with the AWP. So Tarek and Ethan again in a 4-on-5. We've seen Tarek push in towards T-Connector multiple times in these scenarios, and they're just going to get out of the vision of Major Skin Device, who are about to exit towards Ivy.
That's the whole A defense now in main, by the way. Cirque is maybe thinking about rotating back, but...
This time Tarek's going to keep pushing much earlier, and actually Ethan's going to join him. I wonder, though, this is so dangerous. They obviously cannot possibly know the exit is coming from Ivy, but if they go in the wrong direction, there's no chance they can stop this round.
Wow.
There goes Tarek on the flank. Zipniks had seen that before. Ethan is stuck in towards T-Main where they know where he is, and another nice shot. Blistering headshot from Glaive.
Yeah, they're going to have to call Cirque's number yet again here to try and win this round. He's going to pick up the 1. And now a little bit more. Oh, he's not going to get it. Device and Glaive will be able to finish it. So hard to figure out where to stand once you are being attacked from that many angles. So Astralis picking up the 2nd round here in 5th overtime. 28-28. That was a very cool round from Astralis, like very measured. No panic at all this time. 48 on Cirque, 46 on Device. Who's going to get first to 50? That's what we're hoping for now, isn't it? 50 kills in a game?
I would love
one
that.
Map.
I would really actually enjoy that. Ethan, actually look at Breeze. Breeze is the one getting aggressive down Ivy, right behind the smoke, but he's stopped. Behind the E-box, Ethan has gotten positioned inside ladder room, as we've seen a number of times, and again, Stanislaw alone towards inner. He has operated at times in this bomb site with very little support. And he doesn't have that AWP that he's been so effective with. Breeze is rotating back now. And actually all of the defense kind of sinking back towards the bomb train outside so they can have a faster rotation.
Ooh.
That's odd.
Ethan, I think, expecting to hear a flashbang or something before they go for it. Circus in so much trouble down here, but he's just going to dig himself out of it with the AWP taking down Glaive. Breeze now flanking out. This is looking like a great defense all of a sudden. Breeze and Stanislaw combining for a rock-solid hold here at the B-bomb side, and that'll be 29-28.
Breeze gets that double kill, but Stanislaw, again, a hero. Like,
yeah.
Device went down to Stanislaw, and that might have been the player to take out Breeze and prevent that from being an absolute catastrophe.
Wow. I mean...
It's just such thin margins every step of the way.
If Cirque dies by the E-box as well, who knows?
Yeah, they don't even attack inside. They probably go outside. 29-28.
49 kills on Cirque. He's so close, isn't he?
He's going to get it, Anders. Don't you worry.
I'm pretty sure he's going to be first now. It would require something special for somebody to take that away from him. Let's go first to 100, Moses. See if we can get there.
All right, I'll see you in like 20th overtime.
Yeah, we're getting close, aren't we, now to playing 2 maps or something on train for some reason.
I'm fine with it. We hadn't seen train in a while.
It's true. So we're getting our quota filled up now. Here we go. Second half of the 5th overtime here between NRG and Astralis on train. Only the first map in the best of 3. Nuke is the second one. Now NRG playing on the T side. They need 2 rounds. Nice shot from Device. Spots out the shoulder peak and is able to pick up the kill really quickly.
They've usually Molotov that and even sometimes flashed him back. That time, just an easy one for Device. Breeze going to start getting aggressive down Ivy. He's all alone. He wants to lurk it. There's no sign this is coming. No flashbangs, no smoke at the end. The question is, how bold is he? How much does he want to peek into that outer bomb site? And the answer is not much. Drops the smoke, throws the flashbang, wants to posture like it's a hit towards Ivy. But look at Device. He's not fooled at all. He's rotated over to the inner bomb site, but what a boost! A triple boost, and that's the 50th kill for Cirque.
Yeah, well, you're going to get 50 kills on the map. Might as well make that one a stylish one. Triple boost to look all the way over, and at least that gives the information that 3 people were there at about 40 seconds, so they have a little bit to work with here. But is it going to be quite enough? They're now going back to main with the bomb. By the time they get here, it's going to be, again, close to the sort of 20-second mark, maybe even less for the bomb to go down. So a mistake right now could cost NRG the round in spite of that really, really cool kill. Dupree is holding up close, and that smoke goes down at 25 seconds. The bomb is now behind the smoke stock. This is actually slightly devastating for NRG, and they call on Breeze to say, you need to open this up, because otherwise we can't really get through and open it. He does, taking down Clave and Dupree. What an unbelievable play. Magus goes down next, and they just make it work. God tier level out of Breeze here.
He had so many opportunities towards Ivy. Like, Astralis never really had eyes on that. Remember, he got all the way to the end of Ivy and even could have pounced way, way earlier. But obviously, this timing was so brutal, especially because so much attention from Astralis was on teammate, because they know that's where the main attack is going to come from. But way, way too much space. They lost track of him. And another round that's coming very close to running out of time. But Anders, NRG have 2 chances to close this out.
2 chances. Surely they can find the one and win that map pick here. A lot of grenades.
Oh,
and
my God.
They explode Dupree. That is beautiful. And Cirque with a kill on Sip. That must be what it takes.
Fair play. I'm very aroused off that play.
I could tell, Moses.
Magisk has to push up, and he's got the tag. Breeze is going to let him get away. Doesn't want to mess with the USP, but Magisk goes hunting for it. Got to be careful.
Man, the level of creativity, the level of play to bring down a team like Astralis, well, NRG, they apparently do have it. Glaive will drop to Tarek, and now Device, they're just throwing all the grenades. He goes down, and Magus get a 1 versus 5. This has been an absolutely titanic match so far, and NRG somehow, through 5 overtimes and all of regulation, summon the strength to bring down Astralis, and that means that we're going to end up on Nuke for the second map here at a best of 3. What a great game.
That's amazing from the NRG guys, and a taste of Astralis' own medicine, an unexpected nade stack. Dupree just gets wiped out at the same exact time Cirque the pick towards inner. That's mental. Cirque ends with 52 kills. I'm just trying to rack my brain for all the times that NRG had to have something special happen to keep them alive in these games throughout all the different overtimes. Regulation had to be 4 in a row. There was the Cirque ace to force another overtime. There was a second round in the overtimes where they had like 2 pistols on the T side. The fact that they sustained through all of that to come out on top is craziness.
Yeah, there were some thin margins at some point during that game. I mean, but what an enjoyable game that was. I mean, if you're new to Counter-Strike, this is why we watch the game. This is why we spend all of our time on it.
That's the one.
It's so good, isn't it? When it gets to that level, you have to love it. I really can't believe that they managed to eventually win it.
Well, here's the other danger of winning that map is if you feel too much like you just won, because that's going to feel like a very big victory.
Yeah.
I think the first thing you have to do if you're part of the NRG org and you're not one of the players is just be like, guys, just calm down, talk about Nuke. Don't even talk about the map. Let's move on. You got to focus on the next one. That's going to be a difficult thing to do. We'll see if they pull it off. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to get the desk and then that second map and hopefully conclude this series in a timely fashion.
Change arrangement.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
Predict the outcome. Win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Oh, this looks tasty. Deep flavor. Deep crunch. Cheese it grooves. It's a mind crunch.
I like that Adidas has a mixture of clothing. There is a style for everyone. I always have new kicks on the first day of school. When I put a look together, my goal is to feel confident. My confident self is my best self.
Does your battery deliver extra life or extra power?
Extra life.
Extra power.
Extra life.
Extra power.
Extra life.
Power.
Life.
Power.
Extra life.
No need to argue. Versus Copper Top, new Duracell Optimum delivers extra life in some devices or extra power in others.
Want to play?
Done for heads here?
Why not? Come on.
Try new Airheads gummies in fun shapes and flavors. Play more, play delicious.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got more, like 4 lines for $25 per line per month and 4 free phones. Now the whole family can stay connected.
Not disconnected. Switching to 4 lines with unlimited gigs for $25 per line per month, plus 4 free LG Stylify phones, all on our super reliable, super fast nationwide network.
Let's go!
59 rounds of Counter-Strike later, and roughly 199 kills total across the entirety of this match, we have determined that the winner is, in fact, NRG. After all is said and done, they do get it done at the end of the day. Astralis really taking it to them, though, and this has to have been the best map of the event so far for me.
That's the longest. Easily. Never ended, did it?
No,
Well, that's
really
actually a good example of a game where you didn't want it to end, because every single time one team had their back against the wall, they would just have to summon some incredible round. Like the amount of rounds that it didn't matter who got the opening kills. Like the last 10 seconds was just chaos.
Yeah, let's not forget how it started, right? NRG was coming out hot. They looked like by far the better team in the first half, especially on that T side. Took 10 rounds against a team like Astralis. That should be enough.
Game over,
that should be game over. That should be a dead punch. But Astralis bringing it back, winning 9 out of 10 rounds in the beginning of that T side. Then all of a sudden, then the driving seat at NRG couldn't close it out. So it was one of those games where it was back and forth and back and forth. And normally you'd say a team like Astralis, with the experience they have, they should be able to close that one out, but they weren't.
The feeling that I got was that when Astralis won that second pistol, NRG wasn't exactly surefire going to win this anymore. Like, there was a real chance here for Astralis to battle back into it. They do just that, and then boom, before you know it, we have about 50,000 overtimes, and they end up losing. But still, they had to take it the distance in the second half.
I mean, the two heroes you see on the screen here are Cirque and Stanislaw. Like, some of the regulation players Stanislaw played were absolutely bonkers. Like, the idea in IGL's doing this while also calling good T rounds is ridiculous. And then Cirque, especially once it got to the overtime, like, this guy just took over the map.
That AWP clutch, that AWP clutch from upper heaven, right? The ace round, that was absolutely amazing. He pulled off a 1 versus 2 in a scenario where he should never hit the first shot. He had many of those rounds, many peaks, as you see on the screen here as well. Cirque, as said, you know, MVP of this game, I'd say, was for Stanislaw. You're right. I think he showcased exactly why he was chosen over Depth right here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's so interesting is, as you said before, that's the edge that Astralis still have no matter what level of form they're in. They've got all these veterans, they've been in a million playoffs, they've won all these tournaments. The NRG guys, like I said, have never done anything in a major, basically, except Tarek. Obviously, the one guy went and won, so you would expect in a match like this, if you're Astralis, you keep putting yourself on game point, you keep putting yourself in good positions, you just keep that lead, you come back in. Eventually, NRG's supposed to break. They're supposed to be the guys who make the break far.
More than 8 match point during this game, Astralis, right?
And
so
I believe it was NRG themselves only had like 1 or 2. It was at the very end of the whole game.
Exactly.
So that's why actually, even though on paper, if you're Astralis, you know, you're supposed to say if he's on it, it wasn't our map anyway. We gave a great game, you know. It's not a map we've even played much in officials. But in this game here, that's an absolute heartbreak if you're Astralis.
Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, especially going the distance. These guys, they are, you know, world champions. They are the best of the best of the best. But now they've been put with their backs against the rope. Yeah, Numa, yeah. Numa.
His ancestors, that's the song of his ancestors, the tale of his tribe.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Just banter, though. Anyway, okay, so Train's done. We now move on into Astralis' pick of Nuke. That's where we're going to be going next. Is there a real potential here for NRG to go through 3-0 over Astralis?
I know NRG plays this map, so the key thing for me is, like, if you're NRG, you also have to do it psychologically. You have to say, like, right, after what we did on that game there, anything's possible, right? Hey, why don't we do to them what they just did to us? Like, we'll go right in the game, don't give up. Like, obviously, in this scenario, you're a game up anyway, so you should be playing a little bit looser. For me, though, this is more about like the Astralis side of the equation. Like, if they can mentally regroup, they're the favorite to win this next map. They should get back in the series.
I think it's going to be a problem as well, given that Cirque was so influential here on the first map on Train with the AWP. Now moving into Nuke, it's a completely different ballpark for an AWP player. Much harder to get the room to work with, much harder to have a real impact. Whereas you see on the screen right now, every single round he was impactful with this AWP. So you're going to lose that edge coming into Nuke against a team like Astralis. On the other hand, you have Ethan, who, despite NRG winning here, he did not have a great game at all. And he's supposed to be the best player, right? He needs to step it up on Nuke if they want to stand a chance against Astralis, who still are, I'd say, the best team in the world on Nuke.
One thing I did find quite interesting, though, is like it's a classic thing from American Counter-Strike from years and years back, which is that they always had the most boosts and weird, like little trick gimmick plays. The amount that they were pulling out in overtime was ridiculous. Like, they were just going so deep in their playbook of stuff to do.
Yeah, I mean, that just reminds me of that triple boost on Catwalk that Complexity used to do back in 1.6 days. That was, you know, groundbreaking. It's stuff that you have to pull out of the bag when you need it, when you're in a sticky situation. The sticky situation now turns on that of NRG to close this one out on Nuke. Again, if we take a look at their results here from Nuke, 15-15 isn't exactly a result. It's not a real scoreline. Never really happened.
Nah, and beating, like you saw right on your screen, they beat a team like Furia on Nuke. They beat Sharks. Obviously not as good as Furia, but it's decent teams. It's not like NRG can't play Nuke. It's just now they're facing the top dog. They're facing what I think is still, the most consistent and the best team in the world on Nuke when they are in shape. So it would require something extraordinary if NRG were to pull this one off 2-0, and especially considering Ethan is not having a great game right now. He needs to step it up.
He has to step it up. But let's talk about the endurance that Astralis is going to need, because to come back from 5 overtimes, whatever the hell the case may be, you have to seriously sit down, buckle up, and get ready for the ride.
I would also expect, NRG themselves should have done their homework. If you look at the veto, they know no Nuke's going to be available. They know it's likely that Astralis is going to pick it into their map pool. So you would imagine they've come with a very good plan for what that T side of Astralis is going to look like. So that's where I also want to see, if you remember the other game that the Astralis guys played on Nuke, the one against G2, they had a lot of different looks, actually. They had a lot of variations. It wasn't just the classic, burst the vent every time, use the smoke. So if you just look at that demo, do you go with that, or do you go with what they were doing in the past when they were the dominant team? It's a tough call, because the train game was a really great example of teams just repeatedly adapting to what the other one was doing, and then the other one being forced to kind of top them, come up with something new on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, that triple boost, we were watching it in halls. It's that's something on its own, sort of like the GG.bet odds, which you can head over to and check out if you're truly interested, the official bookmaker of the Starladder Major 2019 here in Berlin. Also, don't forget about that Strafe Esports app, because, if you don't have it on your phone, you're not doing it right. You're not living it right. It'll give you all the reminders and updates, current matches, and everything else that you need to know about the scene. We see Astralis taken into a huddle right now. They know what this means. They know what the implications are on the outcome of this match.
Sure. Despite having, 8 or 9 match point on Train, I'm pretty sure they're confident enough. They're not let down by the fact they lost Train. Going into this matchup against NRG, I'm pretty sure Astralis counted on Train would be the one map they could end up losing. So despite all that, you see it on the screen right here. They're still yelling. They're still smiling. They still, have a great posture, dare I say it. So I don't think it's going to affect Astralis that much, and moving into Nuke, it is one of the best maps for Astralis, even though they have been struggling a little bit lately. You saw everyone have great moments on the first map of Train as well. Device is one of the few AWP players who actually finds a lot of impact as well. So I think everything that I know about Counter-Strike, at least, and everything I've seen so far, it points in the direction of Astralis is going to win this one.
For me, the most interesting detail coming out of this one is, if you are the Astralis guys and you have to win this map, which you obviously do to stay in the series, everyone's warmed up after that first map. When you play almost 60 rounds of Counter-Strike, nobody's going to be like, I didn't get into the game properly, they just picked me too early too many times. Every single person basically had their chances. There were very few players didn't really get in the game. I think actually Glaive was one of the only players who seemed a bit quiet, struggled a little bit, but collectively, almost everyone on both sides finally had their big moments, had a few rounds strung together. So coming into Nuke, you should all be firing on all cylinders.
And we get Device in form right now, live right here on Nuke, and that's going to definitely help the side of Astralis. He needs to show up in a big way, and he might just be the deciding factor here if he keeps up that op.
I think he could be. He always finds a lot of impact with the AWP on a map like Nuke. He's good at playing the rifles as well, so if he can't afford an AWP, he's still very efficient and proficient with that weapon. A guy that you just mentioned, Duncan Glaive, I think he's one of the smartest CT players on Nuke in the entire world. He's so good at rotating around. He's so good at locking down outside by himself. You saw that yesterday against G2 as well. He's playing up front all by himself out there, and he often gets a kill or two, and he gets a lot of information as well. So if he's having a great game, then sure, NRG is going to have it cut for them. Whereas if he's having a bad game and he's misreading the entire thing, then that may be the opening NRG needs in order to win this.
Yeah, I would kind of ask about along the lines of Kryptonite, what it's going to take to fall apart here for Astralis, but they really are back against the wall, and we are really ready to get back into the serve. We're going to do it with Andy and Momo, so take it away, fellas.
Well, here we go. Second map going to be coming up now. It's Nuke and with NRG and Astralis. I mean, that first map was hard to summarize in a couple of seconds here.
This feels like map 3.
It does feel like map 3, you're right. Exploding up the door. Oh god, Stan is still ready. Just flashed and smoked off. He doesn't care. Gets the kill on Glaive. And they're still on the A bomb site, but they are very locked in right now. The bomb plant will help them out a little bit. But let's see what NRG could do with the retake.
There's no flashes for the NRG retake. There is a kit on Stanislaw and a smoke. Where do they put that smoke is the question, because Mini has just been re-blocked off by a smoke of Astralis' own. 2 players staying inside the site. Devices going for a long flank on ladder. And with that smoke and the choke point, NRG has to wait. They have to delay.
Well, they come out up, but that's a really good entry. And Device, I mean, the flank now doesn't really matter. It's a 1 versus 5. And they're even ready for it. They could actually knife him when he comes up the ladder. Are they going to try and do it? Yes, they will. Tarek! Always ready. That is a great way to get started.
Ready for the content.
Absolutely. He had the GoPro on his head, just,
Yeah, he's not worried whatsoever. He's just shaking off the fact that he just went to 5 overtimes. He's willing to get that extra cash in the second round. He's got $5,100. Beautiful stuff. 1-0 for NRG. A pistol round for them on Nuke.
Man, that is... Well, that's about the best retake you could do. Just not even pressured by the fact that Mini was smoked off. They
threw a smoke of their own to block off door. That's what gave him the entry point. That's what gave him the confidence to go through the smoke before that flank from Device could really come in.
Ooh, wait, they can't see Cirque up here. No, they can't.
Oh my god.
Slight bit of risk taken, a little bit.
Yeah, just a small one.
Oh my god.
Device just swings out the one tap with that scope. That's beautiful. He's now got entrance in towards Secret, and NRG, even with better weapons now, the shotgun on Ethan, but they got to come back into this round. Glaive goes down. That's a good start, and you still have Tarek with the AUG, but he's taken out as well. They could not find any of the fights they wanted.
Reese, a fair amount of damage on the Sip there, putting him down to 15 health. Device controlling the vent.
Do they have to save?
They might just have to. Long distance here with the auto shotgun. And they've left Dupree back here with the deagle in case anybody makes a mistake. If they forget to check it. A little bit of noise being made there. Ethan now getting close behind the box and the auto shotgun. That's the perfect range for it.
Yeah, you do love to see that. No weapon for him to pick up as well, so he's got to keep it in his hands. And Zipnik's a tough angle for them to deal with. The flashbang's not going to affect him. He does get dropped. Can't land the initial shot. It's Device and Magus with the Kriegs. They've got plenty of flashes if they want to use them.
Yes, they do. That bomb way out in the open. No smoke on it either. It'll be very, very hard to get this done, but somehow they do it. Stanislaw and Breeze to pick up that kill with that round with a double kill each, and NRG, I can't believe they won that round.
That was well done. Very, very well done on the retake, but Astralis, that's an advantage that we weren't seeing them drop last year when they had those.
Yeah, you're right. And they picked up 2 Kriegs on the CT side, and we always love to talk about that. Wow. They buy into this round anyway, Astralis, off the bomb plant.
The bomb plant and the kills that were done, maybe they feel like they can apply some economic pressure. Big risk early on in the economy. There is time to recover from it, but this could put him back an extra round. Door is going to be blown open again. 3 players heading towards ramp room. Device is going to be lurking outside. Tarek again might have some pressure put on him.
Oh my god, the peak there. That is really something. Device in the last round under the yard. Magus this time. And he's so quick to take care of the lower part of the site here. NRG, they had a great retake first and second round. We'll see if they could do it a third round here in a 4-on-5. And again, their economy is not amazing. They might think about quitting this if it doesn't work out really soon. That smoke in itself is an issue. Yeah, they're going to back it off. I don't really blame them.
This is 2 rounds, though. They've got to be worried in the future. Astralis could start leading on this. That's a great shot from Zipnix, but it's a couple rounds now that Astralis has been able to get into that lower bomb site with an advantage and get the bomb planted before any kind of rebuttal from NRG. So if that's going to be a trend in this first half, NRG's in for a rough time.
Nobody going to find any of these rifles that are left. So, I mean, that's a little bit of a bonus, but you're right. There is something to work with here for Astralis. Winning the third round, making the score 2-1. This is, yeah, it's always hard to reset after a game like that on train. So everyone's got to sort of calm it down a little bit and get back into the swing of things. We'll see what they do, Astralis, with this upcoming round.
This is still a very good buy from the NRG side of things, though. Krieg, they have two M4s. Thanks to the saved weapons, plenty of utility to work with as well. It's only Tarek who is playing that ramp room who's kind of diminished with the 5-7. Boost it up towards outside. And Stanislaw in secret. Another very quick kill from the Kriegs onto Cirque. And actually Magus pressuring in towards Mini. That's very, very early on. Ethan's got to hold on to this bomb site, but they're not heading here. Tarek has rotated away from ramp, which again is going to give a nice avenue to that lower bomb site. There is one player here.
Oh, and he goes forward with the FAMAS as well. He's letting them come. He is such a crazy player, Stan. I can't believe he just did that. He gets a triple as well. An absolutely world-class play coming out here. How do you have the nerve to do that? How do you not just click the mouse, even if you don't want to?
Maybe it's the FAMAS. He just knows, he's like, I have to have a perfect fight for this weapon, and Tarek's going to win the final one. But it's Stanislaw who recovers it. And yeah, you deserve to have a big smile on your face after that one. 3-1 lead.
That is actually one of the coolest plays I've seen so far in the major. That is, I can't even believe that happened. 9 times out of 10, if that happens, you just take, especially when you have all those players in front of you, you just go for it.
I guess Astralis might have thought that they pulled that defense away, that they actually had him in the right, and like they completely fooled him. We're going to get to that bomb site almost for free.
Wow.
3-1, and the question for Astralis is if they want to buy here. We've seen them do a couple force buys early in this map in the second and third round. I have to imagine they're going to buy. 4 players have enough money to get the rifles with utility.
Man, I mean, just disregarding everything else, but what a resource in just having Stanislaw being able to come up with kills like that. And he was remarkable on train as well. I'm actually so impressed. 5th round, and Astralis get the wins taken out of their sails very quickly.
Well, they have a chance to get it right back in. They have a pretty strong buy, all things considered, in Fighting in the Flames. Is Stanislaw on a spam battle through the vent. Xyp9x is going to win that. Ethan's still on top of the hut. They still have hold of the inner bomb site, and Cirque far back has eyes on outside.
Breeze trying to go for a bit of an advanced play. Inside of the smoke and on the other side of the hut. Could be one of those plays that, again, you just don't expect if you're going to go and recheck this.
And more patience again from Astralis off the back of an opening kill. And Magisk, he's not going to spam that, but he does check it. The smoke is going to clear. This is awkward, Breeze. He's waiting. Magisk doesn't consider it whatsoever once the smoke fades. He thought he would have seen someone earlier, and now it's just going from, it's getting worse. Glaive has to be very careful because Ethan is ready for this play.
Yes, he is thinking about it right here. Glaive on the other side with the AK. 50 seconds on the clock, still plenty of time, but they are a man down.
They know he's in here. Dupree's actually creeping in from the other side as well. If it wasn't Glaive, it was going to be someone else. But Cirque and Breeze still alive, still defending the inner bomb site. Tarek coming up with the flank. 40 seconds. And Glaive, there's a timer on this. Can Tarek spot him as he comes out? Can he just get around in towards cover? And oh no, Tarek does spot him. So the alarm bells have sounded.
What do they do now? Well, they try and go downstairs instead. Sip's low on health, so all they can really do is try and put down the bomb and then hope that something works out. They are going to be able to get the bomb plant, I think. No one can really stop that, so quick move here from Astralis, really quick decision. And Sip, that was all he had to do. Now it's up to Glaive to try and see if he could maybe finish this 1 versus 3, and they are going to double up on him. Nicely played from NRG. We'll give them a 4th round.
Well, they've had a couple retakes in here that have looked solid, so even despite the fact that Astralis has been able to get the bomb planted in the lower site, what, 3 times now in the early stages of this game?
Yeah.
It hasn't really caused too much of a problem. NRG's got money. It's not beautiful. It's not building as quickly as they'd like, but this should be a respite from these force buys. I think Astralis has done enough early on to apply the pressure, and it hasn't worked out the way they wanted, and it's admirable they've been able to even keep it up this long, 6 or 5 rounds straight. But now you got to sit back with some pistols and just try and do some damage. These rounds, though, last year, if you look at when Astralis had that crazy run on Nuke when they were the best team in the world, these are rounds on Nuke that they could win. Basically, it felt like whenever they wanted.
Yeah, I agree. Quite the same feeling you're getting at the moment. Have upgraded some pistols. Was a gap in the smoke, but they made their way past. Stanislaw going to be getting that kill. Looking for a quick double just to make it better. Why not a triple if you can? 1 more bullet would have been a quad. But still, I don't know. He seems to be fighting his way out of just whatever kind of test you put in front of him right now. He's got some sort of solution.
Yeah, he's answered the call a couple times. That was a very, very good hold down in secret. Glaive, very low, 26 HP. Xyp9x waiting outside of midi. But with only a CZ, it's going to be tough to create something with just this. Going for the flank. Going for heaven. And at the moment, there's no one watching for that. Breeze and Ethan are very much covered together. If he does go up that ladder, he could find a chance.
Cirque, good awareness. And Sip just caught. Now it's all on Glaive. Do a little bit of economic damage if possible, but it won't be. NRG march forward here. That would, I mean, I don't know if it would really catch people completely off guard. We said Astralis really, you know, this isn't the Astralis of last year necessarily, but still, if they take them down in 2-0 fashion, that would really be something, wouldn't it?
That would be something very, very cool for NRG to have, especially securing their place in the top 8 in the playoffs would be phenomenal. Now, this is basically a mirror of the last time they played in a series at Pro League. As I mentioned, Train was the first map. It was won by NRG. Now it was on Nuke. It was a dominant victory for Astralis. This is starting out a little different with some advantages towards NRG.
Device shooting through the windows. That's something we don't get to see nearly enough. Some throwback to a very long time ago.
The good old days, as they call them. Cirque had over 50 kills on the previous map, and he is going to ride that momentum into some aggression here in Squeaky Door.
Pushing Squeaky Door while scoped up. That's pretty bold. I do like it.
Ethan and Stanislaw outside. Ethan is going to get chucked down to 46. Stanislaw is still here, and Cirque is waiting for his moment. Zipnix never expected it whatsoever.
Yeah, that is not an angle you're going to be guessing. And now he's feeling really good about this.
And he's rotated downstairs. He's the first player, Cirque. He's been very mobile with this AWP. Tarek is down here as well. But actually, Astralis haven't chosen where they want to attack, and with no eyes outside, they have a lot of space to work with. They can get very, very close to heaven. Tarek is coming back up now.
Yeah, but the question is, are they going to have enough time left? They're getting close, but once we get to the actual execution phase here, they need to get in and get the bomb plant down very, very fast. 27 seconds now.
Ethan's watching from the upper bomb site also.
Yeah, he knows. He's got the right idea. Turning around to look for Mini a little bit. Now they definitely know what's coming. 19 seconds on the clock. Tarek going to be picking up Magisk. That's a good part of the first defense here. A smoke to buy a bit of time. And Ethan, great kill and a beautiful follow-up. A double for him. He had the right read all along.
Yeah, no mistakes from NRG in the mid portion of that round. After the pick from Cirque, it was like, all right, everyone just wait. We'll see what's happening. And very good communication. You can sometimes kind of lose track of how quickly or when someone can go up the heaven and kind of wrap around that upper bomb site, but NRG was prepared for everything all along the way. So good communication on who's watching what, and very nice handling of the situation once contact was made.
6-1 at the moment. And things are starting to look real good at the moment for NRG. A bit of a rush with the pistols towards the ramp room. Tarek, ooh, a crouch at the end. Magisk loves to do those, I've noticed. Sip will get a quick return. Breeze going to be showing up, not too scared to take the fight, and he's got backup with him as well.
Nice job from Breeze, yeah, controlling that very well. And these Kriegs, I mean, once they rotate over, they get involved in the action super quickly. No space for the Astralis guys to work with. No chance to build up multi-kills to try and turn the round. And another huge lead early on. Now, we do have to say, they had this on Train as well. And there was that moment where Astralis kind of figured things out, came back into it. It was 10-5 lead at half going into the second half of Train in the favor of NRG, and it still went to 5 overtime. So if you're NRG, yeah, you know, holler and cheer and everything and get loud while you're winning, but just be prepared. There is going to be a run, and there is going to be a moment where you're going to have to fight to keep winning rounds.
Yeah, that's, I mean, hopefully something they can remind themselves of, because if that catches you off guard, then, yeah, it could get really rough. Bit of a tech issue, I believe, sorting it out, as the scoreline is 7-1. Man, NRG are suddenly, I can't actually wait for the next NRG game. I can't wait for the next one to
well, you
come
might,
around.
I mean, if they win this, you're gonna have to wait like a week. It's gonna be a minute.
Well, then I don't know. I'll go back and watch this one and just enjoy that
relive
for
the
a minute.
moments, relive all the excitement.
There's been so much fun. I think it's just the sort of even flow, and even, I mean, between the two people had a more difficult time on that first map, Tarek and Ethan. It's not like we have no expectation that they can't do better than that. Right? We know they can.
Yeah.
So it's like you could even see a slightly different version where it's different players coming into play, but that was, yeah, it was real enjoyable. Slowly waiting.
Yeah, players are rejoining the server.
Sonic thinking about, I don't know what he's thinking about. The future, life itself, meaning of life.
He does have like a very dead, lifeless stare.
What is reality made of?
That's something, he's got something deep going on in there.
Could be maybe.
Think he's thinking about cheeseburgers?
I don't know.
That's usually what I'm thinking about.
Now I'm thinking about cheeseburgers. Man.
You had a cheeseburger last night, was it any good?
The one at the hotel, yeah. Not really. I'll be honest.
Wasn't
I'll
the
tell you
best.
what. I'll tell you what. Here's what happened. They made me a cheeseburger where the cheese they was like shredded mozzarella and cheddar. Who puts shredded cheese in a cheeseburger?
Well, you know, sometimes I have in the past when, you know, times get tough.
When you were in college or something, right? Like that's different.
No, but sometimes you just don't have sliced cheese, so but you do have shredded cheese.
Yeah, but you're
I think
you're at
it's
a
I
hotel
think it's
kitchen.
serviceable. That's fair.
I'm not saying. Listen, it's cheese, right? But I'm just saying that it's weird, you know.
Okay. I think that's a fair point. We'll give you that one. Here we are, round number 9 going live after the tech timeout. Cirque in the flames, gonna be forced in. Oh, and that is actually just, Zipnix just sidesteps at the perfect moment. So they go 1 for 1. Cirque had picked him off previously, getting aggressive in towards Squeaky Door, and another 4-on-5 that NRG have to try and recover from.
Yeah, losing Cirque in the first couple of seconds of the round. Now they're going to go towards the ramp room, and that seems to be a pretty good idea. Oh, Tarek, he's almost over-peaking that. You could tell from the speed that he had that he wasn't really thinking about that. The Breeze, though, will get a kill back on Glaive. Now they're down in the B bomb site, but they've been here so many times with a bomb plant and sometimes even with a man advantage, and NRG just have a way to get back into the rounds. They don't check the corner, and Device goes down before he gets the bomb plant. Meg is next to drop. Ethan playing this position so incredibly well. Zip in a 1 versus 4. Astralis, they get what they want, but they just can't complete the rounds.
Yeah, they got what they wanted. They just didn't like what came afterwards. Stanislaw just waiting. And Zipnix has picked up the bomb, but he's got nowhere to go. There's no escape route to that upper bomb site. They try and work his way around 37 seconds. Good win for Zipnix. 3 kills. The clutch minister would have to get an ace clutch to get Astralis their second, and Breeze is going to oblige him. He just walks out into the open. They're gifting him these, and Zipnix might just do it again. Spots the shoulder. That's a huge win! That's what they needed, and Zipnix is the one to deliver it again and again and again.
I can't even believe it. How is it possible? I mean, they did go way too aggressive, didn't they, at the end?
Everything was played so well up to that point. I don't know what the communication was.
The clutch minister, you said it, and maybe he heard. Maybe somehow we knew.
It's just so insane, the consistency of his ability to do that.
I do like the throwback as well. Listen, I will pick Freiburg for future, you know, show matches. I'm just saying. I saw him tweeting.
It is the way every time someone says again and again, Freiburg just it pops into my head. It's just like this smiling face of Freiburg.
Oh, well, 7-2. This, I don't even know. This is very smart. What a smart angle to take against Stanislaw. The last 2 players here for NRG. That seems is that just like the?
I don't know, because I feel bad. Like that should be like an epic clutch for Zipnix, but then like it just like it fades when they make those decisions when they're just walking into like the narrow choke point. He hadn't even planted the bomb. There's 25 seconds left on the clock.
But maybe that is kind of like, you know, like if you have like cabin fever or something, if you stay too long in the woods on your own. Maybe it's like if you are in a clutch against Zipnix, the madness just, you know, hits you at some point. You're like, oh god, like we've got to do something. Like
yeah, we can't just sit here.
If we just wait, he's gonna win the round. So like, you know, what if we try and knife him right away? Like
it's so crazy. Glaive behind the wall of smokes, very quiet.
The Zipnix madness just infecting people.
Listen, Tarek, Cirque would love to have this kill. Good shoulder peek, but Tarek's gonna be the one under the most pressure.
Oh, Glaive.
That's bold.
Yeah, hoping maybe for a repeak after the fact, but not really gonna get it. Grenades come out. Tarek immediately escaping. You can shoot through the floor of the where Zip standing right there.
You can indeed. Well, Tarek's been put under so much pressure and going to be called upon again. So is Cirque. He finally does get that kill onto Glaive, and Tarek's still alive. He can hear the footsteps over him. They have no idea he's here. They haven't cleared this at all. There's Zipnix. He does check it. Can't win the fight. And now Tarek's got Stanislaw. Almost takes his head off. And it's a hectic round for NRG, but they come out on top of it. 8-2. Back to the winning ways. And so quickly the clutch from Zipnix gets wiped from their memory.
It does. That's a perfect way to get over that, isn't it? And they look excited as well. Not so much Dupree, but on the other team, you can see them laughing, having a pretty good time. It is great to see NRG at this level of play. Stanislaw leading the charge with 14-4. This is exactly the kind of captain you want, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. I mean, and in some of those rounds he had early on, remember, they might have lost a couple of rounds earlier. This could be a different half if Stanislaw hadn't stepped up in some of those all-important situations.
Dupree having a really rough game this time around. On the other hand, I think he's 0-9, so that's also a little bit unfortunate. Tarek with a couple of kills and Dupree alone with the Deagle. I don't know what you do at this point in time.
Ooh, it's awkward as the smoke fades. There's the headshot for Dupree, but from behind, there's the spam through the wall. That probably makes you happy.
Yeah, that's really good. People don't do that enough. On Nuke especially, there are so many opportunities. All right. Someone had a really good howl there.
Really good woo.
Good woo, a little war cry. I feel like that's more of an American thing. I don't know why.
The woos?
Yeah.
It does feel very like sorority girl type, doesn't it?
There is a little bit of that. That's sort of what I was thinking about. But yeah, 9-2. As we move into round number 12, and NRG just continuing to school Astralis here on how to play the CT side on Nuke. And you did remind us earlier, got to be careful about not getting too hyped up, just in case they go for some sort of crazy comeback. But again, it is looking great for the NRG team.
No, but this is also similar to the game that we saw Astralis win against G2. Remember that first half was very close, and it was actually dominant for a certain stretch in the favor of G2, and Astralis, just as we know, claws back and hit their critical mass. I think it's going to be tougher to do against NRG, especially with the way they're playing at the moment. These smokes allow so much different variety.
Look at the lobby push that's coming in. Double lobby push. Sip really, really far back. Doesn't want to get caught at all, but they're going to leave Breeze. Tarek and Cirque are going to be falling back, and now they're right in front of Stanislaw, and he's going to be delivering one more time. Now 15 kills. Oh, he's not going to get one more. Dupree will take him down, and he drops right afterwards. Sip is out here, and he somehow heard that on Breeze. It must, yeah, so that was the kill. Really, really good job. 3 on 3.
It's a lot of time eaten off the clock. 40 seconds left in the round. The bomb is dropped outside. Magisk has just picked it up, and all three of them, it look like, want to go towards Secret. And with this aggression in lobby, Cirque and Tarek both posted up here. Tarek's actually going to go for the outside flank. No one has dropped down just yet. Ethan might want to be the one to do that, right next to the vents.
20 seconds. Astralis have 2 smokes and a Molotov, and now they're going to be holding the vents as well. They have tried for this bomb plant so many times here at the B-bomb site, and they've got it a lot, and they just have not been able to hold the bomb site. This time, it does seem doable. Bomb goes down, and now it's a 3-on-3 here for the retake. Coming in from the ramp is Cirque and Ethan and Tarek on the other side. Grenade to set that one up. Device nearly eating it, but he's going to get the kill with the AWP, not expecting a second player. And now Ethan showing up the spray. He must win this fight, otherwise Cirque is alone retaking with the AWP. Another attempt, but Meg is just playing with him, and now Cirque down on the low ground. And he's going to tap the bomb and try and see if he can do it. Ethan is dead. Cirque turning around, an unbelievable kill. And now he's holding it in, waiting for it. He comes off the bomb, and Sip is on the other side looking to add another clutch to his ridiculous career already. And he's going to get it, of course, the triple. Every single time, it seems.
He needs nerfing. He's just so strong. Even the jump across, you know, because you've seen it a number of times on train. Cirque likes to hit that defuse button, scope in, and if you're Zivnix, you call that bluff all day long. Like that's so hard if you're an opper, especially to hold your nerve on that defuse in that situation. 2 massive clutches for Zipnix in this game so far, and it feels like those are the only 2 things keeping Astralis in the map.
Yeah, well, that's I mean, you frame it like that, and suddenly the clutches, you know, I mean, they're great, and obviously more evidence that Sip might not actually be human, but still, at the end of the day, it is still NRG doing a much better job at the moment, and Stanislaw again at it with the early kills. Cirque out here, scoped up and ready in case someone was going to show up. Man, this game.
Ethan has that shotgun, so his positioning is going to be so important. He's currently at the upper bomb site, right behind these Tetris boxes. An easy one for Cirque normally, especially after some of the shots we've seen him hit. But he just falls back to a new position to watch for the cross. Relatively safe angle as well. There are smokes on the Astral side of things, 4 of them, so they can actually block this off if they want to be very fundamental about it. And there's the smoke. Cirque is being denied information and denied a clean shot.
They're ready for Mini at least if they want to try and go through it. They're walking. Oh no. I mean, the window, sure, but feels like he could have easily got that kill. 40 seconds now, and I mean, they're still running out of time here.
Here's the problem with that shotgun in the upper bomb site. It's the only thing there. Excuse me, Breezy's up in the rafters as well, so he's got to watch heaven, but that's a very weak weapon to guard against these inner hits. It's going to be tough to make that work. And NRG has basically just called for a turtle strategy.
Yeah,
they know the control of most of the map is to Astralis.
But with the time that's left, 20 seconds, Tarek, if he gets this kill on device, that's huge. Now they need to get the bomb plant down very, very quickly. Sip comes in, Tarek with an unbelievable quad or double kill there. There's the triple. Almost was prophetic for a second there. Mega's now going to be in a 1 versus 4, and he tries to put the bomb down just for the money at least. It's not even going to happen. NRG win the round 10-3. Just that deep position for Tarek when there's that little time left. It's just panic mode, isn't it, when somebody goes down? And an
odd this time that Astralis just kind of gets to that lower bomb site and just assumes no one's going to be there. Just the door open with utility in hand. So mental focus seemingly slipping from Astralis, which is an issue that you wouldn't normally give to them. You wouldn't normally, put that label on Astralis after the run they had last year, but some small mistakes here and there. Device 3 kills, Dupree 2 kills. Not a whole lot of production in the fragging department to overcome those mistakes.
Setting up with the flashbangs all over the place. Dupree diving. Oh, well. Dying down the vents.
Yeah, nice attempt.
Diving, dying, that's close to the same. Sounds similar, but again, results are way different.
Again, Zipnix is caught with a flashbang in his hands. Tarek is going to be tested one more time, but he's got Stanislaw here, and that smoke actually scares Astralis away. And now I don't think Glaive and Zipnix have the only smoke, so Cirque outside could have a shooting gallery. There's the first. Takes off the head of Magus, not prepared for Device to be so close, and he's equally unprepared for Tarek with the fast trade. And that is the signal. They say that's the ramp player who's rotated. They never saw Stanislaw. NRG just one step ahead on the rotations.
Yeah, they really are. They're playing a beautiful game right now, and they seem to be, quite frankly, overpowering Astralis here in the first half of Nuke. And 3 rounds. Again, this isn't really old Nuke. I mean, sure, there are team differences, all the rest of it, but I think Astralis, I would say 5 rounds is like the bare minimum, bare minimum, and obviously that's kind of out of the picture right now as NRG are a kill away from getting 11. So there it is, Ethan hunting him down. Team Ace coming up here for NRG. As we go just a bit further here into the 15th round. I like it. How long can they go on for with that ooh?
We should test it one day. It's Tarek, he'll do it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
See if we could, maybe he could get like the Guinness Book of World Records. Maybe he could get like the longest woo of all time.
Well, maybe he'd want to like loop it so he could do one, ooh, didn't look great. Maybe he'd want to loop it so he could do like one of those YouTube videos that's like 1 hour of Tarek wooing.
If you did like a good powerful one, what about if you have it as your ringtone or like your SMS, like your text thing? That'd be annoying.
Yeah, that really would be. Ethan inside the bomb site. All of his teammates are out of the fight for the moment. Molotov and flashbang, but they're handling it pretty well. Now they can start to get the wide angles, and now the rest of Astralis has to come through this smoke to their death. Triple kill for Cirque in a 12-3 dominant defensive half from NRG. Once again, a first half lead going into the break. When we return, we'll see if Astralis can take us to a third map.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got NRG and Astralis here. Second map, second half. And so far, it has been, I don't know, it's been all NRG. Astralis haven't had much to say. They've had a lot of bomb plants in the B-bomb side.
They did get a lot of bomb plants early on, but again, it just, you know, you have 2 Xyp9x clutches, a 1 versus 3, that was also an ace, and then I believe the other one was a 1 versus 2. So, I mean, those are the things that have gotten you the majority of your rounds. So, I mean, if you're Astralis, you're not looking at a whole lot of positives.
Wait, were all of the rounds Xyp9x clutches? I think the last one might be as well. Can someone remind us?
I think the second 2 were Xyp9x clutches. The first one might have been as well.
Okay, so 66% of the rounds they have are
At least.
Xyp9x clutches. That's not a viable strategy. He's pretty good, but that's too much to ask for.
It really is. Well, I mean, they were facing these dire situations, an almost insurmountable first half score on Train as well. Remember, they came back from 5 to 10 on their T side of Train. Did end up losing in overtime, but they are going to be resilient. Device just took a little bit of damage until that last bullet, and that's the one that'll piss you off.
I think he fell down and took even more damage. Sip retreating, getting hunted by the Glocks. It is an emergency. He's going to blow out the glass, no problem. No more old squabbles about that. Oh, Sip actually getting the headshot there as he's falling back. That was really close, wasn't it?
There's only so long you can chase Xyp9x down like that before he's going to get the upper hand. Magisk as well adds one more onto it. Stanislav needs that kill, and he's got it. 2 on 2. Xyp9x, though, double kill and still alive. He just goes down. It's Dupree. So far away. He's had 2 kills in this map so far, and he's going to find a perfect position, and Stanislav has delivered all game long, 22 and 6. The final headshot to seal it. A 10-round lead for NRG.
Mad laughter going on in the background. People losing their minds. I don't really blame them.
I think that was a Cert giggle, which is why it was so funny to see him get all hyped up on Train like that, because that is what he sounds like when he giggles.
I mean, listen, it's fine. Giggle, scream, whatever it is. Just as long as you keep doing this, it's fine. 13 to 3. Stanislaw just shutting them down.
Well, I mean, you know, he's shown Glaive. Glaive has always got that reputation as well as one of like the top fragging in-game leaders, and now Stanislaw's here as well to challenge for the crown.
Can somebody do this? Because I actually think he sort of has the face for it. If somebody could just get that screenshot of Stan's face and then put the Judge Dredd helmet on top of him, that would make me super happy. I bet he'd look close-ish. Close enough.
That wouldn't be bad, actually. I think you're right. That could actually be pretty cool. But then you'd have to teach him the lines, or have him say the lines. It's easy enough.
Listen, if Stallone can do the acting for it, Stan can too. We'll figure that out.
Don't ever diss my man Stallone.
I actually love him. I think he's great. I felt bad immediately.
Here we are.
13 to 3.
Yeah, investment from Astralis as well, which is understandable considering their current predicament. Scout, 2 shotguns, a deagle, and a UMP. No utility except for the 1 smoke on Dupree.
Double max 7. Why not? Desperate times, I suppose. Normal smokes outside. A little bit further up than maybe you sometimes see. Glaive successful at one of those hits against Stan, but didn't really care that much. Waiting on the other side. And now they're sneaking past into the garage, and Glaive making a lot of noise, so they can hear him stepping. I mean, they definitely know where he is right now. Magus going down to Cirque with the Mac 10. And that makes it 4 on 5. And Glaive just hoping that the timing is going to be working out in his favor. It slightly does as he gets the kill on Tarek. That is very helpful.
Stanislaw outside, and he feels very boxed in. He's looking towards Secret. Now he's going to try and catch someone off guard. There is a scout, but that's back towards ramp room. And at the moment, everyone has just retreated from his vision. He's got to be so careful. At any one point, he can get peeked from behind, from underneath the ladder. Device is here. Xyp9x rotating over as well. And this whole walk of Stanislaw, he has somehow avoided all the danger.
He's so cool about this and has been every single time. I mean, this right now, I think he's one of my favorite players to watch so far in the tournament. Everything he does is just so awesome at the moment. Up there. Ooh, a little bit late, but he's going to get the kill on Dupree, and that does open up everything. Even pre-firing that Sip, trying to play a game with a scout, but I'm not sure that's going to work out in his favor.
Yeah, but he's only got 52 HP. If any of those had landed, that could have been so crazy and through the floor as well. Stanislaw, you could see the tracers through the ground. He is going to get away. Breeze is going to bail him out of a interesting spot, and I'm wondering if Device wants to go for this. It is 3 to 13. You kind of do want to at least probe and test and see if there's a possibility, and having done that, he decides to bail out.
I believe Stallone, do you know the movie Copland that he did?
No, actually.
You should try and watch that. That's really worth watching. I believe he did that role for free. Because people were only offering him like the stereotypical roles, and he wanted to do something that was not that. And he put on like a lot of weight to do it as well. He's basically playing like a slightly fat cop, and it's I don't know, it changed my mind about him a little bit. That's the giggle again, isn't it?
That's Breeze.
That's actually what I would much rather have as my text, you know.
That giggle?
Yeah.
Every time you got a message?
Not bad at all.
I wouldn't mind that. I have to imagine we're going to see just 4 spies out of Astralis every time they just can't save anymore. They're too far behind, quite obviously. 11 rounds down. NRG 2 rounds away from making it to the playoffs of the major.
Yeah, and I mean, you cannot say that it is not deserved. This level of play is really, I don't know. Yeah, I knew they were good NRG. That wasn't really the question, but this is certainly catching me off guard. You know, in the best way possible.
Yeah, they've been good for a long time, and the question was with Stanislaw and Tarek obviously coming in this year, is that what it's going to take to bring them to the next level? And it looks like, at least from the play that we saw on Train, the play that we saw here on Nuke, that will be the case. That they have reached some new level. How far can they carry it? First things first, close out this series.
Setting up for a bit of an execute here. They have all the weapon advantage. Certainly all the momentum heading their way as well. Glaive, we've seen in the past how successful he's been out in the yard here, being aggressive, especially playing around these smokes. I mean, usually it's with a slightly more powerful weapon than a UMP, but still, he does have a bit of a flair for that. He's going to go down to Terry, though, with a Galil, so shut down. And Magisk also dying down the vents.
Ethan was listening for that drop, I think. Yeah, there's no way he saw him over the smoke. I think he just heard the footsteps, and he was just aiming right at the vent. That is a heads-up play. Nicely done from Ethan. 3 players left, and Ramp Room is lost. Zipnix can't fight for it, and you have Device down here. But just the Deagle would have to be something very special.
Not even going to get a chance, is he? Stan just not interested in any more shenanigans. 24-6.
Yeah, I was going to say, Stan's 24-6 in only 18 rounds.
I mean, yeah. Put his gun on rapid fire.
Does this worry you at all? For Astralis?
Oh, for Astralis. I was going to say...
In terms of like their tournament chances.
I don't know. No, not necessarily. I feel like they put up an amazing fight on Train, really. I think, I mean, I guess the only part that would worry you is normally they're able to recover quite well, and this is their own map pick and everything. So, yeah, maybe a little bit in that sense, but I think they can bounce back from this. I don't think this is one of those things where you have to necessarily extrapolate, too far.
Okay, so don't overreact to how bad this beatdown is.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
But it does kind of prove the point that I actually don't think needed more proving anyway. But that, yeah, it is like a little bit out of the era that we used to see. And I mean, I think it's worse than that even, because it's not just that they've taken maybe a step or two down, but some of the other teams have taken like many steps forward, and
big steps up. Yeah,
that's gonna make it seem even worse in some sense.
Well, the problem too is it's not just like this level of a beatdown. You can't just say some of the individual skill wasn't there. Now that some of the map pools start seeming weak as well, so a lot of vulnerabilities showing for Astralis recently. And oh, that's great from the auto shotgun. It seems to be the place it's most often successful is Ramp Room.
Yeah, sort of like a Bermuda Triangle kind of thing. Like players go just missing.
Players go to Ramp Room against an auto shotgun and they've never been heard from again.
Exactly. Don't know what's going on. 15-4 around first. That's hard to celebrate, isn't it? I mean, you're not going to be feeling very hyped about that.
No woos coming from the Danish?
No woos. We're not really a wooing people, I think.
You don't strike me as a woo people.
I think most of the European, it's more like it's the heartfelt like nice. That's the classic, isn't it?
Why don't you guys say it in Danish? Have you ever figured that out? Have you ever asked anyone, like any of your teammates, like, what's the Danish word for nice?
We just say nice. Listen, there's only 5 million people. We can't really, we have to borrow from other people's language and stuff like that. So we just do that. Ooh, Zerg to take down Glaive here.
That's through the squeak door as well.
If there had been any celebration, it would have ended soon anyway.
Yeah, it really would have. And that takes a lot of attention, a lot of pressure away from Tarek, who's just quietly snuck down secret. There is a smoke wall up that can be called by Device and Astralis. And Zipnix is rotated downstairs, but that really weakens things up top.
buys them some time here, NRG, to slow it down. Someone is filming NRG, and we're filming them. That's interesting. A little creepy, maybe. But
Yeah, gotta love that.
what if that guy went in his picture folder?
This is going to be an upper hit. Tarek went down secret. He's pulled Zipnix away. Good kill from Device. The AWP rings out. Magisk is close up. This is where actually Astralis has two defenders here, Magisk and Dupree. NRG is not committed quite yet, and now Breeze dropping into the vents. There goes Device outside. That's a big kill from Ethan. That's from the squeaky door again. And Astralis is under so much pressure, and it feels like they don't know where the attack is coming from. They're the ones going to look for information, and NRG is the one punishing them for it. And now there's really no way to get to this lower bomb site. Breeze has him cut off. All the long routes are available to him, but that's going to allow the plant to come down, and Breeze is going to get an easy one.
This, on the other hand, is something you really don't see very often, where Astralis are the ones looking confused about exactly what's going on, and some parts of it look like they didn't even know who was defending what. It's a 1-on-4 here. NRG with a fantastic best-of-3 against Astralis. They're going to take them down on the second map. New 16-14, and NRG are going to be in the playoffs here at the Starladder Berline Major, and they well deserve it. This was fantastic. I've got to say, I'm so hyped about Stan playing. I mean, the rest of the team too, but his level was amazing for this one.
It really was. If that keeps up, this is going to be a tough team to beat. And perhaps the best I think we've seen NRG look, you know, in terms of their play so far in this series. That is very, very cool. And that's a lot of pressure off. They're top 8 now. They get to just relax for a few days, figure things out, keep playing some CS.
Keep playing exactly this kind of CS. Just don't change anything. Just go back and sleep until you can sleep for like 5 days or whatever, however much it is.
And I'm not sure there's too many people out there who would have thought that NRG would have been the first North American team to qualify for the playoffs. Liquid obviously in a tough spot, dropping to 1-2.
Yeah. No, I mean, that in itself is unexpected. And then facing off against Astralis, you think that's a massive test, but it worked out so well. I mean, like I said, I really want to see the next time they play now. It's exciting.
Yeah, the Stanislav play, Cirque obviously today was an absolute monster. Nuke, I mean, kind of quiet. It was a quick game, and Stanislav took a lot of frags, but what, Train, he had 52, 53 kills, something like that, just over 50. Yeah, it was crazy. So really solid play from everyone on the NRG side. And that does surprise me a little bit, because I actually expected a little bit more out of Astralis coming into this event. I thought this major would be the one where Astralis proved that they are still, if not, I mean, obviously it would have been tough to prove they're better than Liquid over the course of time, but I thought it would have at least been them saying, we actually still are at least the second best team in the world.
Yeah, and you got a feeling for that a little bit in one of the game yesterday against G2. You sort of feel like, oh yeah, you can see how they can bounce back. Maybe even on Train after sort of being far behind, but then they kind of sort of fizzled out a little bit. And that's not what we want to see.
Yeah, very little bit. The other thing is Zipnix had 16 kills. The next closest on his team was 7. Either way, Sue's ready with an interview with probably the very elated NRG team.
Indeed, you are correct. I'm standing here with NRG after an amazing 2-0 over Astralis. Stan, what a journey that this NRG team has shown us. You guys, to complete that 3-0 in one of the hardest ways possible, taking down Liquid and Astralis, ranked 1 and 3 respectively. How satisfying is that?
Kind of speechless, and we're very exhausted after that first game. But yeah, I think all our hard work kind of paid off here. We're just playing great, and I'm super proud of everyone.
You mentioned that game yourself. Train was a roller coaster, to say the least. There were 8 different map points where they could have potentially closed it out, and yet you guys were able to stay strong and see it through to the very end. So break down that chaos.
It's going to be hard to break down the chaos. It's all a blur right now. We had to win with 31 rounds, which I don't think in my career I've ever played a game that long. But towards the end of the game, we were all just losing our minds, because it was, like you said, they were just bouncing back and forth between match points. But ever since I joined, these guys have helped me, and I've helped them with staying positive and just staying strong no matter what till the end. So I'm glad that we just closed it out.
Well, that was amazing to see, because we saw that carry through to that second map on Nuke, a map that Astralis is known for being monsters on, and yet this was the most one-sided loss that they have ever suffered on it. You know, how much of that do you attribute to that sort of mental exhaustion after that first map versus you and Chet just being prepared for what they had to show?
I can't really speak to how exhausted they were for that match, but we just went outside and took a deep breath and just kind of reset. We forgot about Train. And then we love Nuke, and we've just been working really hard in the boot camp on all our maps, so we were happy to play Nuke, and we started CT side and couldn't ask for anything better.
Well, now moving forward, you've already secured top 8, taking down teams like Liquid and Astralis, 1 and 3. You know, are there any teams left that worry you at all?
No, we're not scared of anyone.
Whew, you love to hear that. And with that, NRG have secured their spot in the top 8 at the Major.
That is absolute truth right there. NRG making a statement here on Nuke over Astralis and are the first North American team to qualify there into the Legend stage, or at least through the top 8. That was a hellacious performance from the North American side.
I don't think neither of us expected that to happen. I think Astralis played like garbage for the first time in quite some time. This was not even a competition. This was not even a game. NRG just ran over them. We talked about Stanislaw having a great first map, having an excellent second map, 24 kills, 7 deaths. He was the best player on the server without a doubt. Ethan all of a sudden stepped up as well, and it was a 16-4 victory for NRG against Astralis on Nuke. I don't think anyone expected that.
And as Sue said there, because I told her, you got to look this up, because remember, they've only lost some before, like 3 times ever on the map or something. So I said, look it up, and the worst loss before was 16-9. So like they never get blown out on this map. So to lose like this, I think the fatigue has to be a factor. Like it's already a common trend anyway.
Sure.
If you're in a super overtime game and you're the one that loses, you tend to be the one that's deflated. They obviously had all those map points, everything. So you kind of feel for them, but then again, they had their chances on that first map.
But I just, Jacob, maybe you can speak to this a little bit. How is it that on your T side, you only get 3 rounds? The problem solving just was not there today.
No, it wasn't, and the individual players wasn't there either. I mean, dupree's having a rough major so far, let's be honest about it. He's a guy that, together with Magix and Device, are supposed to be the heavy hitters, right? He even used to be part of the DD combo with Device. He's not really anywhere to be found right now. He's having a very rough major, he's not playing well. This series was another example of when they lack that entry fracking power from dupree, that's going to be a problem against anyone.
This gentleman right here, you have to give some praise
crazy.
to. Stanislaw and all of NRG, their whole point about bringing Stanislaw is that, yes, he's going to be an upgrade of firepower over Daps. And by God, he did it today.
I also think as well, like, this wasn't like they just fragged out. I actually thought some of the timings they had for when they set up attacks, like some of the times on the train game, for example, when they were very controlled and they were willing to actually let people push in, cause map pressure. Like, they didn't panic at any point in time, the NRG guys.
Look at that scoreboard right there. Avantgarde taking down Liquid as well. That was the #1 team in the world, and now Astralis, who by many are still considered to be the 2nd best team in the world, both suffering losses today.
Well, they have indeed done that. It's been a long day of Counter-Strike. We've got another one tomorrow. We actually do have the matchups for tomorrow already kind of put together. We can start to paint a more vivid picture as to what to expect. And it's going to be MIBR Navi to kick things off alongside of G2 and Avantgarde. But, I mean, guys, so far, what can the player break have in terms of a testament to this major?
I mean, to me, it kind of is a weird reset where there's some teams that might have been in terrible form. Maybe they just come out and they needed that time off. I think you've seen it has killed the form of the teams that was super, super hot. Like, if you look, the Vitalities, the Team Liquids have not been the same kind of teams that they were coming in.
No, and that would leave Astralis to play crazy at the end of the day, which is pretty crazy, huh, Jacob?
Yeah, look at that.
That's not a guaranteed win anymore.
No, it's not.
It's not at all.
It's not at all, especially considering that the individuals from Astralis are not really fired up. dupreeh, again, he needs to step it up tomorrow because he's basically facing one of the strongest teams in terms of individual skill. Look at that Liquid North as well. North fighting back from the 0-2, and all of a sudden you run into Team Liquid in a best of 3. It's going to hurt a little bit.
That's right. Mousesport's not having an easy go of it either. They have had quite the tournament here. Let's talk a little bit about the ratings. These are provided by HLTV.org, and these are your top performers thus far in the tournament.
It's kind of surreal to see at least that high 1.3 rating, considering the Liquid currently is 1 and 2. I did not expect that. Whereas for Alu and Sergey, we talked about Ens coming into this one. We didn't know where to put him, but those two players have really stepped it up. And Alu seems to be in the best shape he's been in years, I'd say.
And I think it really speaks to where Crazy's at as a team, that Esperanto is the one who's there. Because if you've followed this team over the last few months, despite all the hype from when he was in Imperial last year, he's been kind of the quiet performer on Crazy. It was the other guys who were carrying the game. So if he's going to go off, obviously that was an exceptional performance, then it's no wonder that all of a sudden they don't feel like this big underdog when they're going up against these top teams.
Yes, Alu certainly having a a performance here to remember. And you have to also take into consideration everything that's going on inside the INS camp. We know that there's a player departing after this in Alexi B. So there's interesting stuff all the way around this one.
Yeah, I guess we can keep talking about that, but the fact of the matter is that INS is there to play Counter-Strike. They're doing a really good job. Arlo is doing a really good job, almost averaging a kill every single round that he's playing at this major. That's absolutely insane statistics.
Yes, it is insane statistics. Duncan, you've got that sort of smirk about you.
Really?
What do you have to say about Alu? He's kind of smirking there.
I mean, listen, one of the things you always had to say about Alu in all the teams he was in is he's just a clutch guy on LAN. Like, he might not do it in every tournament, but you put him in the big pressure game, yet he usually does deliver. And I think actually in general, it's not even that ENCE is just like not being shaken by the whole Alexi B thing. They're playing better. Yeah. Actually, like if you look at where they were coming into the player break, they're a team that needed that soft reset. Actually, remember they came last place in Cologne. Even when they made the final of IEM Chicago, it wasn't against the best competition, and the lasting memory was getting absolutely smashed in the final. So for whatever reason, this seems to have given them like a little break. Maybe the pressure's off now that they know this is the last ride with Alexi B.
Yeah,
and everything's going their way at the moment.
And they need that sort of redemption from the last major. We do know what happened there, so now maybe they get that shot. They get to keep going with it. We're going to go through, it looks like, the top 5 of HLTV.org ranking. And if that leaves Esperanto here at 3, I think that sets us up for a nice Chris J at 4th.
I just hope we get to see that 1 versus 3 deagle he pulled off yesterday. That was absolutely insane against NIP. This guy is a guy that by many, we consider him to be one of the superstars, or the upcoming superstars from the European region. He hasn't really pulled it off. He hasn't been consistently delivering the level that we expected him to. But as you also alluded to yesterday, it may be some mental issues or some mentality problems coming into that. But fact of the matter is he's performing on the big stage right now at a major, being the best player from his team, a team that is currently 2-0 or 2-1, sorry, and can potentially go through the top 8. That's pretty impressive considering where he comes from.
Well, here's what we're going to do, because it's only fitting. We're going to have to remove some teams from our board behind us. So what we're going to do is get this shot here. Duncan, please do the honor of removing.
Okay, I'm doing one
trash can for you.
Yes.
Right, so we're going to go with classic ones. Nip, remember they were in the first 5 major finals.
There we
go. NIP, not impressed punks. NIP, new investment protocol. Into the bin they go with the trash can that is their org and everyone involved in it.
Oof.
There we go.
And
I will be coming to Sweden.
And that's all Duncan's got to say about that. That's all he's got to
That's
say
how we
about
do
that.
it around
We've
here.
got one
So
more,
we got
though.
one more. Right, there's one more.
We've got Uno Mas, and that's going to unfortunately be the Dream Eaters.
Oh, don't pick Dream Eaters for your 0 and 3. You're sleeping on the CIS region. They're mine. Oh, wait, that's right. Yeah, I did pick them 0
We should have
put them in the trash can as well. Put them in the trash can as well.
They've got to go too, right, Duncan?
You want to say something nice about them?
You know, they came here, they showed up, they put a valiant effort, but ultimately it just wasn't good enough. So see you later. That's the end of that. No harm done, no ill will. Put that trash
To be
can
fair
in.
to them, actually, they did actually play some pretty decent CS, actually. They looked like they had some structure, knew what they were doing.
I'd say nobody expected them to be at this stage of
No,
the
no,
majors. So
exactly.
the fact that they were here,
Yes.
you know, fair enough.
Okay, so fair enough. We're done for the day. That does it. Tomorrow we've got some more Counter-Strike coming your way. You're not going to want to miss it. The Starladder Major of 2019 will continue tomorrow with quite a few matches. So make sure you're keeping up to date with that Strafe Esports app, and we'll see you there.
Oh my god! He turns it around! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Incredible kills coming up. This is unbelievable. Simple. Oh, he's doing it as well. 5 seconds.
most players they possibly can. Here comes a quick play in from the Vanguard team, and they managed to get themselves a spot on the bomb. They've got it down. The Vanguard shouldn't be good for any more.
Renegades are being meticulous, but look at the flank from Adren. Buster and Sanji activating, and Adren's flank is still unknown at the moment. They're having a look though, they may have heard him. There's a trade all over the place. Simple's creeping, he's playing the long game, but his hand is forced. He's got an AK now as well, and a man advantage, make it two. Easy spray down for Simple, and now Speed Up with an AWP. There's no defuse kit for these two players, unless one's on the floor. The Deagle continues, Esperanto, no! No!
Smoke's perfect, Frozen. He's going to choose to push through that, but look at Chris J. Oh, he's doing it all!
30 seconds remaining, 4 versus 1.
Holding that angle, he's so ready, he's so switched on, the bullets are connecting as well.
He hasn't missed many today. This one will go against him. It's a lead that continues his rampage here on Dust 2.
onto Neo. See the bomb. Alex arrives to stop that rotate. Range shut down before he can arrive on A. Might nail it, and that's a good flash in return. Enables Neo to swing out wide. I don't think MBK is going to be ready for it. Damage done. He's not gone down. And Alex, he's doing everything he needs to.
Now can they take down X7? That's what they need to do here. Looking the wrong way. Lucas also in a bit of trouble. He's going to be dropped. And Zeus, can he finish it off? 9 seconds, and it's not going to be enough. X7 will take him down. Really suspicious enough. Kenny goes down. That actually does work out, and Magisk burning Amanek alive, and he's ready for more, taking down Jax, the headshot as well.
Welcome to Berlin. This is Starladder Major CSGO New Legend Stage. Let's start day 3.
Berlin, Berlin, yes, the city of sin. Welcome to day 3, where the flags start to fall because we start ripping them off the wall. But don't worry about who goes in the bin, because 2 teams will also make it in. My name is Sidikist. I'm joined with Chad and Sean this morning, and we'll talk through all of the action coming up. But first and foremost, what a day yesterday. That recap video was perfect, highlighted some of the highs and lows. In the case of G2, probably the lowest. But what an unbelievable day that it was, and a few surprises along the way as well. Liquid already dropping a map. They'll fall down to the 1-1 division today, and NIP facing elimination going against North. So one of those 2 teams will bow out of the tournament today. It's going to be pretty exciting, pretty cutthroat. We always know that the 0-3 teams go back to the minor as well. So a lot on the line, guys. But good morning. How are we feeling? Good sleep last night?
I guess.
Yeah, slept pretty well.
Better than the start of the week. I'm slowly learning to love the loud hotel.
Yeah, I'm in the good one. I thought I got put in like the junior talent hotel. They're like, you're new to hosting, get to the other hotel. And then I was like, wow, I actually won.
You're just across the road as well.
You know, the pink is growing on me.
Has it really?
Yeah.
I bought my own pillow, so I just got rid of the pink pillows.
I haven't really heard the favorite color thing in a few years, but I'm leaning towards pink.
Okay.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
you gonna wear a pink shirt tomorrow?
I didn't pack one, but you know, it would work.
All right there. You can just grab one real quick if you want.
That's what I did this morning.
Oh,
I don't know what you think of my corduroy number. You probably can't see it on the card. It means you don't have to iron it if you buy a brand new shirt. So that's one of the tips.
I just wear linen ones now because I think the wrinkly look looks good. Low there with linen ones.
Just we should get him to see if it's okay with linen.
I think linen, it's fine.
Get a tick of approval.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can let me know on Twitter or Instagram or some of the other social medias that we use these days. I don't know what else people use these days. That said, guys, we'll look back first. Yesterday, I want to touch first and foremost, I guess we can kind of go chronological order, but poor Renegades, man.
I don't know about
16-14 to start it off against
Energy on Dust
and then
2.
Avangard 16-13, and in both those games lost crucial anti-ecos.
Yeah, there was. If you look at those 2 games from Renegades, they have so many rounds where they just have to sit there and go, these are the fundamentals that we should never be losing. These are the rounds that should be gimmies. They lost a round against, I think, 2 guys who had USPs, no armor, and a couple of saved weapons on the board. So Renegades to this point, they've looked good in the gun rounds, they've looked good with game plans, but they've looked really, really poor when it's come down to those eco rounds. Playing against the Force Spies has been very strugglesome for them.
It's ridiculous that they've lost. They're 5 rounds back of, obviously with the Swiss system, they wouldn't have played the same 2 teams, but of ultimately finding a victory, Sean.
I think what, even kind of like changing topics off of Renegades, what I like the most of the bracket so far is when you look at the teams that are 2-0, outside of Liquid, we have the 2, 3, 4, and 5th best teams in the world that are playing in these 2-0 matchups today. They're absolutely insane matchups.
Yep.
Liquid, the one exception, obviously getting upset by the 5th best team in the world, NRG. I mean, we couldn't ask for this to play out in a better way.
It's worked out very well. Obviously, there is some misaligning of the bracket depending on how Liquid now makes it through. We may not get the dream final. I think pretty much everyone out there, barring your own favorite team, the best final on paper would be Liquid versus Astralis at this point for the storyline.
Yeah, and look, there is a world with the elo that they have that if they come through in a 3-1 position, that they can still be on the other side of the bracket to Astralis, assuming they go 3-0 today, right? But as everyone saw, there's a lot more games. We're going back to 2 streams today, and these are the ones that we're going to be covering on the main stream. And Na'Vi versus Mouse Sports, that's going to be a great game to start this off. We saw this at ESL 1 Cologne, and it went all 3 maps.
I want to touch on Energy as well.
I think so, yeah.
I want to touch on Energy as well, because I thought they looked excellent yesterday. They seemed super motivated, and I don't think Astralis is safe in that match either. You could see Energy legitimately make it as the 3-0 team today. That's a possibility in my eyes.
I agree with that, and I think what Duncan said on the desk yesterday about those 2 teams, Liquid and NRG, going toe-to-toe, and NRG being one of the most skilled lineups we have alongside of Liquid, that's a fair statement, right? Because and the way that they play, it's looking better and better. So this Stan project seems to be taking over in a very nice way, and it's not like I remember his team, Optic, that won the E-League season. It's a different looking squad. They have it's a bit more well-rounded.
It is a bit more well-rounded. We'll switch focus to today. I'd love to go over more of yesterday's ins and outs. There's, again, tons of storylines. G2 not knowing what the ticking in their ears is. But there's a ticking in my ear that we've got to go down to the show floor because we are getting ready for our first matchup. Mouse Sports versus Na'Vi, and the coach of Mouse Sports is ready to chat.
Indeed, thank you very much, Sadakis. Reg and Mouse Sports currently sits at 1-1, and the teams you had to face to get to this point were North and FaZe, both teams that Mouse Sports has been undefeated against this entire year, and yet those best of ones panned out very, very differently.
Yeah, I mean, it's best of ones, everything can happen. I still think we're the better team. Yeah, that's just how it is, Like, it can just happen, like you have a shutdown at one of the sides, and then you lose the best of one.
And speaking of shutting down sides, that's exactly what we saw in that first half against North. And it was only until that second half on that CT side where we saw North be able to claw some rounds back. So was there any point that the team was worried at all?
I mean, as CT, I think we were starting to feel a little worried around 13th round, but then Chris showed up and made an ace. So before that, not really. Like, we didn't really have a good money situation. And when we gambled, we just didn't hit our shots. And yeah, that's just how it is, But we felt that we had it all the time.
Well, today, if you want to make your record 2-1, Na'Vi stands in your way, and most recently you played them twice at ESL 1 Cologne, best of 1 and best of 3, where even though they won both of those games, it was still very, very close all around. So what were your lessons from that?
Don't joke, because we threw that matches so hard. So today, Simple, we're coming for you.
Sounds good, Simple. I don't know if you're listening, but Regin has some words for you. Best of luck today, and looking forward to the match.
Well, there we go. I think Regin's kind of optimistic about things. I think...
well, we saw the mood when they came in this morning.
That's what I was going to get to, yes.
We come in this morning, Matt and I are setting up our laptops, and Mouse Sports walk in. They got a speaker. They're all yelling. They're having a great time. The vibe in the camp...
Someone may have told them to shut up in German, Chad. Don't know what that was.
It was a joke, and it was only for Chris J and Carrigan, because the rest of them don't speak any German. So anyway... but they're having a great time, and the vibe is up, and they're going to need that right now. He is right, it is a best of 1, and I think that favors Mouse Sports more, considering that best of 3 I referenced, they played on Train Inferno and Dust 2 at Cologne. Those are all maps that Mouse Sports will be more than happy to play, and after we saw a few of their pocket strats yesterday against North, I want to see that go down again.
One thing I can say about this matchup is it will not go the way that the North game went yesterday, right? I cannot see a world where Na'Vi just falls behind massively. Na'Vi is a team that grinds games close, So if Mouse Sports is fragile in any way, like they were yesterday against North and they required that Chris J ace, I'm definitely favoring
That
Navi.
is a good point. I mean, Chris J, they were way ahead in that game, but they were struggling to close it out, and Chris had to step up massively. He ended up top fragging with that, but take away those 5 kills, he only had 22. And it was, again, I think Rops that was at the top of the scoreboard. Frozen, for me, has to show up. We need Frozen in this event.
Well, this is one thing
Thaw the man out.
Yeah, I guess we really haven't touched on this. As all the viewers can see right now, this is a stage, right? This is a stage environment. Starladder put on a stage environment for all of the stages here. Challenger, we're into Legends, and obviously move to the big Mercedes-Benz Arena when we get to the champions. But this isn't just playing in a back room, you know? So the vibe of actually having to do this in front of one another, the yellings across, we've seen that go toe-to-toe. Navi have more experience in this matter.
And just like the last major as well, they've opened this up to fans. Don't forget to get your tickets at give me the link again.
Major.starladder.com for all of your ticketing needs.
Buy those tickets.
But it's not going to be packed out. It's a group stage. We know that it's a small, intimate audience. It's not like they put 1 million seats in here. But yesterday it was pretty loud. The acoustics in this building for the amount of people that were here. There's certainly some
Especially
emotion
Crazy
coming from it.
fans.
That's true. Well,
Crazy fans are showing up.
There's a lot of people here for Crazy, and I'm assumably there's a lot of people here for Mouse Sports as well, because they are a German organization, right? So they seem like the home team, and at least most of these matches that we're seeing so far. But Navi, right, we've only seen them play 2 games so far, right? Dream Eaters yesterday, it didn't even feel like a walk in the park, really. There was some moments that felt a little bit tight.
I don't know how, I have to look at how much in the history of how long they've played against each other, because obviously they're in different echelons of Counter-Strike right now. But the CIS region, man, they always play each other close. It seems like you could throw a team together of 5 randoms that would still play Navi close. There's something about that, I think.
Yeah, that game versus Dream Eaters was a little bit sketchy. The 1 versus 4, they lost the crowd early. Obviously, it looked a little bit dicey. But when you looked at Flamey's interview, I mean, they were pretty confident going into it. It was just a small miscommunication, according to him. So I don't feel too stressed for Mouse Sports moving forward, but that doesn't mean that they can't lose this match. Mouse Sports is a legitimate top 10 team, probably.
And you drop to 2-1, you've got potentially North fighting back through the bracket, maybe NIP. I'm kind of less optimistic.
Renegades,
for them.
maybe?
Renegades, but battling back through the bracket. Yes, Chad, sure, if that appeases you. The point is, both these teams aren't safe. If they, you got to play best of 3 elimination matches just to get out of groups at that point in time. Both these teams want to be in the top 8, and I think have a legitimate claim to it.
It's curious that Mouse Sports want to get rid of Train early. That is curious to me, because you look at them, they're normally such a strong.
Ooh, okay.
Oh wow! Remember back to Cologne and Walk 6 game on Nuke? Does anybody remember that? The comeback that they were having?
Insane.
That was an absolutely mental performance.
That was insane. I totally forgot about that performance. That was one of the most incredible individual performances I've ever seen.
Matt. Great sample size there for Navi as well. 100% win rate at least.
Yeah, well, Fury's a pretty legit team.
They execute just like Ents. They actually play ramp pretty aggressively, and they actually do play it in a different style, which can catch people out. So it's okay. It's one game, but sure, it's not like it's a terrible opponent on it.
This is not a home map for either team, right? No. This would maybe be like 5th, maybe 4th or 5th.
We didn't see this in Cologne when they played, right?
No. They played Dust 2, Inferno, and Train twice. Yes. So this is a new battleground for these 2 teams, and I'm curious as to who. I missed who took it here. I guess it was up to Mouse Sports to choose between
so that means they're probably going to be starting T-side.
Yeah.
Kicking off the day on T-side Nuke.
Oh, dear.
You guys touched on Walksick on this map, and we know that the depth of this team relies a lot on the young guns being there throughout. Again, we touched a little bit on the double op. We've seen a lot of different sides from Mouse Sports. I just feel like the consistency hasn't been there this tournament. Who are you looking at to actually pull up the bottom end of the team?
I think on a map like this, obviously we were just mentioning Walksick having a phenomenal performance. I don't see him being able to replicate that just because of the situation that unfolded with. It has to be Rops and Frozen, because this is a rifler's map, right? This is one that's roamy and domey. You're in the vents, you're moving around, you're able to, sit behind the CT van and mow down a couple of guys. So on the CT side, I look towards the youngsters, because this should be their bread and butter. On the T side, though, I'm expecting if things aren't going well, if they're getting a bit of a brick wall, that's when Carrigan and Chris J, the older statesmen of the team, go for those plays, right? Those 2 are playmakers for sure.
It's switching up the jerseys between the red and black and the white and reds.
play it if they have to, if someone picks it against them, one of the better teams. And I would probably say the same thing for Mouse Sports. So coming into today, this feels like a bit of a curveball that Mouse have thrown at Na'Vi, and let's see if they have to have prepped it, right? They know that they've potential to play Astralis.
I feel like curveballs are more going to be thrown by Kerrigan than by Zeus, if I'm honest, in that sense.
I think Kerrigan won that game yesterday with calling. Obviously, he started that first half, I think, like 2 and 14 at half or something.
With 10
yeah,
kills
it
or
was
something,
an
but yeah.
abysmal first half from Kerrigan. On the other hand, Zeus has been playing out of his mind. True. So like in the in-game leader fragging department, Zeus is definitely winning that battle. And if Kerrigan can't, match Zeus frag-wise, they could be in big trouble today.
Again, it comes down to it's the cliche, but you're only as strong as your weakest link. And in some ways, on Nuke especially, you need rotations, you need really good communication, I feel, on the CT side. I think Zeus, that's where I've seen some of his best games on this map. Yes, Chad.
Sorry, I had to put my hand up. I want to make sure I get in here. Just to back up what Sean is saying about Zeus's performance in this tournament so far, he is ranked within the top 20 players within this stage. Now, only 2 maps have been played.
Yes. Yeah.
But this is Zeus we're talking about, right? There's a prolific line with Zeus. He does something, because once upon a time, Zeus didn't do anything besides call. And now, his impact...
I had to mute my mic when Henry said that, by the way, because I was like, wow, he was trying to be positive and he was still negative.
Look, it was true, though, because that game, Zeus was having absolutely no contribution. But so far in this tournament, he's been playing like the Zeus that I guess we've seen for a lot of 2019. He's been having a lot more impact this year.
I think that has to do with Boomich joining the team. I mean, when you look at Flamey's interview, he gave tons of credit to Boomich as far as his CT adjustments, mid-round calling, and selfless acts going into bomb sites. They're using him as an entry frag and kind of just sending him out to die.
I feel like as well, he's almost on the CT side, a direct improvement to Edward. Edward stood to be very static in sights, would hold angles.
Sure.
He could hold his own in those responsibilities and regards, but he would never be aggressive and take matters into his own hands. I see Boomich taking risks, and I like it because he's young enough, he's new enough to the team. He's going to learn from trying that.
Go for Sean.
Chad just pulled up a stat just now, and Zeus, I believe, has the highest flashbang success percentage in the entire event right now.
Good for him. He did say, and his teammates pointed out, I think Simple even mentioned it on Twitter, but said somewhere he's been putting in the hours. Zeus has been putting in more hours than I've seen in a long time.
Look, all signs point to that being true, but I guess this is going to be the real test for both these teams, right? Mouse Sports, with the loss on day one, they looked really flat. That didn't look like the Mouse Sports that we were expecting. We know that they struggled a little bit in the Challenger stage to get across the line with some matches, but Mouse Sports, in a similar vein to Vitality, are bringing a new energy to this. We've seen Apex getting loud, the team yesterday in their matchup getting nice and loud. And now this morning, the vibe is looking good. It feels like there's a lot of positivity behind them. So going into this, I'm hoping we get an absolute brawl, because just think about some of these toe-to-toe matchups. We'd have Woxic versus Simple on the AWP. Obviously, we've got stars like Electronic, Frozen, Rops in the server. We've got Boomich, Flamey, the absolute bomb site anchor. This one here could be a brawl.
I think it certainly can be. I think Simple as well, just being dynamic on a map that allows rotations, that allows the Heaven to ramp to outside swing. We know that he loves to move around and have the liberty to say so. If they give him that freedom and he gets rolling on the CT side, that's going to be a blast to watch.
I mean, I think Simple's going to get his, right? You cannot shut down Simple. I firmly believe Simple's probably going to end this game at the top of the scoreboard, regardless if Na'Vi wins or loses. I mean, that's not even saying anything crazy. It's really going to be on Electronic to step up, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. You definitely need more support from the rifling. I think more and more teams are starting to put time on ramp. Do you think Kerrigan may maybe change things up a little bit? Again, the curveball, bringing this in. We saw it from Furia. We saw it from Ents. We know Kerrigan likes to play into new metas.
Yeah, I don't know where they're going to look to target early, right? That's going to be the curious one here. Pistol rounds on this map, it doesn't really count as much on the other maps these days, but Nuke is one where I think the pistol round is hugely important for the T side, right? If you can grab that pistol and you can convert, you can get a decent hive, 5-6 rounds.
Sean, where are we going on this one, Na'Vi or Mouse Sports?
Just the fact that the veto went down this way, I'm gonna go Mouse Sports.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was coming in today ready just to say Na'Vi, but let's go with Mouse. I think the vibe that I'm seeing and how prepared Kerrigan's looked on some of these maps, I think they might have the spice in them this morning to get this one in the bag.
Well, it's not progression and it's not elimination, but it is massively consequential. One of these two teams will drop to 2 losses and have to fight back through the bracket. Which will be? We'll find out with Henry G and Machine.
poet. Beautiful stuff. And coming into a beautiful game. I mean, I'm crossing my fingers and toes, Henry. I've got high expectations for this one. What about you?
It's difficult to tell, considering Na'Vi have only played this once in the last 3 months, but they did take down some decent opposition. Like Furia, it's one of their mainstays is Nuke, and that's the team they took down 16-12. I'm sure they've been practicing it with Boomich in their ranks. Interested to see what they're going to bring to the table today. As we get into the pistol round here, we are going to have 2 smokes and HEs. That suggests I go for the squeaky door and nade that out. It's going to be thrown in straight away, and it's going to be Carrigan to smoke towards main entrance as well. Simple with the first shot. He's got that unsilenced USP once more.
This is the Simple swagger, intimidation, whatever it may be. Nice work from Zeus on ramp just to kind of draw their attention as Flamey just lines them up and knocks them down. Triple. Frozen's not going to go down without a fight, though. That's a big connection. Flamey, I think he's done enough damage here.
Yeah, you think so. Lovely crossfire towards the ramp room. 3 versus 1 now. Frozen does have some wiggle room here, still with 68 points of health. He's got a smoke available to him and the bomb on his back. He's hoping to find some CTs. Being over-aggressive here, but there's no real reason to push towards lobby. Have a crossfire towards upper, 1 towards lower. That should be enough, to be honest.
Yeah, and Frozen, I mean, he's going to kind of hope for a Na'Vi player to just step his toe out of line, and that was an opportunity. Boomich presenting himself. No X-ray just yet. I'm sure we'll get that ASAP.
Stands for as soon as possible, for those who aren't aware.
Yep, just like to throw acronyms at you occasionally. And long-range Glocking, it's not going to be too easy for Frozen. It's another, good connection onto Simple with 40 seconds left. Frozen's got a real game out of this now. Boomich and Simple low. Smokes the site, wants to try and draw fire. They are starting to rotate, and actually that smoke could be used to try and take that bomb down. Instead, tries to draw fire. Pulls another one closer. It'll be Electronic to close things out, and Na'Vi take the first.
Yeah, the smoke and a plant would have been fantastic if he gets that bomb down. I think that was probably the more advantageous option to get the extra cash, but no pistol victory here. It's going to be Na'Vi running away with that one. Flamey getting baited in towards the ramp, managing to mow them down, no problem. You can see the jump from Boxic to take the cross array to deny multiple headshots, but still well recovered from Flamey. Very calm, and we'll see a force buy potentially here in the second round. T side of Nuke, difficult to make this one really quite powerful, but you can see Deagle for Carrigan right now. Voxic on the scout. Suggests I'll just be going towards outside, trying to work a pick, maybe getting towards secret steps. But we have a slight technical issue right now, I would imagine.
Yeah, you just get everything sorted out. After that first round of play, there'll be those tiny, minute adjustments you might want to make before you can compete at the highest level. Smiles all round for Na'Vi, though. Certainly after picking up that first round. You said, Woxic, they kind of, Mousebots did everything right there, but I think that's the beauty of the major, beauty of teams like this is that even when you do everything right, someone can still punish.
That's why Counter-Strike's such a good game. There's no tactic or strategy that's going to give you a 100% success ratio, right? Some of the world's best players can still recover, still know how to duck and weave around your approach, and Flamey recovers quite nicely there, that's for sure. 4 Deagles, 1 Scout. They have 3 smokes as well. Oh, sorry, just the 2. So they could go towards outside, but it'll be very difficult to make it a really powerful approach. But he's going to be Simple now, hearing lots of footsteps towards outside. He's got the MP9, looking for that first kill, does not connect.
Yeah, and that's going to reveal his location. He can be pushed, and Chris J does exactly that. A second! That's Flamey too, that's the rifle. Electronic. He's going to duel with Chris J's M4. That's back on the ground, courtesy of Electronic, but price paid. Zeus swinging into Warehouse with the MP9. That's not necessarily the dream weapon for the job. Certainly not when you present yourself to Woxic. Just like this, the second round, we've talked about it time after time. It's far from a guarantee.
There it is. It keeps happening at this event. Electronic down to 2 points of health. Boomich will have to try and save the day, but this looks way too good for Mousesports right now. Electronic will wait towards the CD spawn boxes as Rops hunts for the penultimate player. No kits or utility on the CT side, but no plant yet, so there is a small chance that they can bring this one back. But now with the bomb towards lower, probably not, Alex.
Certainly unlikely. Electronics still standing vigilant where that dropped rifle was, and the bomb will just go down. Courtesy of Carrigan. Chris J he's been a kind of beacon for Mousesports in the face of these close games, and Boomich looking to make his way into the site with the first.
Backstab.
Yeah, no smoke, no kit. Bomb ticking. Rops is on that backstab. Boomich, however, could find an opportunity on Frozen, tagged and fragged. And now Electronic just going to be waiting for this one to conclude and accepting that this will be 1-1. Chris J to start things off.
Well, he finds the M4 at least. He's got the defuse kit, a couple of flashbangs. They'll be force buying back themselves, so that's Very good for Mouse Sports there. Chris J continues to be a nuisance for his opposition there. 2 opening kills at Desert Eagle. He has had a great tournament so far.
It's the body shots, isn't it? And actually,
Yes.
you know what? It's an interesting conversation because a lot of people feel like that body shot, it's like practically a shotgun up close.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. You get it in the chest, it doesn't take much at all to take them down, but he did get a lovely headshot as well. Let's see it from his POV, how this went down. It was Simple that was called first. There's the body shots you mentioned, and then can't really stop that. Flamey will get a taste of Chris J's Deagle in the second round. Like we said, it's probably going to be the 4 spy here from the CTs. They get 4 Deagles themselves, and that 1 in 4 for Electronic. He's going to have to step up here if they're going to stand a chance once he approaches from Mouse Sports. Nading towards the door, smoking main entrance. Chris J will get himself on the ledge here, looking for any pushes from that hub position. So scout once again for Voxic, looking towards main entrance, just buying some space. As they head towards ramp, will be Zeus to defend. Tricky shots this one, and they're going to beat the smoke, so that's not going to help him out too much. He probably goes down here, going to try and retreat. Doesn't take any damage, so he's in a decent position now. Got a CT with him, but it's a wall bang from Voxic. What the?
What was that?
Need to see that from his POV. I assume we could see a sliver of him.
It must have been just the tip of his Desert Eagle, but the rest of the round does just seem like a formality. Already into the site. Simple, however, when he's alive, nothing is safe. With 5 members of Mouse still standing and Simple falling, this one, though, is left to just Flamey. He brought rifles into it, but it's Voxic's scout that gets them the way into the site.
Yeah, that's the most important kill of them all. Flamey, 5 versus 1. Chris J, the only player that's low at this point. He's at 21 points of health. And they've got a lot of utility as well. This is a great round for Mouse Sports. It's going to be a full eco for Na'Vi going forward. They have not recovered the M4. Flamey with Deagle armor, just looking for any sort of exits. But you can see everyone so grouped up towards ramp. You can survive the blast in this position. And there we have it. It's going to be Mouse Sports with potentially a 3-1 lead. As we said, we've got the full eco coming up next. Not really much they can justify into the investment, like P250 at the top end.
Ramp room. It's such an interesting part of Nuke just because sometimes, I mean, it's similar to Dust 2 where you just sometimes there's parts of the map that will see so much action and otherwise just be left completely barren. It's down to the whimsy of that in-game leader. Carrigan sending the majority of Mouse straight into Zeus's domain.
Yeah, absolutely. Well then, round 4 coming up. Should be just a bit of a formality this one. I can't see a way the USPs make any real dents. Zeus gets a P250. No one else spending a single dollar here. So Mouse Sports probably a slow approach at the start. Work out if there's any pushes. Going together. See Carrigan sending up for the Molotov towards the upper bomb side there. Lands right on top of the hut. Meaning they can't gain position. Get ready with CZ potentially. As Carrigan continues to vault towards the main entrance. And we're going to see him working Chris J towards that side. He focuses his efforts towards the secret steps. You can see Simple taking a little bit of damage there from the Molotov towards CT boxes.
I do see a Zeus sport, and I'm loving it.
Oh yes, that's on Simple. There it is.
I mean, on Nuke, one of the harder maps, especially when you're getting Molotovs and flashes thrown your way. Great work. Just completely nullifying any threat from the outside and from the start of Na'Vi. Flamey, however, he did have the best equipment, and he's paid dividends. Managed to catch the head of Ross. How much more they can build on that remains to be seen. Flamey at the moment in main falls back. Closing on that site with Electronic now picking up an AK. This could get a little awkward if he was to hit that shot cleanly. He doesn't, and Chris J just walks into the site with a FAMAS. 2 from Decon.
Yeah, he is in some exceptional form right now, I have to say. Every shot seems to connect. He's so confident in his own ability.
Yeah.
And Flamey, Deagle armor, might want to consider saving that, considering there's not actually anything really to gain at this stage. Scout might be his, but having the armor not to buy that next round would be helpful. Regardless, he will go down. It's going to be 3-1. Chad talked about the positive impact winning their T-pistol can actually have on the C side of Nuke, but they didn't win that. They win the second round, which is arguably more powerful if you get yourself in this position. Though 3-1 up, and it means you're denying that extra loss bonus from them losing the pistol to get $1,900 instead, so they actually have to start on the back foot now.
It's a bigger kick.
Yes, absolutely. I think so.
1 and 2. Wow, it makes that look so easy.
So, 1 for Mass, and all for Electronic. They have no kits. They don't have any incendiaries. This is a rough round for Na'Vi. If they win this, I'll be very impressed.
Gonna have to bring the fight to Mouse. In some capacity, smoke off ramp. That's not the dream smoke from Zeus.
It really doesn't. Oh, to be fair, like, there's a slight gap. That's by design. That's not bad, but we'll see.
Now he gets pushed immediately. Falling back to a safer angle. There's only a tag him up at 4. He wasn't ready for Carrigan. bouncing around like a springbok. Gets himself Zeus. He's still on the side. That Aug's only going to get one, though. Somewhat of a one and done, certainly when you're playing against aimers like Chris J.
Not worth going for it now, to be honest. You haven't got kits. You've got to retake the lower bomb site. It's up there with B on Dust 2, outside bomb site, and Train. The retakes are just so difficult here. If you had all the utility, sure, we'll give it a go. But when it's a 4-on-3 with no kits, you might as well let it slip by.
So Na'Vi has not been the most idyllic start. Certainly on the CT side, though, there is so much more cushion to stabilize. But every round that Mouse accrue here is worth its weight in gold coming into the second half.
So you can see how that knock-on effect from not having any incendiaries really came back important Na'Vi there. Ideally, if you have the incendiary, you're dropping that at the very start to deny the rush, and you're dropping the smoke on top of that as it's starting to go down.
Right.
That means you can actually buy time. They can't rush through that incendiary at the start, and then you can drop a really nice smoke. That means they can't actually push through unless they get grey screen. Allows you to set up and get comfortable. Zeus just wasn't ready for that. It was a pretty useless smoke. They could see a gap in it, so it means they came through without the grey screen. They beat it actually as well. He comes through, didn't even realize 3 players are there, so that's going to be quite the clean affair for Mouse Sports. We did have Electronic down towards low of the Org, but Chris J just completely eviscerates him.
And I imagine the answer to that kind of push would be something like an AWP presence on ramp. Unfortunately, I haven't seen the AWP yet, and doesn't look like we're going to be seeing one coming in for a while. Yeah, round 6 then. Mouse Sports, a firm lead after conceding the first.
Well then, Frozen looks up for it. He'll be going towards the silo, trying to open things up towards outside. Some speculative shots towards main entrance. Do have a couple of M4s here, but no grenades once again. Boost towards the ramp, though, could be quite nice. It's one of those positions that's commonly overlooked, I would say, if you can bait them in correctly. That's the smoke you want. That nice deep one. You can see they have no gaps there. You're not worried they're going to be just walking through that because you'll have a massive advantage if they do. So you want to make sure that smoke is spot on.
2 towards the hut. Going to be playing on that Z-axis. More of a foreign position, certainly when you have to start committing to a spray.
So you can see Zeus just doing everything he can to suggest it's just him once more. They haven't tried this boost just yet. I feel like this could have some massive impact if they do commit on that side of the map, that is. So Flamey looking to get multiple kills with the Molotovs touching him, have to jump down. Did well to get one. Boomich might be on for the 3rd kill of the round, but not going to happen, but Simple, there it is, towards the ramper and pushing in towards lobby, 1 versus 1. Zeus, Desert Eagle in the correct position as well.
He only needs the 1 bullet.
Yeah, anything. Towards the legs of the Desert Eagle, that will do it.
Robs with 30 seconds. He's playing the waiting game, anticipating aggression from Zeus. He connects. Na'Vi given their second by their in-game leader, and no less than that, he's in the top 20 of the major so far. We heard the desk delivering in his opening games. But this is, of course, 1 win, 1 loss. If you haven't been keeping track of the adventure so far for both of these teams, it was North who fell to Mouse Sports. FaZe bested them. Gets the Simple's POV as he did manage to get a second just as he fell. Na'Vi, of course, beating their CIS underdogs of Dream Eaters, but also an incredibly close game, many thought, was Na'Vi's to lose against G2. So 1 win, 1 loss. We find ourselves here. Nuke, another best of 1.
Flashbangs, Molotovs, trying to suggest they're coming towards upper here. Electronic rotates in towards main entrance of Flamey. They'll drop a smoke towards the squeaky door. They've got everything they need now. The AWP for Simple. AK in the hands of Zeus. Kerrigan. Looks like they've done a lot of homework on this map. You can see these technical flashbangs and pushes coming through. Frozen to lead the charge here.
Whoa. Well, it gets them in, but I don't think they're ready for that. They found a gap immediately. Electronic will only get the first before the punish comes in from Rops. Chris J's there as well as they walk through Hut. Flamey, he has to come up big here. He does manage to get the dink onto Rops before falling, but that's a triple from one of the stars.
That was crazy from Mouse Sports. What a brilliant execution that was. Really nice stuff. You can see good communication as well, making sure they jump onto the remaining CTs on towards the upper bomb side there. No chance of Flamey getting multiple frags, and Zeus stuck in a very awkward position now. Throws a nade towards main entrance, but I think Chris J's got his number, and indeed he does. It's going to be a bounce back from Mouse Sports here as they go 5-2 up. Money broken again on the CT side. I would say tactical timeout probably on the cards here. They've got 6K, yeah it is, and 6K on towards Zeus. So he could buy an all for Simple, and the rest of them have to get shotguns and SMGs. I would say they're probably thinking about it right now, but we'll have a look.
Perhaps just act as that pistol vending machine. I saw a deagle being thrown out as well, but this was called, of course, by Mouse Sports. You can see the coach of them, Ragin. He was channeling his Neil M. I spoke to him. I said, you seemed pretty hyped yesterday. He said, yeah, we've been channeling our Neil M.
It's difficult to replicate.
He said you can't do it.
He's an enigmatic man.
Oh, great word.
Yeah. He's something quite special.
To integrate phosphorescent somehow.
Okay,
Just
how are you going to make that work?
It just feels really nice to say.
Yeah, that's a lovely word.
Phosphorescent, nice
Speaking
one.
of lovely.
Yeah, let's see how he shuts down that duel versus Flame. How quickly did he have to adjust? Because he plucks Simple out of heaven, then swings with the support of Chris J. Great work from Mouse, but of course wouldn't be possible without all of those moving pieces. They threw so much towards that top side.
That was great. We've been saying for so long, like, Nuke has been underloved in terms of, like, the approach from terrorist forces. I feel like it's been underwhelming the last couple of years in terms of, like, teams don't really want to play this map that much, especially when Cash was in the pool. Now we have Vertigo, where they're trying to shy away from it. It seems like people are paying more attention to Nuke now, and especially with the streak of Astralis no longer a talking point. It seems like they're willing to really
That is an interesting kind of concoction you created there. A combination of Vertigo's presence and oh no, Zeus! 7 bullets leave his Deagle. A fresh clip not an option because Karrigan's caught him. Eventually manages to understand what's going on. Electronic, his whereabouts have been rumbled, and now the rest falls to just 2, Flamey and Simple.
Yeah, there's a slight chance of them here. But it is a 4-on-2, but not for long. That's a nice spray from Flamey towards the main entrance. Catches the low HP Chris J. He was taking on 7 from that garage position. Flamey continues his assault here. He's still in towards the hut. 3 kills to his name so far. Bomb planted, but he is on for the ace. You're right. Molotov available for Voxic. Simple. Making his way towards heaven. He's got the Desert Eagle. He has to do something quite magnificent now.
So concerned about Flamey's position. I see 2 backs turned for now. Voxic is responsible for heaven, and he does have the perfect weapon for the job. Now Simple makes his whereabouts known. Flamey will have to be so good, and another one from Flamey. He's only got a scrap of health. Voxic for the 1v2. They're low, and Na'Vi have done it. Flamey does all of the heavy lifting. Simple to finish it off with the garnish, and that's a big comeback. 2 versus 5. What on earth was that from Na'Vi?
Yeah, the bomb was planted in a decent position as well there. Voxic after getting that first kill, you'd think he'd just play off the bomb, right? Because presumably they won't have kits. But he challenged, went for the swing again, and it was Simple finding the AK-47 that closes things out. So that's 2 eco victories now for Na'Vi. We'll see if this replay explains a little bit more as to what happened. You can see that first kill through the smoke. He got another preemptive shot towards Karrigan as well. Such great work here from Flamey. Really getting them out of the dirt here. We're going to see 5-3 on the scoreboard. Still a lot of work to do on the Na'Vi side. Simple back on the AWP.
That's going to reinvigorate them. 2 versus 5 at a crucial moment now. Mousesports are catching nades. 2 members cut down to size before they even have a chance to play into the round. Jay crossed down to secret the round prior. This time against the buy, he does the same. Zeus aggressively holding towards the ramp room. They're not going to be ready for this one. Voxic certainly wasn't bombing his grasp. Just for a moment, Karrigan for the trade. Now Zeus in response, Simple on that AWP. He's got another opportunity as well. Nose Frozen's there, locked him in. Will force the smoke out of him, but Electronic arrives at the scene of the crime as well. Chris J with the flank. He has to make noise though. Breaks the window. Simple is ready. And so are Na'Vi to start building up the CT bank.
Yeah, they're really getting into it now. 3-on-1 for Rops, 27 HP, has not got the bomb, drops a smoke towards lower, hoping he can do something with this. He's got just 1 flashbang remaining, bombs in towards ramp. Simple, I think, is pushing towards lobby as well, so Rops would just hope for any sort of CT mistake here. There's no reason to jump in the vents, they've got the bomb under their remits. Should be the end of the round. It's going to be Boomich to close things out there. 5-4. Money still available for Mousesports. They've built up quite the well of cash. As Frozen will invest straight away. Interested to see, we'll see a T-side AWP here.
Zeus with that aggressive push towards ramp.
Yeah.
Gives them all that info. It's suddenly Simple and Electronic. They're already there. By the time they actually start pushing ramp, there's 2 to respond.
Timing was actually spot on for the retake, as it were, for the ramp room, because Simple gets all that aggro. They assume he's the remaining player there. They're focusing towards him. They're trying to smoke him off. He's already got 1 kill. And as soon as they're dealing with all that, Electronic swings in for the CT entrance and gets 2 really nice kills there. So here we go. Back into another full buy here. Mousesports opting against the AWP. Certainly had the cash for it, but it's difficult to operate with on the T side of Nuke. The AK is not, however. Zeus may be aggressive once again. Rops has just helped himself to it. He's actually the back of the ramp from there. So Rops has stood a straight-up challenge towards the back of the room and blew his head off.
Yeah, I think that's the Counter-Strike thing you were talking about. Doesn't matter how good the game plan is, sometimes someone's just going to click your head and do it damn well. Simple's flash, but this is a very aggressive position on top of this container. Somewhat unorthodox, but does manage to connect already once. Boomich's flash did hit the faces of Mousesports. Karrigan's spray finally connects into Simple. He solved that mystery. The mystery of the round still unfolding. They're going to leave Rops top site. This could be the perfect weapon for the job. He can just tap at their heads. It's all about reaction times and just so simple. Oxig's head's gone, Flamey on the flank, and they are starting to look rather scary.
Yeah, they're looking very dangerous indeed, especially Flamey and Electronic. Their rifles are coming to their own, and we'll see Robs once again, 3 versus 1. This time, the money starting to take a battering here. It's going to be tied up at 5-5 unless he can do something unspeakable with this situation. Not going to happen, and we go into round number 11. Na'Vi tying things up. It was looking very desperate for them. A couple of pistol victories, though. Some insane Flamey plays, and here we are. Tied things up, and I think we'll have a partial buy here on the Mouseboard side. They do enjoy a MAC-10 CZ rush, so maybe they would want to bring that out right now just to mix things up, go for a real fast-paced round. MAC-10 CZs, rush towards upper. We know they've got the smokes and Molotovs and flashes for all that. That would be perfect for this kind of standpoint because they've got like just under 4K per player. It would be really difficult to contain.
And certainly because they've proven that they've got plenty of pages of their strat book smoke-wise and nade-wise.
Yeah.
They've got, that you can sprinkle some of that in with some of the fast-paced plays you're suggesting. The second tactical pause for Mouse will soon be over.
Mouseboards has certainly done their homework. We saw them on Vertigo the other day, and everyone was suggesting that, wow, everyone should be watching Mouseboards and how they approach Vertigo. They've got all the homework done, the smokes, the flashes, the Molotovs, everything looks great. Same thing here on Nuke. Really enjoyed what they've presented so far, but it's the individual skill of Na'Vi that's shining and keeping them in the game. No MAC-10s, no nonsense, I'm afraid. It's just going to be a partial by the Tech-9s and CZs. They've got a couple of flashes, a Molotov as well. Smoke for the upper bomb side, it looks like, and the Molotov towards but it's Boomage. They'll be mowing them down. He gets the first 2. One frag in return, but it doesn't look like he'll get them much access. Carrigan stuck towards Squeaky Door with the Tech-9, and Robs, he'll be isolated towards the hub position with the pistol as well. Tech-9 not known for its range, but Carrigan makes the most of it. And Robs with 4 HP, stuck in towards that lobby. Not really much he can do now. It's going to be another successful round for Na'Vi, and they'll take the lead for the first time since the pistol.
Yeah, 4 in a row. They finally break it. Keep that lead. A little pet project of mine, a little side project I've been working on, is when I see CTs saving the Krieg, I see who they drop it to.
Okay.
I was kind of interested. So I saw Boomich pick it up in the round prior, and he was just staring at all 4 members for a while. I think just desperately saying, someone needs to take this because I'm not comfortable with it.
So he's giving it to Simple.
The answer is Simple.
Well, that makes sense. He can use most weapons, to be fair.
And giving the world's best player the 100% first bullet accuracy.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. We'll see if these outside smokes will lead to success for Mouseboards. It's been a while. They're trying to deny them access. That's not landed, I don't think, the Flames team. Oh, no, they're okay. So he bought them some time. So don't go quickly down towards the steps. You can see they're kind of isolated. That's kind of interesting. That's so scary, isn't it? The fact just standing outside of the squeaky
spray
room.
came through?
Some sprays coming on the other side. That's kind of cool. Let's see if that Krieg can step up now. Simple, trying to do what he can here. Holding towards the double doors of the lower bomb site. Still has a slight angle towards events, but 4 players, 4 Mouseboards in that area. Might want to start pushing towards the lobby position. Simple might be in trouble here. He's been spotted, but finds the first.
With the Krieg, no less. And a second!
No.
Wow! No right to find that. They were so quick to swing into the window position, but so much quicker with that adjustment. Zeus is trying to double up and can't quite tap the head of Woxic. Electronic will make for his shortcomings. Robs, however, arrives on the scene just in the nick of time from ramp. Now they have some degree of presence towards the lower site. Flamey and Boomich. Flamey already down lower. But I love this. It's like the calm after the storm. It's so much chaos into dead silence. Everyone starts to walk. Everyone starts to piece this puzzle back together.
Tactics go out the window now. This is just pure game sense. Work together in a 2-on-2. Flush out your opponents, and it's advantage for Na'Vi considering the time. 20 seconds. Boomich heading towards upper. Flamey patrolling that lower bomb site. No smoke to veil the plants, but they're both towards lower. Making noise now. Plant comes through, and luckily for Carrigan, he plants on the right side. Flamey can't deny.
Robs could check decon for this one. Sees his legs first, doesn't stop him. Oh my god, that's ambitious. Boomich actually tagged him, albeit lightly. Somewhat of a warning shot to Carrigan through the vents. There's no entrance there anymore. Swings the door, another tag. Just chipping away at them. The 1v2 still feels out of his reach if Mouseboards play this right. They don't have the nades. The plant is for them. Knows where they both are. It's a shooting gallery. Another tag. Boomich. He's chipping away. Needs to connect on the heads, though. Body shot just not going to cut it, and Carrigan jiggling around, playing the time and playing Boomich.
Yeah, that was a little uncomfortable towards the end there. Boomage was applying a lot of pressure, hitting shots, but it couldn't find the most important kill. He takes down Carrigan. He might have had a decent angle to get that full defuse in, but not the case. It will be Mouseport to tie things up at 6-6. As we enter the next round, Simple's back on toward that sniper rifle, the AWP. After finding 4 rounds in a row, they're still going to be a little bit strapped for cash here, Alex. They've got an auto shotgun on Boomage, Flamey on the Deagle. Auto shotgun actually super viable on the upper bomb site here on Nuke. You'll see plenty of top players use this weapon to great effect. We'll see if he can make a decent run of it. He throws the incendiary towards the hub position. Oh, wow. My goodness, Electronic with a great shot towards outside. The aggression paying off here.
This is so smooth from Electronic. He's actually escaped as well. Frags alongside it. Leave Carrigan and Rops in a bit of a spot of bother. Rops will find a little bit of an alleviation of pressure, but it's the end of that. Talking of the auto shotgun, not normally pushed up there at that period of time. 1 minute 20 still on the clock, and Boomage is in lobby. All those early frags, the CT's pushed and punished. And so Carrigan. Had to walk into the lion's den or not. What is this? So close to walking into that brutal alligator. But Na'Vi, this should be their 7th, and they have managed to make the CT side much more respectable.
Yeah, it was getting very troublesome at the start, but they're right back into it now, especially with that successful round there. Looking to shut down the cash once again at Mouseport, as they managed to get 1 round back. Only 1 successful round in the last 6 here from Mouseport. You can see the money on screens right now. Not really enough for a big investment here. All hovering just over $3,000. Electronic with this magnificent push towards outside. You can see the confidence in his own ability. Finds his 13th frag, shuts down the round. There it is, a clean finish as well. 1 scout, a couple of deagles, and some Kevlar here with the flashbang smoke combo. Just going to try and work some picks towards outside, I'd imagine. And it's Rops to have the sniper towards the silo position. Carrigan looking through the smoke here, seeing if there's anything available to him. But the CTs don't need to push now. They know the money's low.
Only confirmed when they hear those speculative deagle shots from Voxic. Tight line held by Simple. Oh, and even tighter by Electronic. From Secret, he catches Silo.
Wild.
That's a beautiful start to the round, and now the rest likely realizing that their days are numbered. Wow, he hits that. Rosen just presenting the shoulder, but wow, Voxic reminds us that his scout shouldn't be forgotten about. Unfortunately for him, he's the last man standing. It just will not be enough. Na'Vi really picking up pace towards the second half of this first half. I promise it makes sense. 6 of the last 7 rounds.
Looking for 9-6, Na'Vi well and truly back on their feet. Mouseport slowing down, but they've already got enough rounds on their T side. That's for sure. 6 is more than enough. It's serviceable, and we'll see what they've got for the final round here. 4 AKs, 1 Krieg in the hands of Chris J. It's Frozen again. He is a fantastic player, don't get me wrong. This tournament, we haven't seen the best of him. He's had some very quiet games. He's considered a future star.
And the conversation the desk started was, you know, this is the major. This is the big stage.
This is where you need to perform, right?
It's also new territory.
Yeah, it is the T side of Nuke, so obviously we'll see how the map finishes up here, but this is a big game for them, going down to 1 and 2, and one of your star players hasn't really showed up to it. That's always going to be a bit of a gut punch, but they can get 8-7 here. They'll be well on their way to a victory. And now, a slow default. Chris J working towards a silo, nothing spotted. Rops waiting for aggression here from that ramp room. Zeus not in towards the trophy room this time. Incendiary just to buy some time, that we come up to the 1 minute mark here. And the shotgun still in the hands of Boomage. They certainly could have got him a rifle. It seems like he's happy to use it.
A relatively long range, should they have opened that door. Oh, Electronic goes wide on the box. Don't normally see players succeed from here, but Electronic he has in a big way. 2 cut down to size, just Frozen and Chris J. We've seen a 2v5 from the Na'Vi side, while Frozen and Chris J are going to have their fair share on fair shot.
Yeah, he just melts through those players towards the ramp of the Krieg. No problem at all. Electronic does it again. Frozen another 4 points of health. He is towards the heaven position, though, just underneath it. See if he can work Chris J here and pins it towards upper, but the low HP on Frozen suggests it might not be possible. Boomage, that shotgun, does find the all-important headshot there. It's the final round of the half as Frozen limps in towards the upper bomb site. You would have to... Oh, the shotgun. Not really ideal, that range, but 4 HP, it's absolutely fine, Alex. That was actually a really cool half. You could see it was 5-2 in favor of Mousesports on their T side, but Na'Vi, especially Electronic and Flamey, saved the day. A couple of eco victories in there, but they're right back on their feet in this best of one. We'll take a break and be back with the second half.
What was unthinkable has become inevitable. Rebellion.
Together we can stop the Skeksis.
We will take what is ours.
And nothing Gelfling can do.
Takis! Taste the fury of our flavors and face the intensity.
Back to the games. Na'Vi versus Mousesports. They have a 9-6 lead coming into their attack. Mousesports, they got a lot of their rounds very early on in that first half, and now as Na'Vi, they found their momentum. We'll see how their T side fares. We saw evidence of hard work. I say we. I'm Machine. He's Henry.
Hello.
Hi. Mousesports' clear homework paying off for some of their T executes, but Na'Vi, they are such an unknown entity. So little recorded games in the last 3 months. We just don't know what they've been up to.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Mousesports certainly had the tactical edge, but in terms of raw firepower, Na'Vi brought that, and it was quite painful to watch at times. Electronic 17 in the first half. It's Zeus with the utility, nading towards main entrance, smoke out as well. Could be a vent dive on their agenda, and probably focusing towards ramp as well. Boomer's going to try and get down towards those vents. So in he goes. The nade will blow out the squeaky door of the vent. And down towards ramp they go. Carrigan trying to at least steal a couple of kills away before they make their full commitment and drop down.
Rops hasn't showed just yet. Carrigan's going to make the call. They're all going to be looking at him, but look at the patience from
this
Rops.
is sick.
Hey, Electronic's going to check it. Can you believe it? His 18th frag, and it's glorious. Here in the pistol, looking to stabilize his Carrigan. The bullets don't quite connect in the way he wished. Instead, just a couple into the shoulder blades of Electronic. Still breathing, still kicking, and still with a real viable shot at this pistol. Now they descend. No one to welcome them just yet. Simple's going to be left to his own devices, though.
This is looking very good for Na'Vi, but that's better. Mousesports pounds towards that ramp room. He spotted 3 there, but they've already planted towards lower, so couldn't make their way back towards upper here. Electronic knows he needs to find frags. They can't get too close towards the bomb site. Flamey is isolated with the Glock, but still finding headshots here. Can he take Carrigan down? You better believe he can. Chris J left in the 2 versus 1. No kid available, but he knows Flamey is low on the site. It's a matter of time before he takes him down. And here we go. Is that a full defuse attempt?
Yeah. Chris J has got balls of steel fallen off. Boomich going to try and drag him in, does escape into the vents. He can just play this game. He can play that time, play this clock like a fiddle. The same again. Rinse, repeat, messing with the doors and messing with Chris J's mind. Style points to Boomich.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic game. You can see it already. Na'Vi with the ramp push. You got Boomich down towards the vents there, and he closes things out in style. Chris J just didn't have many options there because the no defuse kit, 10-second defuse, and Boomich was playing it perfectly, not giving him any shots at all.
But to recap how we got there, it was Flamey, right? The one who got that cheeky double. You can see
from the
closer.
silo itself, yeah.
If he doesn't get 2 there, could have got a lot more difficult. The numbers were favoring Mousesports. They all managed to get out on the site without too much resistance. But Flamey, he stood his ground and did so spectacularly.
Well then. Force buy in response. We've already talked about the success in this tournament, especially the second round force buys have had. It's so difficult to fend them off. And grenades being exchanged now towards CT Spawn. It'll be Voxic that swallows one. And he'll be down to 58 HP, but Secret Steps access granted. Frozen makes his way down towards the vents here as a Molotov down in that lower position. Gives up the fact CTs are at least down towards lower already.
Rops repositioning with the information they've gathered.
to open the door though. Has Electronic heard that?
Probably
not.
Thought he would have. MP7 now on the ground. Rop's not interested. Who's still towards Squeaky? They're going to make their presence known. Nade's flying in. Carrigan close on the box, and actually they're all there. Rop's going to be late to this party. Carrigan does get the first, and there's no initial pressure. They have to swing for the trade, and they do so. 2 versus 2, but it's not ideal. Just Deagles and Scouts for Mouse Sports. They've done a lot of the hard work already as Chris eats the flash.
That's pretty selfless from Zeus, I have to say. The fact he's the one jumping around the corner, knowing he's probably going to die at that point, just jumping so his teammates can guarantee a trade. Not going to work out for Chris J. This is a big round for them. You can see frustration starting to set in now on the Mouse Sports side. They had such a massive lead on this map. They were 6-2 up on their T side, or 5-2 up, I should say. And now Rops does have a slight chance of winning this, but it will take something ridiculous. 2-1 Deags in the next couple of seconds. There's the first. Oh, there was a chance there, Alex.
Yeah, I saw Esperanto did on train, and I suddenly I believe every single time I see a Deagle in the hands and the 180 required, I now know it's possible.
Well, it has to be the full eco for Mouse Sports. 12-6. Almost a certainty here. Mac 10s are coming out. And probably difficult to bring out in the next round, but Zeus has been purchased for Rops.
They have completely swapped coming into this. Mouse Sports definitely had the odds in favor of GG.bet, but Na'Vi, their performance clearly persuading the bookkeepers elsewhere. Mac 10s, P250s, 2 Kriegs. I do love the Zeus. Trying to get himself just that one. A very satisfying squeal from a Na'Vi player and perhaps a weapon in his hands, but doesn't look like they're going to give him that opportunity. Does drop down. And he's done it. Electronic squeals, and it will just be the one. The crowd can appreciate a good Zeus kill.
Yeah, it's always a lot of fun. Carrigan will do a little bit of damage towards Flamey, but that's all. 12-6 on the Na'Vi side. Their T campaign is off to a flying start here. As I mentioned, the AWP will be possible to bring out, but whether they want to, considering Voxic only has $5,300, that's certainly a conversation to be had. It will be a tactical pause. I think this is the correct time to do it. Get into the bookend of this game now, and this is the first gun round. You need to work out what approach you're going for. Do you want that AWP? Are you relying on it? We'll see. Remember Chris J, when Oscar was in the team, he was actually the main AWPer on this CT side for Nuke. It seems like Voxic has taken over full responsibility of these days.
Do you remember Montpellier? Do you remember Liquid versus Mouse Sports?
I do, actually.
And I remember us having a situation like this where we sat there saying it would be quite the comeback. Then we proceeded to watch Voxic hold outside like no one else.
Yeah, he is an absolute madman on the map. Very, very good sniper. Can actually go for a double AWP setup as well on the CT side of Nuke. That wasn't really in the meta in the first few years of CSGO. It's only in this iteration we're seeing teams like Liquid bring out double AWP setups on the CT side to great effect. Can be difficult to operate with, especially if that bomb gets down, but Zeus will stay on the Mac 10 for now. Like I said, he's been throwing himself at the bomb sites first pretty much every round and happy to go down as his teammates are fragging out, so doesn't surprise me. Might as well keep the money strong. Might as well go for the outside smokes here. You don't necessarily have to use them. You can throw all the smokes outside and send one player out. It's designed to take vision away and cause rotations on the CT side.
And that smoke you can see landing on the other side of red is just for that tiny gap that can, well, we saw Simple, giving us a good demonstration in the first half, can be exploited. They are going to be walking through those smokes. No bullets initially from Mouse Sports. There they are. Thanks to Zeus, and actually Chris J's done some fantastic work there. Not a single point of damage done in return, really.
Yeah, look at the damage done. That's crazy. Flamey and Zeus, both sub 30 HP. Frozen now gets that information. Waiting for him to really show up here. It's not too late.
They've got no nades. It has to be bullets. Chris J's have done some of the work, and that's perfect from Frozen. He manages to catch Flamey off guard with an nade in his hand, going hunting his Electronic. And he's got one head for his wall. Frozen, gone. Into the low site they go. They flood in. Woxic will arrive in the nick of time. Bomb far from being planted. They've got a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, time ticking away. 35 seconds on the clock here. Voxic still with decent vision, but they still have a smoke grenade available for the plant. You can smoke from Decon and create a path towards the bomb site itself. We'll see if that's the objective here. Incendiary towards that decon position. Going to slow them down. That's the smoke we're talking about, though. That's going to enable them to get towards the bomb site. Zeus holding towards the lobby. Low HP doesn't take Chris J down. Looking for the plant here. Boomich has to go for it. 15 seconds on the clock, and the bomb will be planted there. Electronic fends them off.
Na'Vi have won a couple of these already, but this one perhaps is a little too difficult. Woxic confirms it. Patience prevails for Mouse Sports in round 19. Didn't want to let that one slip away. They know the individuals of Na'Vi. You give them an inch, they can take a mile.
Yeah, absolutely. They were very patient there. Voxic holds strong, gets 2 frags in the end. Looks like the AWP was the correct decision after all. and that's a better round. And the CT side and can snowball out of control here. So if they can just get on their feet and start whittling the money away of Na'Vi, there's every chance they can bring this comeback in. It's never too late. There's still a lot of work to do on that T side, as they will have enough to buy here. Zeus can drop an AWP if required. We'll see if that's going to be the approach here. He's got $6,000. Goes to the AK instead, so sticking on 5 rifles as well. There's Voxic. Sorry, Voxic. There's Frozen. After getting that 1 frag towards the secret steps. See if he can start to really come online here.
That's Molotovs. Rather rinse, repeat, rather default. Want to stop any of those top site threats early, at least. Simple's lining something up, or at least breaking the glass for someone else. I think it's for Boomich.
So here's the same Molotov that Carragher was throwing. It's going to go towards the hut.
Or not.
Isn't exactly. I'm not sure that's where he wanted to go, but Frozen will remain on the hut for now.
It could cause issues if there isn't the communication. It didn't quite connect. Voxic does, though. Shuts down Flaming with the door blown off. That does completely limit Na'Vi, even more so now the smoke arrives. Frozen. Ambitious. Heads straight towards the low site. Electronic's going to be caught by Carrigan's flash. Chris J's the one to profit from it. Na'Vi getting picked apart by some CT spots here. Losing that door, no smoke. It's an Orpa's paradise for Voxic.
Well, smoking towards heaven. Simple will try and set them up towards upper. Boomers lead the charge here. Just need to hit some headshots now. Boomers will at least take 1 down. There's a trade, 3 versus 2. If they can pounce on the Orpa towards upper, they might have a real chance if a Frozen perfect positioning, waiting towards those vents. They try to dive and he's punished for it.
Wow.
Still have Voxic on the site, I believe. He's stuck towards lobby. That's a great play if he has.
Yeah, they don't have the info on Simple necessarily. Robs, you could see him concerned about the ladder from Hell. I mean, Simple has some room to maneuver, but that bomb was down there. Frozen was down there. And there, Simple with just 10 seconds, he's realizing that this round is going to be unobtainable. The time's just not on his side. Does find the head of Rops, somewhat of a consolation prize, and you're just going to desperately try and keep hold of everything. No hunt available from Mouse Sports. And so, after the initial 3, Na'Vi, they got oh so close to the magic number of 16 off the back of not only 9 rounds on their CT side, but the initial 3 into the second. Now it's time for Mouse Sports to see how far they can forge a path towards 16 themselves.
Well, I think we have a tactical timeout here. It's going to be used by Na'Vi, their first apparently, as we get into round 21. First time they've struggled in the second half financially. Simple saves the Krieg, but of course, staying alive past the round time means you get no extra cash. So he's got 750 in reserve, but he has got a Krieg, Molotov, and a flashbang. In terms of what they could invest into this, Zeus has 3,400. He could probably bring out a Deagle, maybe some basic bits of utility. Oh, they're going for a full investment here, actually. So Zeus has dropped a Krieg for Electronic, who buys up armor as well. So now they have their 2 strongest riflers going in with 2 Kriegs here. Smoke, make it 2. Flashbang Molly, so they are fully investing into this one. I think this is a cool idea. You've got to have faith in these world-class players you have available. So 3 Kriegs in total. Actually pretty decent overall.
Yeah, that's a threat. 1 Krieg has 1 round single-handedly. Chris J knows all about that. But aggression as well. Look at that Boomich. No real fear. The smoke's not going to do too much for Voxic initially. You can still peek over the top of that one. But a whole lot of outside control for Na'Vi. The flashes force Voxic away. He did catch a glimpse just as they descended into the smoke. Flick, he realizes time is of the essence. Got to move an Electronic. We talked about the power of the Krieg and the power of him.
They lined up for him.
And they combine for a quick double into the side. Carrigan's going to get caught out as well. Eyes on the ground. This round has gone tumbling out of control, spiraling downwards. Na'Vi, quite the contrary. 13 off the back of the 3 rifles.
What a pounce that was. You could see Vox, if he hits that first shot, they'll probably be able to recover from it. He shoots right between the wickets of 2 of them. And at that stage, they bounce towards the main entrance. And then they got so close to the hell position. Oh my goodness, I want to see that from Electronic's POV. Look at the line up for him. There's a bit of confusion there. Voxic would have to have killed his teammate regardless if he can get the kill on the trade. Not a single frag picked up. They're going to have to force by here. 13-8 down. Lose this. It's an eco as well with 14 on the scorecard for Na'Vi. This round might decide the final result here. Still have the AWP for Voxic. That's enough. He goes towards ramp from this time.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit twice bitten. Doesn't want to go back to the outside area after that smoke push. Wants to try and find a way in, and Simple
he's
is
got this.
just there.
Oh, God.
Such a tight line.
It's so ridiculous.
The standoff.
Simple, you feel like he's going to swing eventually.
Oh, watch Flamey go in first. Here we go. Likely a flash, one would hope. Instead, the jump. That works too. Does get the information. They can just react accordingly. Now you can invest your utility if you wanted to.
You know the money's low on the CT side. If there's an AWP towards ramp room, you want to get towards upper as quickly as you possibly can. Either way, Electronic outside. Chris J sat in the smoke. He does this a lot, and it actually works out quite. So the time, to be honest, is going to be Zeus who gets the trade, but still a decent attempt there from Chris. And at least they do not recover a rifle. That's good news for Na'Vi.
Chops the head off the snake, though. That's 23 frags from Electronic, and no longer
that's a good point.
Have a chance to get the 24th this round.
If you take anyone down, that's the player to get, considering his form right now. Good timing from Frozen, but doesn't yield a frag. Carrigan has a chance with the CZ here, but it's against Simple. Still manages to get it. Takes a lot of damage. And here we go. Rops trying to keep them alive. Remember, we said if they don't win this round, it might actually be a GG moment. Carrigan low.
Is not a guarantee for Mousesports, though, despite the numbers advantage. Flamey did take a bit of a peppering. Carrigan will get the information. There's still one top side. Rops likely to trade and does so. So down to one man. Your favorite.
Well,
1 versus 2 for Zeus.
He can do this. He's got time to pull this one off. Just needs to make it 2 separate one-on-ones if possible. They do have a kit, though. Voxic goes to the AK.
5 frags in 21 rounds, but these 2 would mean everything. Completely taken away from Mousesports. He can't do it. Rops to keep things consistent.
He's saying go get the AWP. So Rops, I'll defuse this. Don't worry about that. It's not going to be any nonsense here.
No, we're not going to do anything silly.
I will defuse that. I promise you that. I know what you saw yesterday, but go get the AWP. And there it is. So, well played from Mousesports there. It didn't look like they stood much of a chance, but that's the round they had to win. They would have been full eco after that with 14-8 on the scoreboard. So that's so important. Zeus, if he even gets 1 kill there, they would have a really strong chance of replicating that situation. Auto shotgun for Carrigan into the next round. AWP recovered. Voxic will have that. Money still not in a great position. As we take a tactical time at the final one here. Coach Allen not feeling everything's under control. Just wants them to chime in with their CT setup. Calculate what Na'Vi will be presenting in the next round.
Well, he was also as conscious as you were coming into the one prior that everything was on the line. Now with an opportunity, it's let's get that game plan locked in.
Yeah.
You've weathered the storm, sure. I like that we're seeing the auto shotgun come out just after Boomich's performance to wrap up the first half. You can win the duels versus those AKs. You can win those duels if you're holding those close corners. It's almost the best weapon for the job. That was Flamey's win, and a big win, but not enough to pull them across the line. We're seeing plenty of selfless in-game leader decisions from Carrigan and Zeus, respectively. Carrigan managing to accrue plenty of frags, though, 12 to Hib's name. So Na'Vi have certainly set the precedent that when the smokes arrive, they are no stranger to walking through it. Chris J's had no issues connecting, but with the gap.
That's not really going to work out for Na'Vi at all, because you can tell there's no one towards outside. The auto shotgun, regardless. What we find in the first, this is starting to fall apart. They know it's going to be an upper approach now.
And that shotgun just dancing with Simple. Carrigan, he's trying to do 2 jobs at once. And now, though, Electronics' battles outside have been rewarded. He's got another one to fight versus Rop. Simple in the meantime elsewhere, catching Frozen. Puts Na'Vi in good stead, but Carrigan continuing to hunt, and Rops. Little bit back and forth.
Well then, 1 minute on the clock, and just as I mentioned, the fact that, ooh, okay, Carrigan, they've offered themselves up. I didn't think there'd be any sort of situation like that about to happen.
Oh no, that could come back to haunt him.
I was about to break down why that's going wrong for Na'Vi, but hold the phone.
Yeah, bite your tongue for just a moment, because with 40 seconds, Rops, a familiar scenario for him. He's been thrown into a clutch. The bomb will be going down on low sight. His teammate towards the ramp. They might want to double up on this one. He's considering it.
He has no kit and 40 HP. So what's the play here for Robs? No utility as well.
No health.
Money's battered and bruised.
Oh, Carrigan going for that weapon.
I don't know what the thought process was
Perhaps
there.
a miscomm, perhaps just
it must have been, but
a lapse of judgment.
There's 2 alive, and you don't know exactly where they are. Pushing into a key choke point. Seems dangerous, and it's costing the round potentially here. Rops can still do this, but time really is running out. He realizes that he's done. Oh dear, in terms of loss bonus now, they have nothing. They get $1,400 per player. Into the next round, Rops will go down. That's a big kill for Zeus to pick up. And they've got $2,000 on Frozen, $2,000 on Chris J, less than that on Voxic. Auto shotguns have to come out. They really have to buy here, Alex. They can't let it go 15-9.
Karrigan's auto shotgun was how they got into that round in the first place. There's Flamey's POV, catching 2 of them, no less.
Yeah,
Voxic wanted to trade and...
Oh, you can see all the courage.
Yeah, that's...
He knows. He knows just as well as we do, Alex, what this means, the implication of that round.
Precisely, yes. He's all too aware, all too familiar. And so now Mousesports, they'll have to make do. A Scout, UMP. I mean, this one is straight up the jumble sale by...
The Village Fate.
The Village Fate. There's bunting all over the place, muffins.
Well then, the Scout and the auto shotgun to save the day. They lose the first pick, but Voxic still alive and kicking. Towards secret steps they go. Boomich so deep towards that lower bomb site here.
So early.
Yeah.
Oh, he could really, really destabilize the setup from Mousesports if there is such a thing. Crossing now as the smoke is deployed. The thing about where Boomich is there's a sound cue in every entrance. That door, the glass.
Yes. Yeah, so if you can get towards lower, you have to open the squeaky door, shoot the glass. You can get your teammates to start shooting bullets elsewhere. It's still a difficult situation. Frozen finds some wiggle room here. Doesn't recover the rifle, but does do damage towards Simple. Is that going to be enough? They're going to try and take him down. He needs that rifle from Flamey's corpse, or Boomich's, I should say, as he picks up the Krieg now. Flashbang to the face, and Voxic gets another. They might be able to stay in this one.
It's going to be hard fought. All the same, Frozen can get another here, and that's huge. Flamey in the Molotov, rather appropriately, does go down. Simple can't connect just yet either. Mousesports, they really did have to pull every stop out of the book. Voxic, he was tagged. He hits the wallbang scout outside. Frozen. So ready for this. He gets another one. Finding his form just when it mattered. We talked about him. He is an integral component in the Mousesports machine.
Yeah, absolutely true.
Oh,
he'll be taken down from a brilliant shot from Simple, but he's done the hard work. 14 seconds here. They can sacrifice one player at least. And there it is. They stay in the game. It looked like it was done. The shotguns are out. The scouts were there. And Na'Vi got the first pick, but they seemed a little cagey. Little apprehension there towards the lower bomb side. Instead of sticking together, getting down there, they go one by one, and Frozen just devours them there. We said he was quiet throughout the entirety of first and second half here, but this is much better. He saves the day, keeps them in the game, regardless of his score in general. The fact he will keep them alive and well here is absolutely everything. And on the CT side, it doesn't really matter. As long as you haven't lost yet, as long as you haven't got match point, you're still in it. Simple invests with the Krieg. Everyone else full eco here.
Yeah, often the namesake attached to a buy like this is Hero. Let's see if a performance like that can come out of this rifle. Round 25. The fact that Frozen was clearing Boomich's position in the round. Got to give credit to the game sense and the communication of Mousesports. They plugged that hole. Gave them another chance. Na'Vi still poised though. 2 rounds away. Maybe perhaps this one a little out of reach unless Simple can do something crazy. They're going to try and put him in the best position to do so, and by putting him on this red container, should the CTs contest, he has a fair fight. Liking this one from Voxic. He can always tuck himself into the stairs if he needs a way out. Or in towards Hella as well. Simple's rifle, it's already gone. Great work from Voxic, supported by Rops now, and it is easy peasy for Mousesports in round 25.
They needed that. A nice clean round. All 5 players staying alive. They built up some money now. They're not going to be down to the auto shotguns anytime soon. And after Simple invested in that Krieg, I don't think they can justify buying into this one again. I think this will have to be another partial, as we'll see him have $2,000. Everyone else hovering around 3,500. 25 kills for Electronic, 21 for Flamey. Simple at 20. It sounds like it's enough, but there's still so much work to be done here. 2 rounds on the T side of Nuke when you're this deep into the game is difficult. You're really relying on momentum to get those first 3-4 rounds, and then at that point it's a real grind. And Zeus will be cooked down towards the vents. He's going to be at 10 HP, but he makes it.
That was quite the mix.
But he's the only player with armor and the smoke, and that's essentially gone now.
Rops will be grateful for a smoke delivery, perhaps keeping hold of that one for the next round. That's assuming no more craziness from Na'Vi. Frozen's ensuring Flamey's Deagle's not going to connect. Catches him on the advance towards Rampart. Karrakin doing the same, and so was Desert Eagle. That's always a powerful weapon in his hands, and pulls the trigger on just the first. Trades are there, and Mousesports with a real shot now to keep this gap, or rather close this gap. 2 rounds away from keeping us in an even keel. It was a 9-6 CT side lead from Na'Vi coming into this. Currently stands 6-5.
Back and forth we go. Round 27. Remember, we have got Na'Vi winning both pistols here. They did lose the second round to the force buy of Mousesports on their T side, and that's really where they got most of their access and work done in the first half. But
Power of the second round buy, man.
Yeah, it's so powerful, isn't it? The Desert Eagle of that man in the screen, Chris J, steps up, went above and beyond.
The scout of Woxic, no less, as well.
Yeah.
That was a weapon we've seen him use to great success, actually, on Nuke. Not necessarily a map I'd be anticipating a lot of scout plays, but he's made it work. But now he's got the new and improved scout. It's a little more costly, the new generation. It's like the Apple take on the scout.
Exactly. Well then, we do have a UMP for Zeus. Back to a more default stance here on Na'Vi. Woxic actually very comfortable in the last few rounds. He'll have the AWP towards outside for now. Electronic to challenge, spotted, but not struck.
Very hard shot to hit, just reaction time trainer.
What's going on with Na'Vi at the same time that smoke hasn't been there for when...
comes.
Yeah, it comes like, it's fine for now, but it seems like there's a, in their general setup, it seems like that smoke has been missing a couple of times now.
Yeah, we saw it from Chris J's perspective initially, which gives them boatloads of information.
Yes.
Timing's favouring Mouse. By the smallest of margins, a smoke light arriving late. Decisions can be made. Deter Boomich and actually Chris J was trying to catch a couple on the retreating Na'Vi. Lower control is the mission, at least for Electronic and Flamey. Quite a divide from Na'Vi. So 2 lower, 2 upper. What can you make of this? Perhaps a vent dive? That's what the smoke does enable them to do. Now Frozen's going to be Molotov'd off. Can't hold it. Just having a little bit of an oopsie in the smoke. Boomich is held back. Now finally he drops, but his teammates, they met Rops. Simple still on top site. Woxic has been given the responsibility of trying to catch lower. Already the bomb will go down, I think. Zeus was the one to do it.
Good Molotov, but the follow-up will be the AWP shots from the other side of the ramp room. Boomich and Simple, certainly capable of winning 5-on-2s, but do they have the resources right now to even get close? Simple knows he needs headshots, and he's certainly delivering on that front. Double kill on the cards here for Boomich. 1 HP to his name, surely doesn't get this kill. He has set Simple up though. HP is desperate for Mousesports here. 16 and 13, they have no kits here. Simple has vision of the bomb. He can swing out, he can take the first kill, no problem. As you can see, he's defusing, needs the damage, he finds it. Close the door now.
Doesn't have to, just tucks himself in the corner. They swap weapons
done.
And it's over.
He can. That's remarkable. That was a 5-on-2. Legit.
Again.
Boomich only gets 1 there, but the fact he did so much damage set Simple up, and he could just about see the defuser. I'm not sure if you noticed at home the cables. That means there's obviously a full defuser. He's not faking it. You can see the cables attached to the bomb. Means he's completely committed. Simple gets all that information and just about finds the head.
And he didn't panic as well.
No.
You could see just how he was so calm, so confident in not only the plant, but also his angle on it. That's a big second frag, but this was it, just tapping away at that head. That could have got awkward fast if he got flustered, but just a nonchalant smile.
Yeah.
They're now 1 away.
They win a 5-on-2 to get the match point here. It's best of 1.
They've won 2 2v5s in one best of 1.
It's pretty remarkable.
The Na'Vi effect, or, I mean, depends how you want to cut it. Perhaps Mousesports want to review those. Letting a distinct numbers advantage slip away from them in both attack and defense. Flamey catching some early bullets. Electronic, oh, he's already in main, and Karrakin's doing the flashbang dance. It's Flamey to start playing the tune. But Woxic is going to get pushed. He's still managing to thrive. And not another one, no. Simple stops that from happening, but Chris J from main, backing away, wants to draw Boomich into a delayed 1 versus 2. Not allow the initial trade. He presents his back. And Mousesports, they are back with another opportunity, but my God. They weren't too thrown off by that. So often you'll see teams call a timeout after a round like that, conceding a round like that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. But it will be Mousesports with the 15-13 now, 2 rounds to bring this to overtime. Money is actually pretty low for Na'Vi. I think they have to play for round number 30 here. 2 Deagles. Get 3. No armor, no nades.
Of course this game goes all the way. They've come to play, Na'Vi. Oh,
okay. All right then.
Okie dokie. That cost him $700. Chris J with about 5K lying on the ground there. He had some nades as well.
Problem is they can't recover that, but still, what a shot that was. What's next?
Money well spent. And I'm no economist, but that seems like a good investment.
Selling yourself short.
Supply and demand. I like the graphs, and then he started doing numbers. I was really lost my interest.
Okay then. Let's see what can be done with not a lot here. Opening kill, sure, but no armor, no utility. 2 Glocks. Frozen. Oh, the timing is just agonizing, but he's recovering well. He finds himself 3 kills. It looked like he might have been done for there, but there it is. They'll be able to recover a rifle.
Yeah, that gets really awkward if he doesn't find that 3. The 3v2 with a rifle recovered should be all Na'Vi can achieve in this round. You can understand the game plan. You see the bomb thrown to the back of Zeus. Flamey's going to be the muscle. Protect the president. Only Rops is on that low side. 26 frags from him. The window's already broken. Rops knows it's a possibility. Handling it, looking for the double, and connects. We're going to round 30 all the way. Overtime certainly a possibility at this point.
Absolutely. This is 1 round away from releasing the pressure on the Mouse Sports side, but same story for Na'Vi. I want to deny that overtime for sure. Frozen did so well to recover this one. I would be satisfied if you got 2 there, but the fact he gets 3 really does save the day. Denies everything.
His failed smoke as well. In alternate reality, he smoked off his teammate who wants to save him, using their 3rd timeout.
Yeah, round 30. You've gone the full distance here. Pressure on either side. Double orb setup. We said it was really coming in eventually. Mouse Sports with Voxic and Chris J, 2 fantastic sniper players. And here, Alan behind Mouse Sports, just trying to fire them up, get them in the zone, focus for this last round.
I like the double orb.
Yeah.
Voxic and Chris J, they can flex with Voxic spawn. Perhaps can take that one outside. Let's see.
You have 1 towards ramp at least, and then 1 outside, I'd imagine. We'll see which player goes where. Voxic towards outside as usual. Flashbangs though. Towards outside. The boost towards ramp, I like that for this final round. You can just leave Rops alone there now. It's a really strong position to be in.
And then you've got the AWP somewhere else who can almost do the work of 2 rifles. If the angle is right, Chris J, he's going to be responsible for decon for now. Rops has got his back covered, and actually, Rops perhaps calling for help because Chris J's arrived on the scene. Perfectly timed, catches Zeus. 4 frags away from overtime, but Flamey's not going to give that one up. Neither will Rops. Only tags up 1 as I lose my breath.